Chapter 19 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 19. In the meantime. It was one Wednesday evening in early April that Waymark found a letter awaiting him, addressed in a hand he at once recognized. "Will you come and see me? I am at home after 8 o'clock till the end of the week, and all day on Sunday. I.S." No distinct pleasure was aroused in Waymark as he read this. As was always the case, for hours after he had left Maud's presence, her face and voice lived with him to the exclusion of every other thought. There was even something of repulsion in the feeling excited by his thus having the memory of Ida brought suddenly before him. Her face came as an unwelcome intruder upon the calm, grave mood which always possessed him on these evenings. In returning home each Wednesday night, Waymark always sought the speediest and quietest route, unwilling to be brought in contact with that life of the streets which at other times delighted him. Ida's note seemed a summons from that world which, for the moment, he held at a distance. But the call was not to be silenced at his will. He began to wonder about her life during the past half-year. Why had she written just now, after so long a silence? Where and under what circumstances should he meet her? Did she think to find him the same as when they last talked together? Through the night he woke constantly, and always with thoughts busy about Ida. In the morning his first impulse was to reread her message, received so carelessly. It had, in the meantime, become of more account, and Waymark laughed in his wonted way when he saw himself thus swayed between forces he could not control. The ordinary day's task was neglected, and he impatiently waited for the hour when he could be sure of finding Ida at home. The address was at Fulham, and, on reaching it, he found a large new block of the kind known as model lodging-houses. Ida's number was up at the very top. When he knocked, the door opened immediately, and she stood there, holding out her hand to him. She wore the same dress that she had worn at Hastings, but the gold brooch and watch-chain were missing, and her hair was arranged in a simpler way. She was a trifle pale, perhaps, but that might be due to the excitement of the moment. Her voice shook a little as she spoke. Waymark looked about him as he went in. There appeared to be 2 rooms, one of them a very small bedroom, the other fitted with a cooking grate and oven, the kind of tenement suitable to very poor working people. The floors were bare, and there was nothing in the way of furniture beyond the most indispensable articles: a table, 2 chairs, and a few cups, saucers, and plates on a shelf. Through the half-open door he saw that the bedroom was equally plain. A fire was burning, and a kettle on it, and in front, on a little square piece of carpet, lay Ida's inseparable friend Grim. Grim had lifted his head at Waymark's entrance, and, with gathering curiosity in his eyes, slowly stood up and stretched himself, and looking first at one, then at the other, waited in doubt. Ida stooped and took him up in her arms. "And who's this?" she asked, talking to him as one talks to a child, whilst she pressed his warm black cheek against her own. Does Grim remember who this is? We still keep together," she added, looking at Waymark. "All day long, whilst I'm away, he keeps house. I'm often afraid he suffers dreadfully from loneliness, but, you see, I'm obliged to lock him in, and he knows exactly the time when I come home. I always find him sitting on that chair by the door, waiting, oh, so patiently. And I often bring him back something nice. Don't I, Grimmy? You should see how delighted he is as soon as I enter the door." Ida was changed, and in many ways. She seemed to have grown younger. In her voice and manner there was a girlishness which was quite new to Waymark. Her motions were lighter and nimbler. There was no longer that slow grace of step and carriage which had expressed absolute leisure, and with it had gone, perhaps, something of dignity which used to sit so well upon her. She laughed from time to time in a free, careless way. Formerly she seldom did more than smile. In the old days there was nothing about her suggestive of what are called the domestic virtues. Now she seemed perfectly at home amid these simple surroundings, and almost as soon as her visitor had sat down, she busied herself in laying the table in a quick, ready way, which came of the habit of waiting upon herself. "You'll have a cup of tea with me?" she said, looking at Waymark with a curiosity which seemed to show that she also found something changed in him. "I only get home about 8 o'clock, and this is the quietest and pleasantest meal in the day for me." "What do you do all day, then?" Waymark asked, softening the bluntness of his question with a smile. She stepped near to him and held out her hands for him to look at them. As he met her eyes again, laughed merrily. "Do you guess?" she asked. "I believe I can. You've gone back to the laundry again?" "Yes." "And how long is it since you did so?" "How long is it since we last saw each other?" "Did you begin at once when you returned to London?" "Yes." Waymark kept silence, whilst Ida poured out a cup of tea for him, then took her seat at the table. "Don't you think I'm comfortable here?" Ida said. "It's like having a house of my own. I see nothing of other people in the building, and feel independent." "Did you buy the furniture yourself?" "Yes, just the things I couldn't do without. I pay only 3 and 6 pence a week, and so long as I can earn that, I'm sure at all events of a home where I can be happy or miserable as I please." Waymark wondered. There was no mistaking the genuineness of her tone. What, then, had been the reason for this astonishing change, a change extending, it would seem, almost to temperament? What intermediate phases had led up to this result? He wished to ask her for an explanation, but to do so would be to refer to the condition she had left, and that he did not wish to do. All would no doubt explain itself as they talked, and in the meantime she told him how her days were ordered, and the details of her life. "Have you brought your pipe?" she asked, when they had drank their tea. "May I smoke?" "Of course, just as you used to." "But it is not the same," Waymark said, half to himself. "Are you sorry for the change?" Ida asked, as she handed him a box of matches. "What induced you to make it?" "Oh, I have strange fancies. The idea came, just like others do." "Are you sorry?" "The opposite. Did the idea come whilst we were at Hastings?" "Before that. Do you remember my telling you that I had a letter calling me back to London?" Waymark nodded. "It was from the laundry, to say I could go to work as soon as I liked." "And why didn't you tell me that?" Ida seemed about to reply, but altered her intention, and, after being silent for a moment, asked another question. "Did you think you would ever hear from me?" "I had given up hope." "And did you wonder what had become of me?"
"Often. Why didn't you write before?"
"I wasn't ready."
"What does that mean?"
Waymark asked, looking closely at her. "Perhaps I shall be able to explain some day. If not, well, it won't matter."
"And will you let me see you often?"
said Waymark, after thinking a little.
"Are we to be friends again, as we used to be?"
"If you would care for it." Waymark turned away as their eyes met.
"Certainly I should care for it,"
he said, feeling all at once a difficulty in speaking naturally. Then he looked at Ida again. She was bending down and stroking Grim's ears. There was rather a long silence, which Waymark at length forced himself to break.
"Shall I bring you books again?"
he said. "I have very little time for reading," was Ida's reply. "It's better, perhaps, that it is so."
"But why?"
"Perhaps it would make me discontented with my work, and want all sorts of things I couldn't have."
"You have your Sundays free?"
Waymark said, after another rather long silence. "Yes."
"Then we must have some expeditions again, now that the fine days have come. By the by, do you ever see Sally?"
Ida looked up with a smile, and said, "Yes. Do you?"
"No, but I hear of her."
"From your friend?"
"Oh yes, from Agree."
"Do your other friends still live near you?" Ida asked, speaking quickly, as if to interrupt what Waymark was about to say.
"The Castis? Oh yes."
"What is Mrs. Casti like?" she said, in a tone which attracted Waymark's attention.
"Well," he replied, "it's difficult to describe her. There's nothing very good about her, and I suppose nothing very bad. I see little of her now. She's almost always ill."
"What's the matter with her?"
"I can't say. General weakness and ill health, I think."
"But she's so young, isn't she? Has she friends to go and see her?"
"Very few, I think."
"It must be dreadful to be like that," said Ida. "I'm thankful that I have my health, at all events. Loneliness isn't so hard to bear as it must be in illness."
"Do you feel lonely?"
"A little sometimes," said Ida. "But it's ungrateful to poor old Grim to say so."
"Have you no acquaintances except the people you work with?"
She shook her head.
"And don't you read? Wouldn't you like to go on readings as you used to? You have a better head than most women, and it's a pity not to make use of it. That's all nonsense about and making you discontented. You won't always be living like this, I suppose."
"Why not?"
Ida asked simply. "Well," said Waymark, without meeting her look, "even if you do, it will be gain to you to cultivate your mind."
"Do you wish me to cultivate my mind?"
"You know I do."
Waymark seemed uneasy. He rose and leaned against the mantelpiece. "I will do whatever you bid me," Ida said. "I can get an hour or so each night, and I have all Sunday." Waymark felt only too well the effect of the tone he was adopting. The situation was by this time clear enough to him, and his own difficulties no less clear. He avoided looking at Ida as much as he could. A change had again come over her manner. The girlishness was modified, the old, sadder tone was audible at moments. "If it's fine on Sunday," he said, "will you go with me to Richmond, and let us have dinner at the old place?" "No," was Ida's reply with a smile. "I can't afford it." "But I invite you. Of course I didn't mean that it should be any expense." She still shook her head. "No, I must take my own share wherever we go." "Then I shall certainly refuse your cup of tea next time I come," said Waymark jestingly. "That's quite different," said Ida. "But if you like, we can go in the afternoon and walk about Roehampton. That I can afford." "As you please. When shall I call for you?" 1:30. She opened the door for him, and held out her hand. Their eyes did not meet as they said good-bye. The door closed, and Waymark went so slowly down the stone steps that he seemed at every moment on the point of stopping and turning back. End of chapter 19. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapter 20 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 20. A suggestion. Waymark and Julian Casti were sitting together in the former's room. It was Saturday evening, 2 days after Waymark's visit to Ida. Julian had fallen into a sad reverie. "How's your wife?" asked his friend, after watching the melancholy face for a while. "She said her headache was worse to-night." "Curiously," observed Waymark with a little acidity, "it is always when you have to leave home." Julian looked up, and seemed to reach a crisis in his thoughts. "Waymark," he began, reddening as he still always did when greatly moved, "I fear I have been behaving very foolishly. Many a time I have wished to speak out to you plainly, but a sort of delicacy, a wrong kind of delicacy, I think, prevented me. I can't keep this attitude any longer. I must tell you how things are going on, and you must give me what help you can, and perhaps I shall be telling you what you already know. I have suspected." "Where is the blame?" Julian broke out, with sudden vehemence. I cannot think that ever a husband was more patient or more indulgent than I have been. I have refused her nothing that my means could possibly obtain. I have given up all the old quiet habits of my life that she mightn't think I slighted her. I scarcely open a book at home, knowing that it irritates her to see me reading. I do my best to amuse her at all times. How does she reward me? Forever she grumbles that I can't perform impossibilities, take her to theatres, buy her new dresses, procure for her friends and acquaintances. My wishes, expressed or understood, weigh with her less than the least of her own caprices. She wantonly does things which she knows will cause me endless misery. Her companions are gross and depraved people who constantly drag her lower and lower to their own level. The landlady has told me that, in my absence, women have called to see her who certainly ought not to enter any decent house. When I entreat her to give up such associates, her only answer is to accuse me of selfishness, since I have friends myself, and yet won't permit her to have any, and things have gone from bad to worse. Several nights of late, when I have got home, she has been away, and has not returned till much after midnight. Hour after hour I have sat there in the extremest misery, waiting, feeling as though my brain would burst with its strain. I have no idea where she goes. If I ask, she only retorts by asking me where I spend the nights when I am with you, and laughs contemptuously when I tell her the truth. Her suspicions and jealousy are incessant, and torture me past endurance. Once or twice, I confess, I have lost patience, and I have spoken angrily, too angrily. Then she has accused me of brutal disregard of her sufferings. It would hurt me less if she pierced me with a knife. Only this morning there was a terrible scene. She maddened me past endurance by her wretched calumnies, accusing me of I know not what disgraceful secrets, and when words burst from me involuntarily, she fell into hysterics and shrieked till all the people in the house ran up in alarm. Can you understand what this means to one of my temperament? To have my private affairs forced upon strangers in this way tortures me with the pains of hell. I am naturally reticent and retiring, too much so, I dare say, and no misery could have been devised for me more dreadful than this. Her accusations are atrocious, such as could only come from a grossly impure mind, or at the suggestion of vile creatures. You she hates with a rabid hatred, God only knows why. She would hate anyone who was my friend, and whose society relieved me for a minute from my ghastly torments." He ceased for very exhaustion, so terribly did the things he described work upon him. "What am I to do, Waymark? Can you give me advice?" Waymark had listened with his eyes cast down, and he was silent for some time after Julian ceased. "You couldn't well ask for advice in a more difficult case," he said at length. "There's nothing for it but to strengthen yourself and endure. Force yourself into work. Try to forget her when she's out of sight." "But," broke in Julian, "this amounts to a sentence of death. What of the life before me, of the years I shall have to spend with her? Work, forget myself, forget her. That is just what I cannot do. My nerves are getting weaker every day. I am beginning to have fits of trembling and horrible palpitation. My dreams are hideous with vague apprehensions, only to be realized when I wake. Work! Half my misery is caused by the thought that my work is at an end for ever. It is all forsaking me, the delight of imagining great things, what power I had of putting my fancies into words, the music that used to go with me through the day's work. It is long since I wrote a line of verse. Quietness, peace, a calm life of thought, these things are what I must have. I thought I should have them in a higher degree than ever, and I find they are irretrievably lost. I feel my own weakness, as I never could before. When you bid me strengthen myself, you tell me to alter my character. The resolution needed to preserve the better part of my nature through such a life as this will never be within my reach. It is fearful to think of what I shall become as time goes on. I dread myself. There have been revealed to me depths of passion and misery in my own heart of which I had not suspected. I shall lose all self control and become as selfish and heedless as she is." "No, you will not," said Waymark encouragingly. "This crisis will pass over, and strength will be developed. We have a wonderful faculty for accommodating ourselves to wretchedness. How else would the world have held together for so long? When you begin to find your voice again, maybe you won't sing of the dead world any longer, but of the living and suffering. Your thoughts were fine; they showed you to be a poet. But I have never hidden from you how I wished that you had been on my side. Art nowadays must be the mouthpiece of misery, for misery is the keynote of modern life." They talked on, and Julian, so easily moulded by a strong will, became half courageous. "One of her reproaches," he said, "is just. I can't meet it. If I object to her present companions, it is my duty to find her more suitable ones. She lives too much alone. No doubt it is every husband's duty to provide his wife with society. But how am I to find it? I am so isolated, and always have been. I know not a soul who could be a friend to her." Waymark grew thoughtful, and then silent. "One person I know," he said presently, in a cautious way, "who might perhaps help you." "You do?" cried Julian eagerly. "You know I make all sorts of queer acquaintances in my wanderings. Well, I happen to know a girl of about your wife's age, who, if she were willing, would be just the person you want. She is quite alone, parentless, and almost without friends. She lives by herself, and supports herself by working in a laundry. For all this, she is by no means the ordinary London work girl. You can't call her educated, but she speaks purely, and has a remarkably good intelligence. I met her by chance, and kept up her acquaintance. There has been nothing wrong. Bah! How conventional one is, in spite of oneself! I meant to say that there has been nothing more than a pleasant friendship between us. Absolutely nothing. We see each other from time to time, and have a walk, perhaps a meal together, and I lend her books. Now, do you think there would be any way of getting your wife to accept your society, say of an evening, now and then? Don't do anything rash. It is, of course, clear that you must have no hand in this. I must manage it, if it is to be done. Naturally, I can't answer at once for the girl's readiness, but I believe she would do what I asked her to. Do you think it is worth entertaining, this idea?" "I do indeed. It would be a salvation, I really believe." "Don't be too sanguine, Casti. That's another of your faults. Still, I know very well that this girl could cure your wife of her ill propensities, if any living creature could. She is strong in character, admirably clear-headed, mild, gentle, womanly. In fact, there is perhaps no one I respect so much, on the whole." "Respect only?" asked Julian, smiling. Yes, yes. I believe I am perfectly honest in saying so, though I couldn't have been so sure about it some little time ago. Our relations, no doubt, are peculiar. On her side, there is no more warmth than on mine." Waymark tried so to believe, "and indeed her clear sight has
no doubt gauged me fairly well at my true value.
What is her name?
Ida Starr.
What? Cried Julian, startled. That is a strange thing. You have noticed the scar on Harriet's forehead?
Well,
Why, it was a wound given her at school by a girl of that very name. I remember the name as well as possible. It was a blow with a slate, dealt in passion. Some quarrel or other. They were both children then, and Ida Starr left the school in consequence.
is it possible that it is the same person? Asked Waymark, wondering and reflecting. If so, that puts a new difficulty in our way. Removes one, I should have thought.
Harriet is not of a very forgiving nature, said Julian gravely.
I shouldn't have supposed she was, but a long time has gone by since then, and, after all, one is generally glad to see an old schoolfellow.
At this point the conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door, followed by the announcement that a gentleman named O'Gree wished to see Mr. Waymark. Waymark smiled at Julian.
"Don't run away," he said. "You ought to know O'Gree in the flesh."
The teacher came into the room with a rush, and was much taken aback at the sight of a stranger present. Perspiration was streaming profusely from his face, which was aglow with some great intelligence. After being introduced to Casti, he plunged down on a chair, and mopped himself with his handkerchief, uttering incoherencies about the state of the weather. Waymark made an effort to bring about a general conversation, but failed. O'Gree was so preoccupied that any remark addressed to him had to be repeated before he understood it, and Julian was in no mood for making new acquaintances. So in a few minutes the latter took his hat and left, Waymark going with him to the door to speak a few words of encouragement.
"The battle's won,"
cried O'Gree with much gesticulation as soon as Waymark returned.
"The campaign's at an end. I'm sorry I've driven your friend away, but I was bound to tell you."
"All right, let me have a description of the manoeuvres."
"Look here, my boy,"
said O'Gree with sudden solemnity.
"you've never been very willing to talk to me about her. Now, before I tell you anything, I want to know this. Why wouldn't you tell me how you first got to know her, and so on?
Before I answer, I want to know this. Have you found out why I wouldn't?"
Yes, I have. That is, I suppose I have. And from her own lips, too. You knew her when she lived near the Strand there, eh?"
"I did."
"Well, now, understand, my boy, I don't want to hear anything disagreeable. In fact, I won't listen to anything disagreeable. All I want to know is whether I may safely tell you what she has told me. If you don't know it already, there's no need to talk of it."
"I understand, and I don't think you can tell me anything I'm not well aware of."
"Sure then, I will tell you, and if there's another girl as brave and honest as Sally in all this world, I'll be obliged if you'll make me acquainted with her. Well, you know she has a Saturday afternoon off every month. It hasn't been a very cheerful day, but it couldn't be missed, and as it was too rainy to walk about, I couldn't think of any better place to go than the British Museum. Of course, I wanted to find a quiet corner, but there were people about everywhere, and the best we could manage was in the mummy room. We looked at all the mummies, and I told her all I knew about 'em, and I kept thinking to myself, now, how can I work round to it? I've tried so often, you know, and she's always escaped me somehow. I couldn't keep from thinking it was because I hadn't got about it in the proper way. Well, we'd been staring at the mummy for about a quarter of an hour, and neither one of us said anything, when all at once a rare idea came into my head. "Sally," I said, glancing round to see that there was no one by, "that mummy was very likely a pretty girl like you once." "Do you think so?" she said, and with that look of hers which makes me feel like a galvanic battery. "I do," I said, "and what's more, there may once have been another mummy, a man mummy, standing by her just as I'm standing by you, wanting very much to ask her something, shaking in his shoes for fear he shouldn't get the right answer." "Did the mummies wear shoes when they were alive?" she asked all at once. "Wear shoes?" I cried that. "I can't tell you, Sally, but one thing I feel very sure of is that they had hearts. Now suppose," I said, "we're those two mummies." "I'm sure it's bad luck," interrupted Sally. "Oh no, it isn't," said I, seeing something in her face which made me think it was the opposite. "Let me go on. Now suppose the one mummy said to the other, 'Sally.'" "Were the girl mummies called Sally?" she interrupted again. "Sure I can't say," said I, "but we'll suppose so. Well, suppose he said, 'Sally, if I can hit on some means of making a comfortable home here by the Nile, that is to say, the Thames, you know, will you come and keep it in order for me, and live with me for all the rest of our lives?'" Now, what do you think that girl mummy would have answered? Waymark laughed, but O'Gree had become solemn. She didn't answer at once, and there was something very queer in her face. All at once she said, "What has Mr. Waymark told you about me?" "Why, just nothing at all," I said, rather puzzled. "And do you know," she asked then, without looking at me, "what sort of girl I am?" Well, all at once there came something into my head that I'd never thought of before, and I was staggered for a moment. I couldn't say anything, but I got over it. "I don't want to know anything," I said. "All I know is that I like you better than I ever shall any one else, and I want you to promise to be my wife some day." "Then you must let me tell you all my story first," she said. "I won't answer until you know everything." And so she told me what it seems you know. Well, if I thought much of her before, I thought 1,000 times as much after that. And do you know what? I believe it was on my account that she went and took that place in the shop." "Precisely," said Waymark. "You think so?" cried the other, delighted. "I guessed as much when she met me that day, and said I might let you know where she was." "Ha!" exclaimed O'Gree, with a long breath. "And so the matter is settled?" "All but the most important part of it. There's no chance of my being able to marry for long enough to come. Now, can you give me any advice? I've quite made up my mind to leave Tootle. The position isn't worthy of a gentleman. I'm losing my self-respect. The she-Tootle gets worse and worse. If I don't electrify her one of these days with an outburst of ferocious indignation, she will only have my patience to thank. Let her beware of how she drives a lion to bay." "Couldn't you get a non-resident mastership?" I must try, but the pay is so devilish small.
We must talk the matter over. End of chapter 20. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Chapter 21 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sally Ireland. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 21. Waymark had a good deal of frank talk with himself before meeting Ida again on the Sunday. Such conversation was, as we know, habitual. Under the circumstances, however, he felt that it behoved him to become especially clear on one or two points. Never mind what course he might ultimately pursue, it was always needful to him to dissect his own motives, that he might at least be acting with full consciousness. One thing was clear enough. The fiction of a mere friendship between himself and Ida was impossible to support. It had been impossible under the very different circumstances of a year ago, and was not likely to last a week now that Ida could so little conceal how her own feelings had changed. What then was to be their future? Could he accept her love and join their lives without legal bond, thinking only of present happiness, and content to let things arrange themselves as they would in the years to come? His heart strongly opposed such a step. Clearly Ida had changed her life for his sake, and was undergoing hardships in the hope of winning his respect as well as his love. Would she have done all this without something of a hope that she might regain her place in the everyday world and be held by Waymark worthy to become his wife? He could not certainly know, but there was little doubt that this hope had led her on. Could he believe her capable of yet nobler ideas? Could he think that only in reverence of the sanctity of love, and without regard to other things, she had acted in this way? Then, regarding her as indeed his equal, he would open his heart to her and speak somewhat in this way. Yes, I do love you, but at the same time I know too well the uncertainty of love to go through the pretence of binding myself to you forever. Will you accept my love in its present sincerity, neither hoping nor fearing, knowing that whatever happens is beyond our own control, feeling with me that only an ignoble nature can descend to the affectation of union when the real links are broken? Could Waymark but have felt sure of her answer to such an appeal, it would have gone far to make his love for Ida all-engrossing. She would then be his ideal woman, and his devotion to her would have no bounds. But he felt too strongly that in thus speaking he would sadden her by the destruction of her great hope. On the other hand, to offer to make her his legal wife would be to do her a yet greater injustice, even had he been willing to so sacrifice himself. The necessity for legal marriage would be a confession of her inferiority, and the sense of being thus bound would, he well knew, be the surest means of weakening his affection. This affection he could not trust. How far was it mere passion of the senses, which gratification would speedily kill? In the case of his feelings towards Maud Enderby, there was no such doubt. Never was his blood so calm as in her presence. She was to him a spirit, and in the spirit he loved her. With Maud he might look forward to union at some distant day, a union outwardly of the conventional kind. It would be so, not on account of any inferiority to his ideal in Maud, for he felt that there was no height of his own thought whither she would not in time follow him. but simply because no point of principle would demand a refusal of the yoke of respectability with its attendant social advantages. And the thought of thus binding himself to Maud had nothing repulsive, for the links between them were not of the kind which easily yield, and loyalty to a higher and nobler nature may well be deemed a duty. So far, logical arguing, but the fact remained that he had not the least intention of breaking off his intercourse with Ida, despite the certainty that passion would grow upon him with each of their meetings, rendering their mutual relations more and more dangerous. Of only one thing could he be sure: marriage was not to be thought of. It remained, then, that he was in danger of being led into conduct which would be the source of grievous unrest to himself, and for Ida would lay the foundation of much suffering. Waymark was honest enough in his self-communing to admit that he could not trust himself. Gross deception he was incapable of, but he would not answer for it that, the temptation pressing him too hard, he might not be guilty of allowing Ida to think his love of more worth than it really was. She knew his contempt of conventional ties, and her faith in him would keep her from pressing him to any step he disliked. She would trust him without that, and such trust would be unmerited. It was significant that he did not take into account loyalty to Maud as a help in resisting this temptation. He was too sure of himself as regarded that pure love. Let what might happen, his loyalty to Maud would be unshaken. It was independent of passion, and passion could not shake it. Then came the subject of the proposed acquaintance between Ida and Mrs. Casti. An impulse of friendship had led to his conceiving the idea, together perhaps with the recollection of what Ida had said about her loneliness and the questions she had asked about Mrs. Casti. Waymark had little doubt that those questions indicated a desire to become acquainted with his friends. The desire was natural under the circumstances. Still, he regretted what he had done. To introduce Ida to his friends would be almost equivalent to avowing some conventional relations between her and himself. And, in the next place, it would be an obstacle in the way of those relations becoming anything but conventional. Well, and was not this exactly the kind of aid he needed in pursuing the course to which he felt to be right? Truly. Yet, at this point Waymark broke into that half-contemptuous, half-indulgent laugh which so frequently interrupted his self-communings, and, it being nearly 1 o'clock, set out to call for Ida. The day was fine, and when they left the steamer at Putney, they walked onto the heath in good spirits and with cheerful talk. To be with Ida under these circumstances, in the sunlight and the fresh breeze, was very different from sitting with her yonder in that little room, with the lamp burning on the table and the quietness of night around. The calm pleasure of passionless intercourse was realised and sufficing. Ida, too, seemed content to enjoy the moment. There was not that wistfulness in her eyes which had been so new to him and so strong in its influence. It was easy to find indifferent subjects of conversation and to avoid the seriousness which would have been fatal. When they had found a pleasant spot to rest a while before turning back, Waymark made up his mind to fulfil his promise to Julian. "It's rather strange," he said, "that you should have been asking me questions about Mrs. Casti. Since then I've discovered that you probably know her, or once did." Ida looked surprised. "Do you remember once having a schoolfellow called Harriet Smales?" "Is that her name?" "It was before her marriage." Ida became grave and thought for some moments before speaking again. "Yes, I remember her," she said, "and not pleasantly." You wouldn't care to renew her acquaintance then, said Waymark, half glad in spite of himself that she spoke this way. Ida asked with earnestness how he had made this discovery. Waymark hesitated, but at length told the truth. He explained that Mrs. Casti suffered from the want of companionship, and that he had mentioned Ida's name to Julian, whence the discovery. Has she been told about me? Asked Ida. Nothing was to be said till I had spoken to you. Waymark paused, but presently continued in a more serious tone. In recurring to that conversation with Julian, his friend's trouble spoke strongly to him once more, and overcame selfish thoughts. I said that I had come to know you by chance, and that, strange as it might sound, we were simply friends. He glanced for an instant at Ida. Her eyes were turned to the ground. You will believe me, he went on quickly, when I tell you that I really said nothing more. I never doubt a word of yours, was Ida's quiet reply. Casti was overjoyed at the thought of finding such a friend for his wife. Of course I told him that he must not certainly count either on your consent or on his wife's. Hers I thought to be perhaps more doubtful than yours. Could I really be of any use to her? Asked Ida, after a silence, with so little free time as I have. Supposing she would welcome you, I really believe you could be of great use. She is a strange creature, miserably weak in body and mind. If you could get to regard this as a sort of good work you were called upon to undertake, you would very likely be little less than an angel of mercy to both of them. Casti is falling into grievous unhappiness. Why, you will understand sufficiently if you come to know them. Do you think she bears malice against me? Of that I know nothing. Casti said she had never spoken of you in that way. By the by, she still has a scar on her forehead. I often wondered how it came there. Ida winced. What a little termagant you must have been, exclaimed Waymark, laughing. How hard it is to fancy you at that age, Ida. What was the quarrel all about? I can't speak of it, she replied in a low, sad voice. It is so long ago, and I want to forget it. Waymark kept silent. Do you wish me to be her friend? Ida asked, suddenly looking up. Certainly not, if you dislike the thought. No, but do you think it would be doing good? You would like me to help your friend if I can? Yes, I should, was Waymark's reply. Then I hope she will be willing to let me go and see her. I will do my very best. Let us lose no time in trying. It is such a strange thing that we should meet again in this way. Perhaps it is something more than chance. Waymark smiled. You think I am superstitious? She asked quickly. I often feel so. I have all sorts of hopes and faiths that you would laugh at. Ida's thoughts were busy that night with the past and the future. The first mention of Harriet's name had given her a shock. It brought back with vividness the saddest moments of her life. It awoke a bitter resentment which mere memory had no longer kept the power to revive. That was only for a moment, however. The more she accustomed herself to the thought, the easier it seemed to be to bury the past in forgiveness. Harriet must have changed so much since those days. Possibly there would never be a mention between them of the old trouble. Practically they would be new acquaintances and would be very little helped to an understanding of each other by the recollections of childhood. And then Ida felt that there was so much to be glad of in the new prospects. She longed for a world more substantial than that of her own imaginations, and here, she thought, it would be opened to her. Above all, by introducing her to his friends, Waymark had strengthened the relations between her and himself. He was giving her, too, a chance of showing herself to him in a new light. For the first time he would see her under the ordinary conditions of a woman's life in a home circle. Ida had passed from one extreme to the other. At present there was nothing she desired so much as the simple, conventional, everyday existence of the woman who has never swerved from the beaten track. She never saw a family group anywhere without envying the happiness which to her seemed involved in the mere fact of a home and relations. Her isolation weighed heavily upon her. If there were but someone who could claim her services as of right, and in return render her the simple, humdrum affection which goes for so much in easing the burden of life. She was weary of her solitary heroism, though she never regarded it as heroism, but merely as the path in which she was naturally led by her feelings. Waymark could not but still think of her very much in the old light, and she wished to prove to him how completely she was changed. The simple act of making tea for him when he came to see her had been a pleasure. It was domestic and womanly, and she had often glanced at his face to see whether he noticed it at all. Then the fact of Harriet's being an invalid would give her many opportunities for showing that she could be gentle and patient and serviceable. Casti would observe these things, and doubtless would speak of them to Waymark. Thinking in this way, Ida became all eagerness for the new friendship. There was, of course, the possibility that Harriet would refuse to accept her offered kindness, but it seemed very unlikely, and the disappointment would be so great that she could not bear to dwell on the thought. Waymark had promised to come as soon as he had any news. The time would go very slowly till she saw him. Waymark had met Harriet very seldom of late. Julian spent regularly one evening a week with him, but it was only occasionally that Waymark paid a visit in return. He knew that he was anything but welcome to Mrs. Casti, who of course had neither interest nor understanding for the conversation between himself and Julian. Formerly he had now and then tried his best to find some common subject for talk with her, but the effort had been in vain. She was hopelessly stupid, and more often than not in a surly mood, which made her mere presence difficult to be endured. Of late, whenever he came, she made her illness an excuse for remaining in her bedroom, and hence arose another trouble. The two rooms were only divided by folding doors, and when Harriet got impatient with what she conceived to be the visitor's undue stay, she would rap on the doors to summon Julian to her. This rapping would take place sometimes 6 or 7 times in half an hour, till Waymark hastened away in annoyance. And indeed there was little possibility of conversing in Julian's own room. Julian sat for ever in a state of nervous apprehension, dreading the summons which was sure to come before long. When he left the room for a moment in obedience to it, Waymark could hear Harriet's voice speaking in a peevish or ill-tempered tone, and Julian would return pale with agitation, unable to utter consecutive words. It was a little better when the meeting was at Waymark's, but even then Julian was anything but at his ease. He would often sit for a long time in gloomy silence, and seldom could even affect his old cheerfulness. The change which a year had made in him was painful. His face was growing haggard with ceaseless anxiety. The slightest unexpected noise made him start nervously. His old enthusiasms were dying away. His daily work was a burden which grew more and more oppressive. He always seemed weary, alike in body and mind. Harriet's ailments were not of that unreal kind which hysterical women often affect for the mere sake of demanding sympathy, though it was certain she made the most of them. The scrofulous taint in her constitution was declaring itself in many ways. The most serious symptoms took the form of convulsive fits. On Julian's return home one evening, he had found her stretched upon the floor, unconscious, foaming at the mouth and struggling horribly. Since then he had come back every night in agonies of miserable anticipation. Her illness and his own miseries were of course much intensified by her self-willed habits. When she remained away from home till after midnight, Julian was always in fear lest some accident had happened to her, and once or twice of late she had declared, whether truly or not it was impossible to say, that she had had fits in the open street. Weather made no difference to her. She would leave home on the pretence of making necessary purchases and would come back drenched with rain. Protest availed nothing save to irritate her. At times her conduct was so utterly unreasonable that Julian looked at her as if to see whether she had lost her senses. And all this he bore with a patience which few could have rivalled. Moments there were when she softened, and, in a burst of hysterical weeping, begged him to forgive her for some unusual violence, pleading her illness as the cause. And so sensible was he to compassion that he always vowed in his mind to bear anything rather than deal harshly with her. Love for her, in the true sense, he never felt, but his pity often led him to effusions of tenderness which love could scarcely have exceeded. He was giving up everything for her. Through whole evenings he would sit by her as she lay in pain, holding her hands and talking in a way which he thought would amuse or interest her. "You're sorry you married me," she would often say at such times. "It's no good saying no, I'm sure you are." That always made Julian think of her father, and of his own promise always to be a friend to the poor, weak, ailing creature, and he strengthened himself in his resolution to bear everything. Waymark decided that he would venture on the step of going to see Harriet during the daytime, whilst Julian was away, in order to speak of Ida. This he did on the Monday, and was lucky enough to find her at home. She was evidently surprised at his visit, and perhaps still more so at the kind and friendly way in which he began to speak to her. In a few minutes he had worked round to his subject. He had, he said, a friend, a young lady who was very lonely, and for whom he wanted to find an agreeable companion. It had occurred to him that perhaps he might ask to be allowed to introduce her. Waymark had concluded that this would probably be the best way of putting it. Harriet would perhaps be flattered by being asked to confer the favour of her acquaintance, and indeed she seemed so. There was even something like a momentary touch of colour in her pale cheek. "Does Julian know her?" she asked, fixing her eyes on his with the closest scrutiny. "No, he does not." He would leave her to what conclusion she liked about his relations to Ida. In reality, that mattered little. "She is someone," he went on, "for whom I have a great regard. As I say, she has really no friends, and she earns her own living. I feel sure you would find her company pleasant. She is sensible and cheerful, and would be very grateful for any kindness you showed her. Her name, by the way, is Ida Starr." "Ida Starr? Is that name familiar to you?" "I used to know someone called that." "Indeed? How strange it would be if you knew her already. I have spoken to her of you, but she didn't tell me she knew your name." "Oh no, she wouldn't. It was years and years ago. We used to go to school together. If it's the same." The way in which this was spoken was not very promising, but Waymark would not be discouraged, having once brought himself to the point of carrying the scheme through. Harriet went on to ask many questions, all of which he answered as satisfactorily as he could, and in the end she expressed herself quite willing to renew Ida's acquaintance. Waymark had watched her face as closely as she did his, and he was able to read pretty accurately what was passing in her mind. Curiosity, it was clear, was her main incentive. Goodwill there was none. Its growth, if at all possible, would depend on Ida herself. There was even something very like a gleam of hate in her dark eyes when Ida's name was first spoken. "When may I bring her?" Waymark asked. "Perhaps you would like to talk it over with Julian first. By the by, perhaps he remembers her as your schoolfellow?" "I don't know, I'm sure," she said with a pretence of indifference. "I don't see what he can have to say against it. Bring her as soon as you like." "She is not free till 7 at night. Perhaps we had better leave it till next Sunday?" "Why? Why couldn't she come tomorrow night?" "It is very good of you. I have no doubt she would be glad." With this understanding, Waymark took his departure. "Do you remember Ida Starr?" was Harriet's first question to her husband when he returned that evening. "Certainly I do," replied Julian with complete self-control. "Why?" "When did you last see her?" followed quickly, whilst she examined him as keenly as she had done Waymark. "See her?" repeated Julian, laughing. "Do you mean the girl you went to school with?" "Of course I do." "I don't know that I ever saw her in my life." "Well, she's coming here tomorrow night." An explanation followed. "Hasn't he ever spoken to you about her?" Harriet asked. "No," said Julian, smiling. "I suppose he thought it was a private affair in which no one else had any interest." "I hope you will like her," he said presently. "It will be very nice to have a friend of that kind, won't it?" "Yes, if she doesn't throw one of my plates at me." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sally Island. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing, Chapter 22. "Well, how do you like her?" Julian asked when their visitors had left them. "Oh, I dare say she's all right," was the reply. "She's got a good deal to say for herself." Julian turned away and walked about the room. "What does she work at?" said Harriet, after glancing at him furtively once or twice. "I have no idea." "It's my belief she doesn't work at all." "Why should Waymark have said so then?" asked Julian, standing still and looking at her. He spoke very quietly, but his face betrayed some annoyance. Harriet merely laughed, her most ill-natured and maliciously suggestive laugh, and rose from her seat. Julian came up and faced her. "Harriet," he said with perfect gentleness, though his lips trembled, "why do you always prefer to think the worst of people? I always look for the good rather than the evil in people I meet." "We're different in a good many things, you see," said Harriet with a sneer. Her countenance had darkened. Julian had learnt the significance of her looks and tones only too well. Under the circumstances, it would have been better to keep silent, but something compelled him to speak. "I am sure of this," he said. "If you will only meet her in her own spirit, you will find her a valuable friend. Just such a friend as you need. But of course, if you begin with all manner of prejudices and suspicions, it will be very hard for her to make you believe in her sincerity. Certainly her kindness, her sympathy, her whole manner was perfect tonight." "You seemed to notice her a good deal." "Naturally I did, being so anxious that you should find a friend and companion." "And who is she, I should like to know?" said Harriet. with perfection of subdued acrimony. How can I tell that she's a proper person to be a friend to me? I know what her mother was, at all events. Her mother? What do you know of her mother? Julian had never known the whole story of that scar on his wife's forehead. Never mind, said Harriet, nodding significantly. I have no idea what you mean, Julian returned. At all events, I can trust Waymark, and I know very well he would not have brought her here if she hadn't been a proper person for you to know. But come, he added quickly, making an effort to dismiss the disagreeable tone between them. There's surely no need for us to talk like this, Harriet. I am sure you will like her when you know her better. Promise me that you will try, dear. You are so lonely, and it would rejoice me so to feel that you had a friend to help you and to be a comfort to you. At all events, you will judge her on her own merits, won't you, and put aside all kind of prejudice? I haven't said I shouldn't, but I suppose I must get to know her first. Ominous as such a commencement would have been under any other circumstances, Julian was so prepared for a more decided hostility that he was even hopeful. When he met Waymark next, the change in his manner was obvious. He was almost cheerful once more. And the improvement held its ground as the next 2 or 3 weeks went by. Ida came to Beaufort Street often, and Julian was able to use the freedom he thus obtained to spend more time in Waymark's society. The latter noticed the change in him with surprise. Things go well still? He would ask when Julian came in of an evening. Very well indeed. Harriet hasn't been out one night this week. And you think it will last? I have good hope. They did not speak much of Ida, however. It was only when 3 weeks had gone by that Julian asked one night, with some hesitation in putting the question, whether Waymark saw her often. Pretty often, was the reply. I am her tutor in a sort of a way. We read together and that kind of thing. At her lodgings? Yes. Does it seem a queer arrangement? She seems very intelligent, said Julian, letting the question pass by and speaking with some constraint. Isn't it a pity that she can't find some employment better suited to her? I don't see what is open. Could you suggest anything? Julian was silent. In any case, it won't last very long, I suppose, he said, looking up with a smile which was rather a trembling of the lip. Why? They gazed at each other for a moment. No, said Waymark, shaking his head and smiling. It isn't as you think. It is perfectly understood between us that we are to be agreeable company to each other, and absolutely nothing beyond that. I have no motive for leading you astray in the matter. However things were, I would tell you frankly. There was another silence. Do you think there is anything like confidence between your wife and her? Waymark asked. That I hardly know. When I am present, of course they only talk about ordinary women's interests, household affairs and so on. Then you have no means of knowing whether she has spoken about me to your wife in any particular way. Nothing of the kind has ever been hinted to me. Waymark, Julian continued after a pause, you are a strange fellow. In what respect? Do you mean to tell me honestly that you... Well, you mean to say that I am not in love with the girl? No, I wasn't going to say that, said Julian with his usual bashfulness, heightened in this case by some feeling which made him pale. I mean, do you really believe that she has no kind of regard for you beyond mere friendship? Why? Have you formed any conclusions of your own on the point? How could I help doing so? And you look on me, said Waymark after thinking for a moment, as an insensible dog with a treasure thrown at his feet which he is quite incapable of appreciating or making use of? No, I only feel that your position must be a very difficult one, but perhaps you had rather not speak of these things? On the contrary, you are perfectly right, and the position is as difficult as it well could be. You had made your choice, I suppose, before you knew Ida at all. So far from that, I haven't even made it yet. I am not at all sure that my chance of ever marrying Maud Enderby is not so utterly remote that I ought to put aside all thought of it. In that case... But this is a strange state of mind, said Julian with a forced laugh. Is it possible to balance feelings in this way? You, in my position, would have no doubt? I don't know Miss Enderby, said Julian, reddening. Waymark walked up and down the room, with his hands behind his back, his brows bent. He had never told his friend anything of Ida's earlier history, but now he felt half tempted to let him know everything. To do so might possibly give him that additional motive to a clear and speedy decision in the difficulties which grew ever more pressing. Yet was it just to Ida to speak of these things even to one who would certainly not repeat a word? Once or twice he all but began, yet in the end a variety of motives kept him silent. Well, he exclaimed shortly, we'll talk about this another time. Perhaps I shall have more to tell you. Don't be gloomy. Look here, I am just upon the end of my novel. If all goes smoothly, I shall finish it in a fortnight, and then I will read it to you. I hope you may have better luck with it than I had, said Julian. Oh, your time is yet to come, and it's very likely I shall be no better off. There are things in the book which will scarcely recommend it to the British parent. But it shall be published if it is at my own expense. If it comes to the worst, I shall sell my mining shares to Woodstock. After all, said Julian, smiling, you are a capitalist. Yes, and much good it does me. Since that first evening, Julian had refrained from speaking to his wife about Ida, beyond casual remarks and questions which could carry no significance. Harriet likewise had been silent. As far as could be observed, however, she seemed to take a pleasure in Ida's society, and, as Julian said, with apparently good result to herself. She was more at home than formerly, and her health even seemed to profit by the change. Still, there was something not altogether natural in all this, and Julian could scarcely bring himself to believe in the happy turn things seemed to be taking. In Harriet herself there was no corresponding growth of cheerfulness or good nature. She was quiet, but with a quietness not altogether pleasant. It was as though her thoughts were constantly occupied, as never hitherto, and her own moral condition was hardly likely to be the subject of these meditations. Julian, when he sat reading, sometimes became desperately aware of her eyes being fixed on him for many minutes at a time. Once on this happening he looked up with a smile. "What is it, dear?" he asked, turning around to her. "You are very quiet. Shall I put away the book and talk?" "No, I'm all right." "You've been much better lately, haven't you?" he said, taking her hand playfully. "Let me feel your pulse. You know I'm half a doctor." She drew it away peevishly. But Julian, whom a peaceful hour had made full of kindness, went on in the same gentle way. "You don't know how happy it makes me to see you and Ida such good friends. I was sure it would be so. Don't you feel there is something soothing in her society? She speaks so gently and always brings a sort of sunshine with her." Harriet's lips curled, very slightly, but she said nothing. "When are you going to see her again? It's hardly fair to let the visiting be always on her side, is it?" "I shall go when I feel able. Perhaps tomorrow?" Julian presently went back to his book again. If he could have seen the look Harriet turned upon him when his face was averted, he would not have read so calmly. That same evening, Harriet herself was the subject of a short conversation between Ida and Waymark as they sat together in the usual way. "I fear there will never be anything like confidence between us," Ida was saying. "Do you know that I am sometimes almost afraid of her? Sometimes she looks and speaks as if she hates me." "She is a poor, ill-conditioned creature," Waymark replied, rather contemptuously. "Can you explain," asked Ida, "how it was that Mr. Casti married her?" "For my life I can't. I half believe it was out of mere pity. I shouldn't wonder if the proposal came from her side. Casti might once have done something, but I'm afraid he never will now. And he is so very good to her. I pity him from my heart whenever I see them together. Often I have been so discouraged by her cold, suspicious ways that I half thought I should have to give it up, but I felt it would be cruel to desert him so. I met him in the street the other night just as I was going to her, and he thanked me for what I was doing in a way that almost made me cry." "By the by," said Waymark, "you know her too well to venture upon anything like direct criticism of her behaviour when you talk together." "Indeed, I scarcely venture to speak of herself at all. It would be hard to say what we talk about." "Of course," Waymark said after a short silence, "there are limits to self-devotion. So long as it seems to you that there is any chance of doing some good, well, persevere. But you mustn't be sacrificed to such a situation. The time you give her is so much absolute loss to yourself." "Oh, but I work hard to make up for it. You are not dissatisfied with me?" "And what if I were? Would it matter much?" This was one of the things that Waymark was ever and again saying, in spite of himself. He could not resist the temptation of proving his power in this way. It is so sweet to be assured of love, even though every voice within cries out against the temptation to enjoy it, and condemns every word or act that could encourage it to hope. Ida generally met such remarks with silence, but in this instance she looked up steadily and said, "Yes, it would matter much." Waymark drew in his breath, half turned away, and spoke of some quite different matter. Harriet carried out her intention of visiting Ida on the following day. In these 3 weeks she had only been to Ida's lodgings once. The present visit was unexpected. She waited about the pavement for Ida's return from work and shortly saw her approaching. "This is kind of you," Ida said. "We'll have some tea, and then, if you're not too tired, we might go into the park. It will be cool then." She dreaded the thought of sitting alone with Harriet, but the latter said she must get home early and would only have time to sit for half an hour. When Ida had lit her fire and put the kettle on, she found that the milk which she had kept since the morning for Grim and herself had gone sour, so she had to run out to a dairy to fetch some. "You won't mind being left alone for a minute?" she asked. "Oh no, I'll amuse myself with Grim." As soon as she was alone, Harriet went into the bedroom and began to examine everything. Grim had followed her and came up to rub affectionately against her feet, but she kicked him, muttering, "Get off, you black beast." Having scrutinised the articles which lay about, she quickly searched the pockets of a dress which hung on the door, but found nothing except a handkerchief. All the time she listened for any footfall on the stone steps without. Next she went to the chest of drawers and was pleased to find that they were unlocked. In the first she drew out there were some books and papers. These she rummaged through very quickly and at length, underneath them, came upon a little bundle of pawn tickets. On finding these she laughed to herself and carefully inspected every one of them. "Gold chain," she muttered, "bracelet, sealskin. What was she doing with all these things, I wonder? Ho, ho, Miss Starr. She started. There was a step on the stairs. In a second everything was replaced, and she was back in the sitting room, stooping over Grim, who took her endearments with passive indignation. "Have I been long?" panted Ida as she came in. "The kettle won't be a minute. You'll take your things off." Harriet removed her hat only. As Ida went about preparing the tea, Harriet watched her with eyes in which there was a new light. She spoke, too, in almost a cheerful way, and even showed a better appetite than usual when they sat down together. "You are better today," Ida said to her. "Perhaps so, but it doesn't last long." "Oh, you must be more hopeful. Try not to look so much on the dark side of things. How would you be," she added, with a good-humoured laugh, "if you had to work all day like me? I'm sure you've a great deal to make you feel happy and thankful." "I don't know what," returned Harriet coldly. "But your husband, your home, your long free days." The other laughed peevishly. Ida turned her head away for a moment. She was irritated by this wretched humour, and, as had often been the case of late, found it difficult to restrain some rather trenchant remark. "It may sound strange," she said with a smile, "but I think I should be very willing to endure bad health for a position something like yours." Harriet laughed again, and still more unpleasantly. Later in the evening, Harriet went to call upon her friend Mrs. Sproul. Something of an amusing kind seemed to be going forward in front of the house. On drawing near and pressing into the crowd of loitering people, she beheld a spectacle familiar to her, and one which brought a smile to her face. A man of wretched appearance, in vile semblance of clothing which barely clung together about him, was standing on his head upon the pavement, and, in that attitude, drawling out what was meant for a song, while those around made merry and indulged in practical jokes at his expense. One such put a sudden end to the exhibition. A young ragamuffin drew near with a handful of rich mud, and carefully cast it right into the singer's inverted mouth. The man was on his feet in an instant and pursuing the assailant, who, however, succeeded in escaping down an alley hard by. Returning, the man went from one to another in the crowd, holding out his hand. Harriet passed on into the bar. "Slimy's up to his larks tonight," exclaimed Mrs. Sproul with a laugh, as she welcomed her visitor in the bar parlour. "He'll be losing his sweet temper just now, see if he don't. And then one of them chaps'll get a bash in the eye." "I always like to see him singing on his head," said Harriet, who seemed at once thoroughly at her ease in the atmosphere of beer and pipes. "It's funny, ain't it? And how's the world been a-using you, Harriet? Seen anything more of that affectionate friend of yourn?" This was said with a grin and a significant wink. "Have you found out anything about her?" asked Harriet eagerly. "Why, yes, I have. Something as'll amuse you. It's just as I thought." "How do you mean?" "Why, Bella was in here t'other night, so I says to her, 'Bella,' I says, 'didn't you never hear of a girl called Ida Starr?' I says. 'Course I did,' she says. 'One of the high and haughty lot, and she's lived by herself somewhere in the Strand. So it's just as I told you.'" "But what is she doing now?" "You say she's turned modest." "I can't make her out quite," said Harriet, reflecting with her head on one side. "I've been at the lodgings tonight, and while she was out of the room I happened to get sight of a lot of pawn tickets for gold chains and sealskins and I don't know what." "Spouted 'em all when she threw up the job, I suppose," suggested Mrs. Sproul. "You're sure she does go to work?" "Yes, I've had someone to follow her and watch her. There's Waymark goes to see her often, and I shouldn't wonder if she's half keeps him. He's just that kind of fellow." You haven't caught no one else going there? Asked Mrs. Sproul with another of her intense winks. No, I haven't, not yet, replied Harriet with sudden vehemence. But I believe he does go there, or else sees her somewhere else. Well, said the landlady with an air of generous wisdom, I told you from the first as I hadn't much opinion of men as is so anxious to have their wives friendly with other women. There's always something at the bottom of it, you may bet. It's my belief he's one too many for you, Harriet. You're too simple-minded to catch him. I'll have a good try, though, cried the girl, deadly pale with passion. Perhaps I'm not so simple as you think. I'm pretty quick in tumbling to things, no fear. If they think I don't notice what's going on, they must take me for a damn silly fool, that's all. Why, I've seen them wink at each other when they thought I wasn't looking. You're not such a fool as to leave them alone together, said the woman, who seemed to have a pleasure in working upon Harriet's jealousy. No fear, but they understand each other. I can see that well enough. And he writes to her. I'm dead sure he writes to her. Let me get hold of a letter just once, that's all. And he's awful good-natured to her, ain't he? Looks after her when she has tea with you and so on. I should think he did. It's all, won't Miss Starr have this? And won't Miss Starr have that? He scarcely takes his eyes off her all the time. I know, it's always the same. You keep your eyes open, Harriet, and you'll have your reward, as the scriptures say. When she reached home, Julian was in the uneasy condition always brought about by these late absences. To a remark he made about the time, she vouchsafed no answer. Have you been with Ida all evening? He asked. No, I haven't, was her reply. She went into the bedroom and was absent for a few minutes, then reappeared. Do you know where my silver spoon is? She asked, looking closely at him. Your silver spoon, he returned in surprise. Have you lost it? The article in question, together with a fork, had been a wedding present from Mrs. Sproul, whose character had in it a sort of vulgar generosity, displayed at times in gifts to Harriet. I can't find it, Harriet said. I was showing it to Ida Starr when she was here on Sunday, and now I come to look for it, it's gone. Oh, it can't be very far off, said Julian. You'll find it if you look. But I tell you I've looked everywhere. It's gone, that's all I know. Well, but what do you mean? How can it have gone? I don't know. I only know I was showing it to her on Sunday. And what connection is there between the two things? Asked Julian almost sternly. You don't wish me to understand that Ida Starr knows anything about the spoon. How can I tell? It's gone. Come, exclaimed Julian with a laugh. This is too absurd, Harriet. You must have taken leave of your senses. If it's gone, then someone in the house has taken it. And why not Ida Starr? Julian stared at her with mingled anger and alarm. Why not? Simply because she's incapable of such a thing. Perhaps you think so, no doubt. You think a good deal of her, it seems to me. Perhaps you don't know quite as much about her as I do. I fancy I know much more, exclaimed Julian indignantly. Oh, do you? If you think her capable of stealing your spoon, you show complete ignorance of her character. What do you know of her that you should have such suspicions? Never mind, said Harriet, nodding her head obstinately. There was again a long silence. Julian reflected. We will talk about this again tomorrow, he said, when you have had time to think. You are under some strange delusion. After all, I expect you will find the spoon, and then you'll be sorry for having been so hasty. Harriet became obstinately silent. She cut a piece of bread and butter and took it into the other room. Julian paced up and down. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai. The Unclassed by George Robert GISSING. Chapter 23. The Opportunity. 1 or 2 days after this, Ida Starr came home from work with a heavy heart. Quite without notice and without explanation, her employer had paid her a week's wages and dismissed her. Her first astonished questions having been met with silence by the honest but hard-grained women who kept the laundry, Ida had not condescended to any further appeal. The fact was that the laundress had received a visit from a certain Mrs. Sproul, who, under pretence of making inquiries for the protection of a young female friend, revealed the damaging points of Ida's story, and gained the end plotted with Harriet Casti. Several circumstances united to make this event disastrous to Ida. Her wages were very little more than she needed for her week-to-week existence, yet she had managed to save a shilling or two now and then. The greater part of these small savings she had just laid out in some new clothing, the reason for the expense being not so much necessity as a desire to be rather better dressed when she accompanied Waymark on those little country excursions which had re-established themselves of late. By no means the smallest part of Ida's heroism was that involved in this matter of external appearance. A beautiful woman can never be indifferent to the way in which her beauty is arrayed. That Waymark was not indifferent to such things she knew well, and often she suffered from the thought that one strong means of attraction was lost to her. If at one moment Ida was conscious of her claim to inspire a noble enthusiasm, at another she fell into the saddest self-distrust, and, in her hunger for love, would gladly have sought every humblest aid of grace and adornment. So she had yielded to the needs of her heart, and only this morning was gladdened by the charm of some new clothing which became her well, and which Waymark would see in a day or two. It lay there before her, now that she returned home, and, in the first onset of trouble, she sat down and cried over it. She suffered the more, too, that there had been something of a falling off of late in the good health she generally enjoyed. The day's work seemed long and hard. She felt an unwonted need of rest. And these things caused trouble of the mind. With scarcely an hour of depression she had worked on through those months of solitude, supported by the sense that every day brought an accession of the strength of purity, that the dark time was left one more stage behind, and that trust in herself was growing assured. But it was harder than she had foreseen to maintain reserve and reticence when her heart was throbbing with passion. The effect upon her of Waymark's comparative coldness was so much harder to bear than she had imagined. Her mind tortured itself incessantly with the fear that some new love had taken possession of him. And now there had befallen her this new misfortune, which, it might be, would once more bring about a crisis in her life. Of course she must forthwith set about finding new work. It would be difficult, seeing that she had now no reference to give. Reflection had convinced her that it must have been some discovery of her former life which had led to her sudden dismissal, and this increased her despondency. Yet she would not give way to it. On the following morning she began her search for employment, and day after day faced without result the hateful ordeal. Hope failed as she saw her painfully eked out coins become fewer and fewer. In a day or two she would have nothing, and what would happen then? When she returned to London to begin a new life, now nearly a year ago, she had sold some and pawned the rest of such possessions as would in future be useful to her. Part of the money thus obtained had bought the furniture of her rooms. What remained had gone for a few months to supplement her weekly wages, thus making the winter less a time of hardship than it must otherwise have been. 1 or 2 articles yet remained capable of being turned into small sums, and these she now disposed of at a neighbouring pawnbroker's. The same she had previously visited on the occasion of pawning one or two of the things, the tickets for which Harriet Casti had so carefully inspected. She spoke to no one of her position, yet now the time was quickly coming when she must either have help from some quarter or else give up her lodgings. In food she was already stinting herself to the verge of starvation, and through all this she had to meet her friends as hitherto, if possible without allowing any trace of her suffering to become visible. Harriet, strange to say, had been of late a rather frequent visitor, and was more pressing than formerly in her invitations. Ida dreaded her coming, as it involved the unwarrantable expense of obtaining luxuries now unknown in her cupboard, such as tea and butter. And, on the other hand, it was almost impossible to affect cheerfulness in the company of the Castis. At times she caught Julian's eyes fixed upon her, and felt that he noticed some change in her appearance. She had a sense of guilt in their presence, as if she were there on false pretences. For, together with her daily work, much of her confidence had gone. An inexplicable shame constantly troubled her. She longed to hide herself away, and be alone with her wretchedness. If it came to asking for help, of whom could she ask it but of Waymark? Yet for some time she felt she could not bring herself to that. In the consciousness of her own attitude towards him, it seemed to her that Waymark might well doubt the genuineness of her need, might think it a mere feint to draw him into nearer relations. She could not doubt that he knew her love for him. She did not desire to hide it, even had she been able. But him she could not understand. A struggle often seemed going on within him in her presence. He appeared to repress his impulses. He was afraid of her. At times passion urged her to break through this barrier between them, to bring about a situation which would end in clear mutual understanding, cost her what it might. At other times she was driven to despair by the thought that she had made herself too cheap in his eyes. Could she put off the last vestige of her independence, and, in so many words, ask him to give her money? This evening she expected Waymark, but the usual time of his coming went by. She sat in the twilight, listening with painful intentness to every step on the stairs. Again and again her heart leaped at some footfall far below, only to be deceived. She had not even now made up her mind how to speak to him, or whether to speak to him at all, but she longed passionately to see him. The alternations of hope and disappointment made her feverish. Illusions began to possess her. Once she heard distinctly the familiar knock. It seemed to rouse her from slumber. She sprang to the door and opened it, but no one was there. She ran halfway down the stairs, but saw no one else. It was now nearly midnight. The movement had dispelled for a little the lethargy which was growing upon her, and she suddenly came to a resolution. Taking a sheet of note-paper, she wrote this: "I have been without work for a fortnight. All my money is done, and I am in want. Can you send me some, for present help, till I get more work? Do not bring it yourself, and do not speak a word of this when you see me, I beg you earnestly. If I shall fail to get work, I will speak to you of my own accord. I.S." She went out and posted this, though she had no stamp to put on the envelope. Then, returning, she threw herself as she was onto the bed, and before long passed into unconsciousness. Waymark's absence that evening had been voluntary. His work had come to a standstill. His waking hours were passed in a restless misery which threatened to make him ill. And tonight he had not dared to go to Ida. In his present state the visit could have but one result. And even yet he hoped that such a result might not come about. He left home and wandered about the streets till early morning. All manner of projects occupied him. He all but made up his mind to write a long letter to Ida and explain his position without reserve. But he feared lest the result of that might be to make Ida hide away from him once more, and to this loss he could not reconcile himself. Yet he was further than ever from the thought of giving himself wholly to her. For the intenser his feeling grew, the more clearly he recognized its character. This was not love he suffered from, but mere desire. To let it have its way would be to degrade Ida. Love might or might not follow, and how could he place her at the mercy of such a chance as that? Her faith and trust in him were absolute. Could he take advantage of it for his own ends? And, for all these fine arguments, Waymark saw with perfect clearness how the matter would end. Self would triumph, and Ida, if the fates so willed it, would be sacrificed. It was detestable, but a fact, as good already as an accomplished fact. And on the following morning Ida's note reached him. It was final. Her entreaty that he would merely send money had no weight with him for a moment. He felt that there was a contradiction between her words and her wishes. This note explained the strangeness he had noticed in her on their last evening together. He pitied her, and, as is so often the case, pity was but fuel to passion. He swept from his mind all obstinate debatings. Passion should be a law unto itself. Let the future bring things about as it would. He had risen late, and by the time he had finished a hasty breakfast it was 11 o'clock. Half an hour after he went up the stairs of the lodging-house and knocked at the familiar door. But his knock met with no answer. Ida herself had left home an hour before. Upon waking, and recalling what she had done, she foresaw that Waymark would himself come, in spite of her request. She could not face him. For all that, her exhaustion was so great that walking was slow and weary. She went out and strayed at first with no aim, but presently she took the direction of Chelsea, and so came to Beaufort Street. She would go in and see Harriet, who would give her something to eat. She cared little now for letting it be known that she had left her employment. With the step which she had at last taken, her position was quite changed. She had only kept silence lest Waymark should come to know. Harriet was at first surprised to see her, then seemed glad. "I've only a minute ago sent a note asking you to be sure to come round tonight. I wanted you to help me with this new hat. You have such good taste in trimming." Ida would have been astonished at another time, for Harriet to be paying compliments was indeed something novel. There was a flush on the latter's usually sallow face. She did not sit down, and kept moving aimlessly about. "Give me your hat and jacket," she said, "and let me take them into the other room." She took them away and returned. Ida was not looking at her, otherwise she must surely have noticed that weird pallor which had all at once succeeded to the unhealthy flush, and the unwonted gleaming of her eyes. Of what passed during those next 2 hours Ida had afterwards no recollection. They ate together, and they talked, Ida as if in a dream, Harriet preoccupied in a way quite out of her habit. Ida explained that she was out of employment, news which could scarcely be news to the listener, who would in that case have heard it with far less composure. There were long silences, generally brought to an end by some outburst of forced merriment from Harriet. Ida was without consciousness of time, but her restless imagination at length compelled her to go forth again. Harriet did not urge her to stay, but rose and watched her as she went into the other room to put her things on. In a few moments they had parted. The instant Harriet, from the head of the stairs, heard the front door close, she ran back into her bedroom, put on her hat, and darted down. Opening the door, she saw Ida moving away at a short distance. Turning her eyes in the opposite direction, she perceived a policeman coming slowly down the street. She ran towards him. "I've caught her at last!" she exclaimed as she met him, pointing eagerly after Ida. "She's taken a brooch of mine. I put it in a particular place in my bedroom, and it's gone." "Was she alone in the room?" inquired the constable, looking keenly at Harriet, then down the street. "Yes, she went in alone to put her things on. Be quick, or she'll be off." "I understand you give her in charge?" "Of course I do." A brisk walk of 2 or 3 minutes, and they had caught up Ida, who turned at the sound of the quick footsteps and stood in surprise. "This lady charges you with stealing some articles of hers," said the constable, looking from face to face. "You must come with me to the station." Ida blanched. When the policeman had spoken, she turned to Harriet and gazed at her fixedly. She could neither speak nor move. The constable touched her arm impatiently. Her eyes turned to him, and she began to walk along by his side. Harriet followed in silence. There were not many people on the way to the police station in King's Road, and they reached it speedily. They came before the inspector, and the constable made his report. "Have you got this brooch?" asked the inspector, looking at Ida. Ida put her hand into one of her jacket pockets, then into the other, and from the second brought out the object in question. It was of gold, and had been given by Julian to his wife just after their marriage. As she laid it before her on the desk, she seemed about to speak, but her breath failed, and she clutched with her hands at the nearest support. "Look out!" exclaimed the inspector. "Don't let her fall." 5 or 6 times throughout the day and evening Waymark had knocked at Ida's door. About 7 o'clock he had called at Casti's, but found neither of them at home. Returning thence to Fulham, he had walked for hours up and down, in vain expectation of Ida's coming. There was no light at her window. Just before midnight he reached home, having on his way posted a letter with money in it. As he reached his door, Julian stood there, about to knock. "Anything amiss?" Waymark asked, examining his friend by the light of the street lamp. Julian only made a sign to him to open the door. They went upstairs together, and Waymark speedily obtained a light. Julian had seated himself on the couch. His face was ghastly. "What's the matter?" Waymark asked anxiously. "Do you know anything about Ida?" "She's locked up in the police cells," was the reply. "My wife has accused her of stealing things from our rooms." Waymark stared at him. "Casti, what's the matter with you?" he explained, overcome with fear, in spite of his strong self-command. "Are you ill? Do you know what you're saying?" Julian rose and made an effort to control himself. "I know what I'm saying, Waymark. I have only just heard it. She has come back home from somewhere, only just now. She seems to have been drinking. It happened in the middle of the day, whilst I was at the hospital. She gave her in charge to a policeman in the street, and a brooch was found on her." "A brooch found on her? Your wife's?" "Yes. When she came in, she railed at me like a fury, and charged me with the most monstrous things. I can't and won't go back there tonight. I shall go mad if I hear her voice. I will walk about the streets till morning." "And you tell me that Ida Starr is in custody?" "She is. My wife accuses her of stealing several things." "And you believe this?" asked Waymark under his voice, whilst his thoughts pictured Ida's poverty, of which he had known nothing, and led him through a long train of miserable sequences. "I don't know. I can't say. She says that Ida confessed, and gave the brooch up at once. But her devilish malice is equal to nothing. I see into her character as I never did before. Good God, if you could have seen her face as she told me. And Ida, I am afraid of myself, Waymark. If I had stayed to listen another moment, I should have struck her. It seemed as if every vein was bursting." How am I ever to live with her again? I dare not. I should kill her in some moment of madness. What will happen to Ida? He flung himself upon the couch and burst into tears. Sobs convulsed him. He writhed in an anguish of conflicting passions. Waymark seemed scarcely to observe him, standing absorbed in speculation and the devising of a course to be pursued. "I must go to the police station," he said at length, when the violence of the paroxysm had passed and left Julian in the still exhaustion of despair. "You, I think, had better stay here. Is there any danger of her coming to seek you?" Julian made a motion with his hand, otherwise lay still, his pale face turned upwards. "I shall be back very quickly," Waymark added, taking his hat. Then, turning back for a moment, "You mustn't give way like this, old fellow. This is horrible weakness. Dare I leave you alone?" Julian stretched out his hand, and Waymark pressed it. End of chapter 23. The Opportunity. Recording by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
Chapter 24 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 24. Justice. Waymark received from the police a confirmation of all that Julian had said, and returned home. Julian still lay on the couch, calmer, but like one in despair. He begged Waymark to let him remain where he was through the night, declaring that in any case sleep was impossible for him, and that perhaps he might try to pass the hours in reading. They talked together for a time. Then Waymark lay down on the bed and shortly slept. He was to be at the police court in the morning. Julian would go to the hospital as usual. "Shall I call at home on your way?" Waymark asked him. "No." "What do you mean to do?" "I must think during the day. I shall come to-night, and you will tell me what has happened." So they parted, and Waymark somehow or another whiled away the time till it was the hour for going to the court. He found it difficult to realize the situation, so startling and brought about so suddenly. Julian had been the first to put into words the suspicion of them both, that it was all a deliberate plot of Harriet's, but he had not been able to speak of his own position freely enough to let Waymark understand the train of circumstances which could lead Harriet to such resoluteness of infamy. Waymark doubted. But for the unfortunate fact of Ida's secret necessities, he could perhaps scarcely have entertained the thought of her guilt. What was the explanation of her being without employment? Why had she hesitated to tell him as soon as she lost her work? Was there not some mystery at the bottom of this, arguing a lack of complete frankness on Ida's part from the first? The actual pain caused by Ida's danger was, strange to say, a far less important item in his state of mind than the interest which the situation inspired. Through the night he had thought more of Julian than of Ida. What he had for some time suspected had now found confirmation. Julian was in love with Ida, in love for the first time, and under circumstances which, as Julian himself had said, might well suffice to change his whole nature. Waymark had never beheld such terrible suffering as that depicted on his friend's face during those hours of talk in the night. Something of jealousy had been aroused in him by the spectacle, not jealousy of the ordinary gross kind, but rather a sense of humiliation in the thought that he himself had never experienced, was perhaps incapable of, such passion as racked Julian in every nerve. This was the passion which Ida was worthy of inspiring, and Waymark contrasted it with his own feelings on the previous day, and now, since the calamity had fallen. He had to confess that there was even an element of relief in the sensations that the event had caused in him. He had been saved from himself. A position of affairs which had become intolerable was got rid of without his own exertion. Whatever might now happen, the old state of things would never be restored. There was relief and pleasure in the thought of such a change, were it only for the sake of the opening up of new vistas of observation and experience. Such thoughts as these indicated very strongly the course which Waymark's development was taking, and he profited by them to obtain a clearer understanding of himself. The proceedings in the court that morning were brief. Waymark, from his seat on the public benches, saw Ida brought forth, and heard her remanded for a week. She did not see him, seemed indeed to see nothing. The aspect of her standing there in the dock, her head bowed under intolerable shame, made a tumult within him. Blind anger and scorn against all who surrounded her were his first emotions. There was something of martyrdom in her position. She, essentially so good and noble, to be dragged here before these narrow-natured slaves of an ignoble social order, in all probability to be condemned to miserable torment by men who had no shadow of understanding of her character and her circumstances. Waymark was able, whilst in court, to make up his mind as how he should act. When he left, he took his way northwards, having in view St. John Street Road and Mr. Woodstock's house. When he had waited about half an hour, the old man appeared. He gave his hand in silence. Something seemed to be preoccupying him. He went to his chair in a mechanical way. "I have come on rather serious business," Waymark began. "I want to ask your advice in a very disagreeable matter, a criminal case, in fact." Abraham did not at once pay attention, but the last words presently had their effect, and he looked up with some surprise. "What have you been up to?" he asked, with a rather grim smile, leaning back and thrusting his hands into his pockets in the usual way. "It only concerns myself indirectly. It's all about a girl who's charged with a theft she is perhaps quite innocent of. If so, she is being made the victim of a conspiracy, or something of the kind. She was remanded to-day at Westminster for a week." "A girl, eh? And what's your interest in the business?" "Well, if you don't mind, I shall have to go into a little detail. You are at liberty?" "Go on." "She is a friend of mine. No, I mean what I say. There is absolutely nothing between us, and never has been. I should like to know whether you are satisfied to believe that. Much depends on it." "Age and appearance?" "About 20. Not quite so much, and strikingly handsome."
Position in life?"
"A year ago was on the streets, to put it plainly. Since then has been getting her living at laundry work."
"Name?"
"Ida Starr." Mr. Woodstock had been gazing at the toes of his boots, still the same smile on his face. When he heard the name, He ceased to smile, but did not move at all, nor did he look up as he asked the next question. "Is that her real name?" "I believe so." The old man drew up his feet, threw one leg over the other, and began to tap upon his knee with the fingers of one hand. He was silent for a minute at last. "What do you know about her?" he then inquired, looking steadily at Waymark with a gravity which surprised the latter. "I mean of her earlier life. Do you know who she is at all?" "She has told me her whole story, a rather uncommon one, full of good situations." "What do you mean?" The words were uttered with such harsh impatience that Waymark started. "What annoys you?" he asked with surprise. "Tell me something of the story," said the other, regaining his composure, and apparently wishing to affect indifference. "I have a twinge of that damned rheumatism every now and then, and it makes me rather crusty. Do you think her story is to be depended upon?" "Yes, I believe it is." And Waymark linked briefly the chief points of Ida's history as he knew it, the old man continually interrupting him with questions. "Now go on," said Abraham, when he had heard all that Waymark knew, "and explain the scrape she's gotten into." Waymark did so. "And you mean to tell me," Abraham said, before the story was quite finished, "that there's been nothing more between you than that?" "Absolutely nothing." "I don't believe you." It was said angrily, and with a blow of the clenched fist on the table. The old man could no longer conceal the emotion that possessed him. Waymark looked at him in astonishment, unable to comprehend his behaviour. "Well, if you don't believe me, of course I can offer no proof, and I know well enough that every presumption is against me. Still, I tell you the plain fact, and what reason have I for hiding the truth? If I had been living with the girl, I should have said so, as an extra reason for asking your help in the matter." "What help can I give?" asked Woodstock, again cooling down, though his eyes had in them a most unwonted light. He spoke as if simply asking for information. "I thought you might suggest something as to modes of defence and the like. The expenses I would somehow or another meet myself. It appears that she will plead not guilty." "And that's your belief?" "I can't make up my mind." "In that case, it seems to me you ought to give her the benefit of the doubt, especially as you seem to have made up your mind pretty clearly about this Mrs. What's her name." Waymark was silent, looking at Mr. Woodstock and reflecting.
"What are your intentions with regard to the girl?"
Abraham asked, with a change in his voice, the usual friendliness coming back. He looked at the young man in a curious way, one would almost have said with apprehensive expectation.
I have no intentions." "You would have had, but for this affair?"
"No, you are mistaken. I know the position is difficult to realize."
"Have you intentions then in any other quarter?"
"Well, perhaps yes."
"I've never heard anything of this."
"I could scarcely talk of a matter so uncertain." There was silence. A sort of agitation came upon the old man ever and again in talking. He now grew absorbed in thought, and remained thus for several minutes, Waymark looking at him the while. When at length Abraham raised his eyes, and they met Waymark's, he turned them away at once, and rose from the chair.
I look into the business," he said, taking out a bunch of keys and putting one into the lock of a drawer in his desk. "Yes, I'll go and make inquiries." He half pulled out the drawer and rustled among some papers. "Look here," he said, on the point of taking something out, but even in speaking he altered his mind. "No, it don't matter. I'll go and make inquiries. You can go for now if you like. I mean to say, I suppose you've told me all that's necessary. Yes, you'd better go, and look in again tomorrow morning."
Waymark went straight to Fulham. Reaching the block of tenements which had been Ida's home, he sought out the porter. When the door opened at his knock, the first face that greeted him was that of Grim, who had pushed between the man's legs and was peering up, as if in search of some familiar aspect. From the porter he learned that the police had made that afternoon an inspection of Ida's rooms, though with what result was not known. The couple had clearly formed their own opinion as to Waymark's interest in the accused girl, but took the position in a very matter-of-fact way, and were eager to hear more than they succeeded in getting out of the police.
"My main objective in coming," Waymark explained, "was to look after her cat. I see you have been good enough to anticipate me."
The poor thing takes on sadly," said the woman. Of course, I shouldn't have known nothing if the hofficers hadn't come, and it'd just have starved to death. Seems to know you, sir?"
"Yes, yes, I dare say. Do you think you could make it convenient to keep the cat for the present if I paid you for its food?"
"Well, I don't see why not, sir. We ain't got none of our own."
"And would you promise me to be kind to it? I don't mind the expense. Keep it well, and let me know what you spend, and of course I should consider your trouble."
So that matter was satisfactorily arranged, and Waymark went home. Julian spent his day at the hospital as usual, finding relief in fixing his attention upon outward things. It was only when he left his work in the evening that he became aware of how exhausted he was in mind and body, and the dread which he had hitherto kept off came back upon him, the dread of seeing his wife's face and hearing her voice. When he parted with Waymark in the morning, he had thought that he would be able to come to some resolution during the day as to his behaviour with regard to her. But no such decision had been formed, and his overtaxed mind could do no more than dwell with dull persistency on a long prospect of wretchedness. Fear and hatred moved him in turns, and the fear was as much of himself as of the object of his hate. As he approached the door, a man came out whom he did not know, but whose business he suspected. He had little doubt that it was a police officer in plain clothes. He had to stand a moment and rest before he could use his latch-key to admit himself. When he entered the sitting-room, he found the table spread as usual. Harriet was sitting with sewing upon her lap. She did not look at him. He sat down and closed his eyes. There seemed to be a ringing of great bells about him, overpowering every other sound. All his muscles had become relaxed and powerless. He half forgot where and under what circumstances he was, in a kind of deadly drowsiness. Presently this passed, and he grew aware that Harriet was preparing tea. When it was ready, he went to the table and drank 2 or 3 cups, for he was parched with thirst. He could not look at Harriet, but he understood the mood she was in, and he knew she would not be the first to speak. He rose, walked about for a few minutes, then stood still before her. "What proof do you have to offer?" he said, speaking in a slow but indistinct tone, "that she is guilty of this, and that it isn't a plot that you have laid against her?" "You can believe what you like," she replied sullenly. "Of course I know you'll do your worst against me." "I wish you to answer my question. If I choose to suspect that you yourself put this brooch in her pocket, and if other people choose to suspect the same, knowing your enmity against her, what proof can you give that she is guilty?" "It isn't the first thing she's stolen." "What proof have you that she took those other things?" "Quite enough, I think. At all events, they found a pawn ticket for the spoon at her lodgings, among a whole lot of other tickets for things that she can't have come by honestly." Julian became silent, and as Harriet looked up at him with eyes full of triumphant spite, he turned pale. He could have crushed the hateful face beneath his feet. "You're a good husband, you are," Harriet went on, with a sudden change to anger. "Taking part against your own wife, and trying to make out all that's bad. But I think you've had things your own way long enough. You thought I was a fool, did you, and couldn't see what was going on? You and your Ida Starr, indeed! Oh, she would be such a good friend to me, wouldn't she? She would do me so much good. You thought so highly of her. She was just the very girl to be my companion. How lucky we found her! I'm much obliged to you, but I think I might have better friends than thieves and street walkers." "What do you mean?" asked Julian, starting at the last word, and turning a ghastly countenance on her. "I mean what I say. As if you didn't know, indeed." "Explain what you mean," Julian repeated, almost with violence. "Who has said anything of that kind against her?" "Who has? Why, I can bring half a dozen people who knew her when she was on the streets, before Waymark kept her. And you knew it well enough. No fear." "It's a lie, a cursed lie. No one can say a word against her purity. Only a foul mind could imagine such things." "Purity? Oh, yes, she's very pure. You know that, don't you? No doubt you'll be a witness and give evidence for her and against me. Let everybody know how perfect she is, and what a beast and a liar I am. You and your Ida Starr!" Julian rushed out of the room. Waymark could not but observe peculiarities in Mr. Woodstock's behaviour during the conversation about Ida. At first it had occurred to him, knowing a good deal of Abraham's mode of life, that there must be some disagreeable secret at the bottom, and for a moment the ever-recurring distrust of Ida rose again. But he had soon observed that the listener was especially interested in the girl's earliest years, and this pointed to possibilities of a different kind. What was it that was being taken from the drawer to show him, when the old man suddenly altered his mind? Mr. Woodstock had perhaps known Ida's parents. Waymark waited with some curiosity for the interview on the morrow. Accordingly, he was surprised when, on presenting himself, Mr. Woodstock did not at first appear to remember what he had called about.
Oh, the girl," Abraham exclaimed upon being reminded. "What did you say her name was? Ida something?" Waymark was puzzled and suspicious, and showed both feelings in his looks, but Mr. Woodstock preserved a stolid indifference which was very difficult to believe feigned. "I've been busy," said the latter. "Never mind, there's time. She was remanded for a week, you said. I'll go and see Helter about her. May as well come along with me, and I'll put this case in artistic form." It was a word frequently on Waymark's lips, and he recognised the unwonted touch of satire with a smile, but was yet more puzzled. They set out together to the office of the solicitor who did Abraham's legal business, and held with him a long colloquy. Waymark stated all that he knew or could surmise with perfect frankness. He had heard from Julian the night before of the discovery which it was said the police had made at Ida's lodgings, and this had strengthened his fear that Harriet's accusation was genuine. "How did this girl lose her place at the laundry?" asked Mr. Helter. Waymark could not say. For all he knew, it was through her own fault. "And that's all you can tell us, Waymark?" observed Woodstock, who had listened with a show of indifference. "Well, I have no more time at present. Look the thing up, Helter." On reaching home, Waymark wrote a few lines to Ida, merely to say that Grim was provided for, and to assure her that she was not forgotten. In a day or two he received a reply. The official envelope almost startled him at first. Inside was written this: "You have been kind. Thank you for everything. Try to think kindly of me. Whatever happens, I shall be conscious of it, and it will give me strength. I.S." The week went by, and Ida again appeared in court. Mr. Woodstock went with Waymark out of curiosity, he said. The statement of the case against the prisoner sounded very grave. What Harriet had said about the discovery of the pawn ticket for her silver spoon was true. Ida's face was calm, but paler yet and thinner. When she caught sight of Harriet Casti, she turned her eyes away quickly, and with a look of trouble. She desired to ask no question, simply gave her low and distinct "Not guilty." She was committed for trial. Waymark watched Mr. Woodstock, who was examining Ida all the time. He felt sure that he had heard something like a catching of the breath when the girl's face first became visible. "And what's your opinion?" asked Waymark. "I couldn't see the girl very well," said the old man coldly. "She has quite a fortnight to wait." "No." "You're sure Helter will do all that can be done?" "Yes." Mr. Woodstock nodded his head and walked off by himself. Julian Casti was ill. With difficulty he had dragged himself to the court, and his sufferings, as he sat there, were horribly evident on his white face. Waymark met him just as Mr. Woodstock walked off, and the two went home together by omnibus, not speaking on the way. "She will be convicted," was Julian's first utterance when he had sat for a few minutes in Waymark's room, whilst Waymark himself paced up and down. The latter turned and saw that tears were on his friend's hollow cheeks. "Did you sleep better last night?" he asked. "Good God, no. I never closed my eyes. That's the third night without rest. Waymark, get me an opiate of some kind, or I shall kill myself. and let me sleep here. What will your wife say?" "What do I care what she says?" cried Julian with sudden excitement, his muscles quivering and his cheeks flaming all at once. "Don't use that word, wife. It is profanation. I can't bear it. If I see her tonight, I can't answer for what I may do. Curse her to all eternity." He sank back in exhaustion. "Julian," said Waymark, using his friend's first name by exception, "if this goes on, you will be ill. What the deuce shall we do then?" "No, I shall not be ill. It will be all right if I can get sleep." He was silent for a little, then spoke, with his eyes on the ground. "Waymark, is this true they say about her? About the former time?" "Yes, it is true." Waymark in turn was silent. "I suppose," he continued presently, "I owe you an apology." "None. It was right of you to act as you did." He was going to say something else, but checked himself. Waymark noticed this, watched his face for a moment, and spoke with some earnestness. "But it was in that only I misled you. Do you believe me when I repeat that she and I were never anything but friends?" Julian looked up with a gleam of gratitude in his eyes. "Yes, I believe you." "And be sure of this," Waymark went on. "Whether or not this accusation is true, it does not in the least affect the nobility of her character. You and I are sufficiently honest, in the true sense of the word, to understand this." Waymark only saw Mr. Woodstock once or twice in the next fortnight, and very slight mention was made between them of the coming trial. He himself was not to be involved in the case in any way; as a witness on Ida's side he could do no good, and probably would prejudice her yet even more in the eyes of the jury. It troubled him a little to find with what complete calmness he could await the result. Often he said to himself that he must be sadly lacking in human sympathy. Julian Casti, on the other hand, had passed into a state of miserable deadness. Waymark in vain tried to excite hope in him. He came to his friends every evening, and sat there for hours in dark reverie. "What will become of her?" Julian asked once. "In either case, what will become of her?" "Woodstock shall help us in that," Waymark replied. "She must get a place of some kind." "How dreadfully she is suffering! How dark life will be before her!" And so the day of the trial came. The pawnbroker's evidence was damaging. The silver spoon had been pledged, he asserted, at the same time with another article for which Ida possessed the duplicate. The inscriptions on the duplicates supported him in this, and he professed to have not the least doubt as to the prisoner's identity. Pressed in cross-examination, he certainly threw some suspicion on the trustworthiness of his assertions. "You positively swear that these two articles were pledged by the prisoner, and at the same time?" asked the cross-examiner. "Well," was the impatient reply, "there's the same date and name, and both in my writing." Even thus much of doubt he speedily retracted, and his evidence could not be practically undermined.
Harriet's examination was long and searching, but she bore it without the slightest damage to her credit. Plain, straightforward, and stubborn were all her replies and assertions. She did not contradict herself once. Waymark marvelled at her appearance and manner. The venom of malice had acted upon her as a tonic, strengthening her intellect and bracing her nerves. Once she looked directly into Ida's face and smiled. Mrs. Sprowl had been summoned, and appeared in all the magnificence of accumulated rings, bracelets, necklaces, and watch chains. Helter hoped to make good use of her. "Did you, on a certain occasion, go to the person in whose employ the prisoner was, and, by means of certain representations with regard to the prisoner's antecedents, become the cause of her dismissal?" "I did. I told all I knew about her, and I consider I'd a right to do so." Mrs. Sprowl was not to be robbed of her self-assurance by an array of judicial dignity. "What led you to do this?" "A good enough one, I think. She'd been imposed on Mr. Casti and his wife as a respectable character, and she was causing trouble between them. She had to be got rid of somehow, and this was one step to it." "Was Mrs. Casti aware of your intention to take this step?" "No, she wasn't." "But you told her when you had done it?" "Yes, I did." The frankness of all this had its effect, of course. The case was attracting much interest in court, and the public seats were quite full. Mrs. Sprowl looked round in evident enjoyment of her position. There was a slight pause, and then the examination continued. "Of what nature was the trouble you speak of, caused by the prisoner between this lady and her husband?" "Mr. Casti began to pay a good deal too much attention to her." There was a sound of whispers and a murmuring. "Did Mrs. Casti impart to you her suspicions of the prisoner as soon as she missed the first of these articles alleged to be stolen?" "Yes, she did." "And did you give any advice as to how she should proceed?" "I told her to be on the lookout." "No doubt you laid stress on the advantage, from a domestic point of view, of securing this prisoner's detection?" "Certainly I did, and I hoped and prayed as she might get caught." Mrs. Sprowl was very shortly allowed to retire. For the defence there was but one witness, and that was the laundress who had employed Ida. Personal fault with Ida she had none at all to find. The sole cause of her dismissal was the information given by Mrs. Sprowl. Perhaps she had acted hastily and unkindly, but she had young girls working in the laundry, and it behoved her to be careful of them. Julian's part of the trial had been limited to an examination as to his knowledge of Ida's alleged thefts. He declared that he knew nothing save from his wife's statements to him. He had observed nothing in the least suspicious. A verdict was returned of guilty. Had the prisoner anything to say? Nothing whatever. There was a pause, a longer pause than seemed necessary. Then, without remark, she was sentenced to be imprisoned for 6 months with hard labour. Waymark had been drawn to the court in spite of himself. Strangely quiet hitherto, a fear fell upon him the night before the trial. From an early hour in the morning he walked about the streets, circling ever nearer to the hateful place. All at once he found himself facing Mr. Woodstock. The old man's face was darkly anxious, and he could not change its expression quickly enough. "Are you going in?" he asked sharply. "Are you?" "Yes." "Then I shall not," said Waymark. "I'll go to your place and wait there." But when Abraham, whose eyes had not moved from the prisoner throughout the proceedings, rose at length to leave, a step or two brought him to a man who was leaning against the wall, powerless from conflicting excitement, and deadly pale. It was Waymark. Mr. Woodstock took him by the arm and led him out. "Why couldn't you keep away?" the old man exclaimed hoarsely, and with more of age in his voice than anyone had ever yet heard in it. Waymark shook himself free, and laughed as one laughs under torment. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 25. Art and Misery. One Monday afternoon at the end of October, 3 months had gone by since the trial, Waymark carried his rents to St. John Street Road, as usual. "I'm going to Tottenham," said Mr. Woodstock. "You may as well come with me." "By the by, I finished my novel the other day," Waymark said, as they drove northward. "That's right. No doubt you're on the way to glory, as the hymn says." Abraham was in good spirits. One would have said that he had grown younger of late. The heaviness and tendency to absent brooding, which not long ago seemed to indicate the tightening grip of age, was disappearing. He was once more active and loud, and full of his old interests. "How's Casti?" Mr. Woodstock went on to ask. "A good deal better, I think, but shaky. Of course things will be as bad as ever when his wife comes out of the hospital." "Pity she can't come out heels first," muttered Abraham. Waymark found that the purpose of their journey was to inspect a large vacant house, with a good garden and some fine trees about it. The old man wished for his opinion, and, by degrees, let it be known that he thought of buying the property. "I suppose you think me an old fool to want a house like this at my time of life, eh?" There was a twinkle in his eye, and a moment later he fairly burst into a laugh of pleasure. Waymark asked no questions, and received no more information, but a thought rose in his mind which occupied him for the rest of the day. In the evening Julian came. He looked like one who had recovered from a long illness, very pale and thin, and his voice had tremblings and uncertainties of key. In fact, a feverish disorder had been upon him for some weeks, never severe enough to prevent his getting about, but weakening him to a serious degree. It would doubtless have developed into some more pronounced illness, but for the period of comparative rest and quietness which had begun shortly after the miseries of the trial. Harriet's ailments had all at once taken such a decided turn for the worse, her fits becoming incessant, and other disorders traceable to the same source suddenly taking hold upon her, that Julian had obtained her admission to the hospital, where she still remained. He went to see her in the ward 2 or 3 times a week, though he dreaded the necessity. From little incidents which occurred at such times, he was convinced that all her fellow patients, as well as the "sister" and nurses of the wards, had been prejudiced against him by her reports and accusations. To meet their looks occasioned him the most acute suffering. Sometimes he sat by the bedside for half an hour without speaking, then rose and hastened away to hide himself and be alone with his misery. He was earnest and eager to-night in his praise of Waymark's book, which he had just read in manuscript. "It is horrible," he exclaimed, "often hideous and revolting to me, but I feel its absolute truth. Such a book will do more good than half a dozen religious societies. If only people can be got to read it. Yet I care nothing for that aspect of the thing. Is it artistically strong? Is it good as a picture? There was a time when I might have written in this way with a declared social object. That is all gone by. I have no longer a spark of social enthusiasm. Art is all I now care for, and as art I wish my work to be judged." "One would have thought," said Julian, "that increased knowledge of these fearful things would have had just the opposite effect." "Yes," exclaimed the other, with the smile which always prefaced some piece of self-dissection, "and so it would in the case of a man born to be radical. I often amuse myself with taking to pieces my former self. I was not a conscious hypocrite in those days of violent radicalism, working-man's club lecturing, and the like. The fault was that I understood myself as yet so imperfectly. That zeal on behalf of the suffering masses was nothing more nor less than disguised zeal on behalf of my own starved passion. I was poor and desperate, life had no pleasures, the future seemed hopeless, yet I was overflowing with vehement desires, every nerve in me was a hunger which cried to be appeased. I identified myself with the poor and ignorant. I did not make their cause my own, but my own cause theirs. I raved for freedom because I was myself in the bondage of unsatisfiable longing. Well," he went on, after regarding his listener with still the same smile, "I have come out of all that, in proportion as my artistic self-consciousness has developed. For one thing, I am not so miserable as I was then, personally. Then again, I have found my vocation. You know pretty well the phases I have passed through. Upon ranting radicalism followed a period of philosophical study. My philosophy, I have come to see, was worth nothing. What philosophy is worth anything? It had its use for myself, however. It made me by degrees self-conscious, and brought me to see that in art alone I could find full satisfaction." "Yet," urged Julian, "the old direction still shows itself in your choice of subjects. Granting that this is pure art, it is a kind of art only possible to an age in which the social question is predominant." "True, very likely. Every strong individuality is more or less the expression of its age. This direction may be imposed upon me; for all that, I understand why I pursue it." After reflecting, Julian spoke in another tone. "Imagine yourself in my position. Could you appreciate the artistic effect of your own circumstances?" "Probably not, and it is because I recognize that I grow more and more careful to hold aloof from situations that would threaten my peace of mind. My artistic egotism bids fair to ally itself with vulgar selfishness. That tendency I must resist, for the artist ought to be able to make material of his own sufferings, even while the suffering is at its height. To what other end does he suffer? In very deed, he is the only man whose misery finds justification in apparent result." "I am not an artist," sighed Julian. "On the contrary, I firmly believe that you are, and it makes me angry to see the impulse dying in you." "What am I to do?" Julian cried, almost with a voice of anguish. "I am so helpless, so helplessly fettered. Release is impossible. No words could express the desperate struggles I go through when I recognize how my life is being wasted, and my powers, whatever they may be, numbed and crushed. Something I might do if I were free. I feel that, but there is no hope of freedom. I shall fall into darker and darker depths of weakness and ruin, always conscious of what I am losing. What will be the end? What the end will be, under the present circumstances, is only too clear to me, but it might easily be averted." "How? Give me some practical advice, Waymark. Let us talk of the matter freely. Tell me what you would do." Waymark thought for a moment. "Does there seem any chance of her health being permanently improved?" he asked. "I can't say. She says she is better. It's no use my asking the doctors. They despise me, and would not think of treating me with any consideration." "Why don't you do this?" began Waymark, after another pause. "Use all means to find some convalescent home where she can be received when she leaves the hospital. Then, if her fits and the rest of it still continue, find some permanent place for her. You can afford it. Never mind if it reduces you for a time to a garret and a crust." "She would refuse to go to such places," said Julian despondently. "Then refuse to take her back. Sell your furniture, take one room for yourself, and tell her she must live where she likes on a sufficient allowance from you." "I dare not. It is impossible. She would never leave me in peace." "You will have to do this ultimately, if you are to continue to live. Of that there is no doubt. So why not now?" "I must think. It is impossible to make up my mind to such a thing at once. I know you advise what is best. I have thought of it myself. But I shall never have the courage. I am so miserably weak. If only I could get my health back. Good God, how I suffer!" Waymark did his best to familiarize Julian with the thought, and to foster in him something of resoluteness, but he had small hope of succeeding. The poor fellow was so incapable of anything which at all resembled selfishness, and so dreaded the results of any such severity on his part as that proposed. There were moments when indignation almost nerved him to independence, but there returned so soon the souse of pity, and, oftener still, the thought of that promise made to Harriet's father, long ago, in the dark little parlour which smelt of drugs. The poor chemist, whose own life was full of misery, had been everything to him. But for Mr. Smales, he might now have been an ignorant, coarse–handed working–man, if not worse. Was Harriet past all rescue? Were there not even yet a chance of saving her from herself and those hateful friends of hers? This was the natural reaction after listening to Waymark's remorseless counsel. Going home, Julian fought once more the battle with himself, till the usual troubled sleep severed his thoughts into fragments of horrible dreams. The next day he felt differently. Waymark's advice seemed more practical. In the afternoon he should have visited Harriet in the ward, but an insuperable repulsion kept him away, and for the first time. It was a bleak, cheerless day. The air was cold with the breath of the nearing winter. At night he found it impossible to sit in his own room, and dreaded to talk with any one. His thoughts were fixed upon one place. A great longing drew him forth, into the darkness and the rain of the streets, onwards in a fixed direction. It brought him to Westminster, and to the gate of Tothill Fields Prison. The fetters upon the great doors were hideous in the light of the lamps above them. The mean houses around the gaol seemed to be rotting in its accursed shadow. A deadly stillness possessed the air. There was blight in the dropping of the rain. He leaned against the great gloomy wall and thought of Ida. At this hour she was most likely asleep, unless sorrow kept her waking. What unimagined horrors did she suffer day after day in that accursed prison–house? How did she bear her torments? Was she well or ill? What brutality might she not be subjected to? He pictured her face wasted with secret tears, those eyes which were the light of his soul, fixed on the walls of the cell, hour after hour, in changeless despair, the fire of passionate resentment feeding at her life's core. The night became calmer. The rain ceased, and a sudden gleam made him look up, to behold the moon breaking her way through billows of darkness. Chapter 26.
Chapter 26 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 26. Straying. The Enderbys were at Brighton during the autumn. Mr. Enderby only remained with them 2 or 3 days at a time, business requiring his frequent presence in town. Maud would have been glad to spend her holidays at some far quieter place, but her mother enjoyed Brighton, and threw herself into its amusements of the place with spirits which seemed to grow younger. They occupied handsome rooms, and altogether lived in a more expensive way than when at home. Maud was glad to see her mother happy, but could not be at ease herself in this kind of life. It was soon arranged that she should live in her own way, withholding from the social riot which she dreaded, and seeking rest in out-of-the-way parts of the shore, where more of nature was to be found, and less of fashion. Maud feared lest her mother should feel this as an unkind desertion, but Mrs. Enderby was far from any such trouble. It relieved her from the occasional disadvantage of having by her side a grown-up daughter, whose beauty so strongly contrasted with her own. So Maud spent her days very frequently in exploring the downs, or in seeking out retired nooks beneath the cliffs, where there was no sound in her ears but that of the waves. She would sit for hours with no companion save her thoughts, which were unconsciously led from phase to phase by the moving lights and shadows upon the sea and the soft beauty of unstable clouds. Even before leaving London, she had begun to experience a frequent sadness of mood, tending at times to weariness and depression, which foreshadowed new changes in her inner life. The fresh delight in nature and art had worn off in some degree. She read less, and her thoughts took the habit of musing upon the people and circumstances about her, also upon the secrets of the years to come. She grew more conscious of the mystery in her own earlier life, and in the conditions which now surrounded her. A sense which at times besets all imaginative minds came upon her now, and then, with painful force, a fantastic unreality would suddenly possess all she saw and heard. It seemed as if she had been, of a sudden, transported out of the old existence into this new and unrealized position. If any person spoke to her, it was difficult to feel that she was really addressed and must reply. Was it not all a mere vision she was beholding, out of which she would presently awake? Such moments were followed by dark melancholy. This life she was leading could not last, but would pass away in some fearful shock of soul. Once she half believed herself endowed with the curse of a hideous second sight. Sitting with her father and mother, silence all at once fell upon the room, and everything was transfigured in a ghostly light. Distinctly she saw her mother throw her head back and raise to her throat what seemed to be a sharp, glistening piece of steel. Then came a cry, and all was darkened before her eyes in a rush of crimson mist. The cry she herself had uttered, much to her parents' alarm. What her mother held was, in reality, only a paper knife with which she had been tapping her lips in thought. A slight attack of illness followed on this disturbance, and it was some days before she recovered from the shock. She kept to herself, however, the horrible picture which her imagination had conjured up. She began to pay more frequent visits to her Aunt Teresa, whom at first she had seen very seldom. There was not the old confidence between them. Maud shrank from any direct reference to the change in herself, and Miss Bygrave spoke no word which could suggest a comparison between past and present. Maud tried once more to draw near to the pale, austere woman whose life ever remained the same. She was not repelled, but neither did any movement respond to her yearning. She always came away with a sad heart. One evening in the week she looked forward to with eagerness. It was that on which Waymark was generally expected. In Waymark's presence she could forget those dark spirits that hovered about her. She could forget herself and be at rest in the contemplation of strength and confidence. There was a ring in his voice which inspired faith, whatever might be his own doubts and difficulties, and his face testified to his knowledge of both. It was so certain that he had power to overcome them. This characteristic grew stronger in him to her observation. He was a far other man now than when she first knew him. The darkness had passed from his eyes, which seemed always to look straight forward, and with perception of an end he was nearing. Why she could not make opportunities of speaking freely with him, alone with him. They were less near to each other, it seemed, after a year of constant meeting, than in the times when, personally all but strangers, they had corresponded so frankly and unconventionally. Of course he came to the house for her sake. It could not be but so. Yet at times he seemed to pay so little attention to her. Her mother often monopolized him through a whole evening, and not apparently to his annoyance, and all the time he had in his heart the message for which she longed. Support and comfort were waiting for her there, she felt sure, could he but speak unrestrainedly. In herself was no salvation, but he had already overcome, and why could she not ask him for the secret of his confidence? Often, as the evening drew to an end, and he was preparing to leave, an impatience scarcely to be repressed took hold upon her. Her face grew hot, her hands trembled. She would have followed him from the room and begged for one word to herself, had it been possible. And when he was gone, there came the weakest moments her life had yet known, a childish petulance, a tearful fretting, an irritable misery of which she was ashamed. She went to her room to suffer in silence, and often to read through that packet of his letters, till the night was far spent. It had cost her much to leave London. She feared lest, during her absence, something should occur to break off the wonted course of things, and that Waymark might not resume his visits on their return. After the feverish interval of those first weeks, she tried sometimes to distract her thoughts by reading, and got from a library a book which Waymark recommended to her at their last meeting, Rossetti's poems. These gave her much help in restoring her mind to quietness. Their perfect beauty entranced her, and the rapturous purity of ideal passion, the mystic delicacies of emotion, which made every verse gleam like a star, held her for the time high above that gloomy cloud-land of her being, rife with weird shapes and muffled voices. That beauty is solace of life, and love the end of being, this faith she would cling to, in spite of all. She grasped it with the desperate force of one who dreaded lest it should fade and fail from her. Beauty alone would not suffice. Too often it was perceived as a mere mask, veiling horrors. But in the passion and the worship of love was surely a never failing fountain of growth and power, this the draught that would leave no bitter aftertaste, its enjoyment the final and all sufficient answer to the riddle of life. Rossetti put into utterance for her so much that she had not dared to entrust even to the voice of thought. Her spirit and flesh became one and indivisible. The old antagonism seemed at an end for ever. Such dreamings of these naturally heightened Maud's dislike for the kind of life her mother led, and she longed unspeakably for the time of her return to London. They had been at Brighton already nearly a month, when a new circumstance was added to her discomfort. As she walked with her mother one day, they met their acquaintance, Mr. Budge. This gentleman dined with them that evening at Mrs. Enderby's invitation, and persuaded the latter to join a party he had made up for an excursion on the following day. Maud excused herself. She did not like Mr. Budge. His demeanour during the evening only strengthened her prejudice. He was unduly excited and fervent, and allowed himself a certain freedom in his conversation with Mrs. Enderby, which Maud resented strongly. When they were once more in London, Maud did not win back the former quiet of mind. Waymark came again as usual, but if anything, the distance between him and herself seemed more hopeless. He appeared preoccupied. His talk, when he spoke with her, was of a more general kind than formerly. She was conscious that her presence did not affect him as it had done. She sank again into despondency. Books were insipid, and society irritated her. She began the habit of taking long walks, an aimless wandering about the streets and parks within her reach. One evening, wending wearily homewards, she was attracted by the lights in a church in Marylebone Road, and partly for a few minutes' rest, partly out of a sudden attraction to a religious service, she entered. It was the church of Our Lady of the Rosary. She had not noticed that it was a Roman Catholic place of worship, but the discovery gave her an unexpected pleasure. She was soothed and filled with a sense of repose. Sinking into the attitude of prayer, she let her thoughts carry her whither they would. They showed her nothing but images of beauty and peace. It was with reluctance that she arose and went back into the dark street, where the world met her with a chill blast, sleet laden. Our Lady of the Rosary received her frequently after this, but there were days when the thought of repose was far from her. At one such time, on an evening in November, a sudden desire possessed her mind that she would go out into the streets of the town and see something of that life which she knew only in imagination, the traffic of highway and byway after dark, the mask of pleasure and misery of sin of which a young girl can know nothing, save from hints here and there in her reading, or from the occasional whispers and head-shakings of society's gossip. Her freedom was complete. Her absence, if noticed, would entail no questions. Her mother doubtless would conclude that she was at her Aunt Teresa's. So she clad herself in walking attire of a kind not likely to attract observation, and set forth. The tumult which had been in her blood all day received fresh impulse from the excitement of the adventure. She had veiled her face, but the veil hindered her observation, and she threw it back. First into Edgware Road, then down Oxford Street. Her thoughts pointed to an eastern district, though she feared the distance would be too great. She had frequently talked with Waymark of his work in Litany Lane and Elm Court, and a great curiosity possessed her to see these places. She entered an omnibus, and so reached the remote neighbourhood. Here, by inquiry of likely people, she found her way to Litany Lane, and would have penetrated its darkness, but was arrested by a sudden event characteristic of the locality. Forth from the alley just before her rushed a woman of hideous aspect, pursued by another, younger, but, if possible, yet more foul, who shrieked curses and threats. In the way of the fugitive was a costermonger's stall. Unable to check herself, the woman rushed against this, overturning it, and herself falling among the ruin. The one in pursuit, with a yell of triumph, sprang upon her prostrate enemy, and attacked her with fearful violence, leaping on her body, dashing her head against the pavement, seemingly bent on murder. In a moment there was a thick crowd rushing round, amid which Maud was crushed and swayed without possibility of disengaging herself. The screams of the one woman and the terrific objurgations of the other echoed through the street. From the words of those about her, Maud understood that the two women were mother and daughter, and that it was no rare occurrence for the younger woman to fall just short of killing her parent. But only for a moment or two could Maud understand anything. Horror and physical oppression overcame her senses. Her fainting caused a diversion in the crowd, and she was dragged without much delay to the nearest doorstep. She was not long unconscious, and presently so far recovered as to know that she was being helped to enter a cab. The cab began to drive off. Then she saw that someone was sitting opposite her. "Who is it?" she asked, trying to command herself, and to see clearly by the light of the street lamps. At the sound of the voice which answered, she started, and, looking again, at length recognised Waymark. "Do you feel better?" he asked. "Are you able to go on homewards?" "Quite able," she answered, leaning back again, and speaking with strange calmness. "What on earth is the meaning of this?" was Waymark's next inquiry. "How came you here at this time?" "Curiosity brought me," Maud answered, with the same unnatural composure. "Had you been there long?" "No, I had asked my way to Litany Lane, and all at once found myself in the crowd." "Thank goodness I happened to be by. I had just been looking up a defaulting tenant. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw you lying in that doorway. Why didn't you ask me to come with you and show you these places?" "It would have been better," she said, with her eyes closed. Waymark leaned back. Conversation was difficult in the noise of the vehicle, and for a long time neither spoke.
"I told the man to drive to Edgware Road,"
Waymark said then.
"Shall he go on to the house?"
"No, I had rather walk the last part." They talked brokenly of the lane and its inhabitants. When at length Maud alighted, Waymark offered his arm, and she just laid her hand upon it. "I have seen dreadful things to night," she said, in a voice that still trembled. "Seen and heard things that will haunt me."
"You give too much weight to the impressions of the moment. That world is farther removed from yours than the farthest star. You must forget this glimpse of it."
"Oh, I fear you do not know me. I do not know myself."
He made no reply, and
On their coming near to the house, Maud paused.
"Mother's sending you a note this evening,"
she said, as she held out her hand,
"to ask you to come on Thursday instead of tomorrow. She will be from home tomorrow night."
"Shall you also be from home?"
"I? No."
"Then may I not come and see you? Not if it would be troublesome."
It would not, at all."
"It is good of you. I will come." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 27. The Will to Live. Waymark made his way to Paddington at the usual time on the following evening, and found Maud alone. There was agitation in her manner as she welcomed him, and she resumed her seat as if the attitude of rest was needful to her. In reply to his inquiries about her health, she assured him she was well, and that she felt no painful results from the previous evening. Waymark also showed an unusual embarrassment. He stood for some moments by the table, turning over the leaves of a book. "I didn't know you had Rossetti," he said, without looking up. "You never mentioned him."
"I seem to have had no opportunity."
"No. I too have many things that I have wanted to speak to you about, but opportunity was wanting. I have sometimes been on the point of asking you to let me write to you again."
He glanced inquiringly at her. Her eyes fell, and she tried to speak, but failed. Waymark went to a seat at a little distance from her.
"You do not look as well as when I met you in the summer," he said. "I have feared you might be studying too hard. I hope you threw away your books whilst you were at the seaside."
"I did, but it was because I found little pleasure in them. It was not rest that took the place of reading."
"Are your difficulties of a kind you could speak of to me?" he asked, with some hesitation. She kept her eyes lowered, and her fingers writhed nervously on the arm of the chair.
"My only fear would be lest you think my troubles unreal. Indeed, it is so hard to make them appear anything more than morbid fancies. They are traceable, no doubt, to my earliest years. To explain them fully, I should have to tell you circumstances of my life which could have little interest for you."
"Tell me, do," Waymark replied earnestly.
"Will you let me?" she said, with a timid pleasure in her voice. "I believe you could understand me. I have a feeling that you must have experienced something of these troubles yourself, and have overcome them. Perhaps you could help me to understand myself."
"If I thought I could, it would give me great happiness."
She was silent a little then, with diffidence which lessened as she went on. She related the history, as far as she knew it, of her childhood, and described the growth of her mind up to the time when she had left home to begin life as a governess. It was all very simply but very vividly told. That natural command of impressive language which had so struck Waymark in her letters displayed itself as soon as she had gained confidence. Glimpses of her experience Waymark had already had, but now for the first time he understood the full significance of her early years, whilst
She spoke. He did not move his eyes from her face. He was putting himself in her position, and imagining himself to be telling his own story in the same way. His relation, he knew, would have been a piece of more or less clever acting. Howsoever true, he would have been considering all the time the effect of what he said, and indeed could not, on this account, have allowed himself to be quite truthful. How far was this the case with Maud Enderby? Could he have surprised the faintest touch in look or accent? It would have made a world's difference in his position towards her. His instinct was unfailing in the detection of the note of affected feeling, so much the stronger the impression produced upon him by a soul unveiling itself in the naivete of genuine emotion. That all was sincere he could have no doubt. Gradually he lost his critical attitude, and at moments surprised himself under the influence of a sympathetic instinct. Then he would lose consciousness of her words for an interval, during which he pondered her face, and he was wrought upon by its strange beauty. The pure and touching spirituality of Maud's countenance had never been so present to him as now. She was pale with very earnestness. Her eyes seemed larger than their wont. There was more than womanly sweetness in the voice, which so unconsciously modulated itself to the perfect expression of all she uttered. Towards the end, he could but yield himself completely to the spell, and when she ceased, he, like Adam at the end of the angel's speech, did not at once perceive that her voice was silent. "It was long," she said, after telling the outward circumstances of her life with her aunt, "before I came to understand how differently I had been brought up from other children. Partly I began to see it at the school where we first met, but it only grew quite clear to me when I shared in the home life of my pupils in the country. I found I had an entirely different view of the world from what was usual. That which was my evil I discovered to be often others' good, and my good their abhorrence. My aunt's system was held to be utterly unchristian. Little things which I sometimes said in perfect innocence excited grave disapproval. All this frightened me, and made me even more reserved than I should have been naturally. In my letters to you, I began to venture for the first time to speak of things which were making my life restless. I did little more than hint my opinions. I wonder, in looking back, that I had the courage to do even that. But I already knew that your mind was broader and richer than mine, and I suppose I caught with a certain desperation at the chance of being understood. It was the first opportunity I had ever had of discussing intellectual things. With my aunt I had never ventured to discuss anything. I reverenced her too much for that. She spoke, and I received all she said. I thought that from you I should obtain confirmation where I needed it, but your influence was of the opposite kind. Your letters so abounded with suggestion that was quite new to me, referred so familiarly to beliefs and interests of which I was quite ignorant, showed such a boldness of judging all things, that I drifted further and further from certainty. The result of it all was that I fell ill. You see now what it is that has burdened me from the day when I first began to ask myself about my beliefs. I was taught to believe that the world was sin, and that the soul only freed itself from sin in proportion as it learned to live apart and independently of the world. Everything was dark because of sin. Only in the still, secret places of the soul was the light of purity and salvation. I thought I had passed out of this. When I returned to London and began this new life, the burden seemed all at once lifted from me. I could look here and there with freedom. The sky was bright above me. Human existence was cheerful and noble and justified in itself. I began to learn 1,000 things. Above all, my mind fixed on art. In that I thought I had found a support that would never fail me. Oh, why could it not last? The clouds began to darken over me again. I heard voices once which I had hoped were forever silenced. That sense of sin and horror came upon me last night in the streets. I suffered dreadfully." She was silent, and, meeting Waymark's eyes so fixed on her own, became conscious of the eagerness and fervour with which she had spoken. "Have you any experience of such things?" she asked nervously. "Did you ever suffer in the same way?" "It is all very strange," he said, without answering her question. "This overpowering consciousness of sin is an anachronism to me. But, from the way in which you express yourself, I should have thought you had been studying Schopenhauer. I suppose you know nothing of him?" "Nothing." "Some of your phrases were precisely his. And your doctrine is simply pessimism, with an element of dogmatic faith added. With Schopenhauer, the will to live is the root of sin. Mortify this, deny the first instincts of your being, and you approach righteousness. Buddhism has the same system. And in deducing all this from the plain teachings of Christianity, I am disposed to think that you are right and consistent. Christianity is pessimism, so far as this world is concerned. We see that in such things as the thanksgiving for a person's death in the burial service, and the prayer that the end of the world may come soon." He paused and thought for a moment. "But all this," he resumed, rising from his seat and going to stand with one arm upon the mantelpiece, "is of course with me mere matter of speculation. There are two allegories which define pessimism and optimism. First, that of Adam and Christ. Adam falls through eating of the tree of knowledge. In other words, sin only comes with self-consciousness. Sin is the conscious enjoyment of life, and according to this creed, it can only be overcome by abnegation, by the denial of the will to live. Accordingly, Christ enters the world, and, representing humanity, as Adam had done, saves the world by denial of himself even to death. The other allegory is that of Prometheus. He also represents mankind, and his stealing of the fire means man's acquirement of a conscious soul, whereby he makes himself capable of sin. The gods put him in bondage and torment, representing the subjection to the flesh. But Prometheus is saved in a different way from Adam, not by renunciation, but by
the prowess of Hercules, that is to say, the triumphant aspiration of humanity. Man triumphs by asserting his right to do so. Self-consciousness he claims as a good thing, and embraces the world as his birthright. Here, you see, there is no room for the crushing sense of sin. Sin, if anything, is weakness. Let us rejoice in our strength whilst we have it. The end, of course, will come, but it is a wise man's part not to heed the inevitable. Let us live whilst it is called to-day. We shall go to sleep with all the better conscience for having used the hours of daylight. Maud listened with head bent. My own temperament, Waymark went on, is, I suppose, exceptional, at all events among men who have an inner life. I never knew what goes by the name of religious feeling. Impulses of devotion, in the common sense of the phrase, have always been strange to me. I have known fear of the prospect of death. Religious consolation, never. Sin, above all, has been a word without significance to me. As a boy it was so. It is so still, now that I am self-conscious. I have never been a deep student of philosophy, but the doctrine of philosophical necessity, the idea of fate, is with me an instinct. I know that I could not have acted otherwise than I did in any juncture of my life. I know the future is beyond my control. I shall do this, and avoid that, simply owing to a preponderance of motives, which I can gauge but not control. Certain things I hate and shrink from, but I try to avoid, even in thought, such words as vice and crime. The murderer could not help himself, and the saint has no merit in sanctity. Does all this seem horrible to you?" Maud raised her eyes and looked steadily at him, but did not speak. It was the gaze of one who tries humbly to understand and longs to sympathize, but there was a shadow of something like fear upon her face. Waymark spoke with more earnestness. "You will not think me incapable of what we call noble thought and feeling. I have in me the elements of an enthusiast. They might have led me to strange developments, but for that cold, critical spirit which makes me so intensely self-conscious. This restless scepticism has often been to me a torment, in something the same way as that burden of which you speak. Often, I would so gladly surrender myself to my instincts of passion and delight. I may change. I may perhaps some day attain rest in an absolute ideal. If I do, it will be through the help of one who shall become to me that ideal personified, who shall embody all the purer elements of my nature, and speak to me as with the voice of my own soul." She hung upon his words, and an involuntary sigh, born of the intensity of the moment, trembled on her lips. "I have spoken to you," he said, after what seemed a long silence, "with a sincerity which was the due return for your own. I could have shown myself in a more pleasing light. You see how little I am able to help you. The centre thought of your being is wholly strange to me, and for all that, may I speak my thought? We are nearer to each other than before." "Yes, nearer," she repeated under her breath. "You think that? You feel that? I have not repelled you?" you have not. And if I stood before you now, as you know me, egotistic, sceptical, calm, and told you that you are the only being in whom I have ever felt complete confidence, whose word and thought I felt to be one, that you exercise more power over me than any other ever did or shall, that life in your companionship might gain the unity I long for, that in your presence I feel myself face to face with a higher and nobler nature than my own, one capable of sustaining me in effort and leading me to great results." He became silent, for her face had turned deadly pale. But this passed, and in her eyes, as they met his, trouble grew to a calm joy. Without speaking, she held her hand to him. "You are not afraid," Waymark said, "to link your fate with mine. My life is made up of uncertainties. I have no position. It may be a long time before I can see even the promise of success in my work. I have chosen that work, however, and by it I stand or fall. Have you sufficient faith in me to wait with confidence?"
I have absolute faith in you. I ask no greater happiness than to have a share in your aims. It will give me the strength I need, and make my life full of hope. It had come, then, just as he had foreseen it would. It was no result of deliberate decision. He had given up the effort to discover his true path, knowing sufficiently that neither reason nor true preponderance of inclination was likely to turn the balance. The gathering emotion of the hour had united with opportunity to decide his future. The decision was a relief. As he walked homewards, he was light-hearted. On the way, he thought over everything once more, reviewing former doubts from his present position. On the whole, he felt that faith had worked for his happiness. And yet there was discontent. He had never known, felt that perhaps he might never know, that sustained energy of imaginative and sensual longing which ideal passion demands, the respectable make-believe which takes the form of domestic sentiment, that everyday love which, become the servant of habit, suffices to cement the ordinary household, is not the state in which such men as Waymark seek or find repose. The very possibility of falling into it unawares is a dread to them. If he could but feel at times as he had felt at moments in Maud's presence, it might be that the growth of intimacy, of mutual knowledge, would make his love for her a more real motive in his life. He would endeavour that it should be so. Yet there remained that fatal conviction of the unreality of every self-persuasion save in relation to the influences of the moment. To love was easy, inevitable. To concentrate love finally on one object might well prove, in his case, an impossibility. Clear enough to him already was the likelihood of a strong revulsion of feeling when Ida once more came back, and the old life, if it could be, was resumed. Compassion would speak so loudly for her. Her face, pale and illuminated with sorrow, would throw a stronger spell than ever upon his senses. Well, there was no help. Whatever would be, would be. It availed nothing to foresee and scheme and resolve. and in the same hour Maud was upon her knees, in the silence of her own chamber, shedding tears which were at once both sweet and bitter, in her heart a tumult of emotion, joy and thanksgiving, at strife with those dark powers which shadowed her existence. She had no doubts of the completeness and persistency of her love, but was not this love a sin, and its very strength the testimony of her soul's loss? End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 28. Slimy's Day. Waymark had written to Ida just after her imprisonment began, a few words of such comfort as he could send. No answer came. Perhaps the prison rules prevented it. When the term was drawing to a close, he wrote again to let her know that he would meet her on the morning of her release. It would be on a Tuesday morning. As the time drew near, Waymark did his best to think of the matter quietly. The girl had no one else to help her. It would have been a brutality to withdraw and leave her to her fate, merely because he just a little feared the effect upon himself of such a meeting. And the feeling on her side? Well, that he could not pretend to be ignorant of, and, in spite of everything, there was still the same half-acknowledged pleasure in the thought. He tried to persuade himself that he should have the moral courage to let her as soon as possible understand his new position. He also tried to believe that this would not involve any serious shock to Ida. For all that, he knew only too well that man is ein erbärmlicher Schuft, and there was always the possibility that he might say nothing of what had happened, and let things take their course. On the Monday morning he was already looking forward to the meeting with restlessness. Could he have foreseen that anything would occur to prevent his keeping his promise, it would have caused him extreme anxiety. But such a possibility never entered his thoughts, and shortly before midday he went down to collect his rents, as usual. The effect of a hard winter was seen in the decrease of the collector's weekly receipts. The misery of cold and starvation was growing familiar to Waymark's eyes, and scarcely excited the same feelings as formerly. Yet there were some cases in which he had not the heart to press for the payment of rent, and his representations to Mr. Woodstock on behalf of the poor creatures were more frequently successful than in former times. Still, in the absence of ideal philanthropy, there was nothing for it, every now and then, but eviction, and Waymark more than once knew what it was to be cursed to his face by suffering wretches whom despair made incapable of discrimination. "Where are we to go?" was the oft-repeated question, and the only reply was a shrug of the shoulders. Impossible to express oneself otherwise. They clung desperately to habitations so vile that brutes would have forsaken them for cleaner and warmer retreats in archway and by roadside. One family of 7, a man and wife both ill with 5 children, could not be got out, even when a man had been sent by Mr. Woodstock to remove the window frames and take the door away, furniture having already been seized, Only by force at length were they thrown into the street to find their way to perdition as best they might. Waymark did not relish all this. It cost him a dark hour now and then, but it was rich material. Every item was stored up for future use. Among others, the man named Slimy just managed to hold his footing. Times were hard with Slimy, that was clear. Still, he somehow contrived to keep no more than a fortnight behind with his rent. Waymark was studying this creature, and found in him the strangest matter for observation. In Slimy there were depths beyond Caliban, and at the same time curious points of contact with average humanity unexpectedly occurring. He was not ungrateful for the collector's frequent forbearance, and, when able to speak coherently, tried at times to show this. Waymark had got into the habit of sitting with him in his room for a little time whenever he found him at home. Of late, Slimy had seemed not quite in his usual health. This exhibited itself much as it would in some repulsive animal which suffers in captivity and tries to find a remote corner when pain comes on. At times, Waymark experienced a certain fear in the man's presence. If ever he met the dull glare of that one bleared, bloodshot eye, a chill ran through him for a moment, and he drew back a little. Personal uncleanliness made Slimy's proximity at all times unpleasant, and occasionally his gaunt, grimed face grew to an expression suggestive of disagreeable possibilities. On the present day, Waymark was told by a woman who lived on the ground floor that Slimy had gone out, but had left word with her, in case the collector called, that he should be back in less than half an hour. Doubtless this meant that the rent was not forthcoming. The people who lived on the first floor were out as usual, but had left their rent. Of the 2 rooms at the top, one was just now vacant. Waymark went on to the 2 or 3 houses that remained. On turning back, he met Slimy at the door. The man nodded in his wonted way, grinning like a grisly phantom, and beckoned Waymark to follow him upstairs. The woman below had closed her door again, and in all probability no one observed the 2 entering together. Waymark sat down amid the collection of nondescript articles which always filled the room, and waited for the tenant to produce his rent. Slimy seemed to have other things in mind. After closing the door, he too had taken a seat upon a heap of filthy sacking, and was running his fingers through the shock of black hair which made his beard. Waymark examined him. There was no sign of intoxication, but something was evidently working in the man's mind, and his breath came quickly, with a kind of asthmatic pant from between his thin lips, still parted in the uncanny grin. "Mr. Waymark," he began at length. "Well?" "I ain't got no rent." "That's bad. You're 2 weeks behind, you know." "Mr. Waymark!" The single eye fixed itself on Waymark's face in a way which made the latter feel uncomfortable. "Well?" "I ain't a goin' to pay you no more rent, nor yet no one else, maybe." "How's that?" "'Cause I ain't, and 'cause I'm tired of payin' rent." "I'm afraid you'll find it difficult to get on without, though," said Waymark, trying to get into the jocular tone he sometimes adopted with Slimy, but scarcely succeeding.
Mr. Waymark!" There was clearly something wrong. Waymark rose to his feet. Slimy rose also, and at the same time took up a heavy piece of wood, looking like a piece of cart shaft, which had lain on the floor beside him. His exclamation elicited no answer, and he spoke again, hoarsely as always, but with a calmness which contrasted strangely with the words he uttered. "Do you believe in the devil and hell?" "Why?" returned Waymark, trying hard to command himself and to face down the man as a wild beast has been known to be outgazed. "'Cause by the devil himself, as happened me before many weeks is over, and by the fires of hell as'll burn me if you stir a step or speak a word above your breath, I'll bring you down, just like they do, to the bullocks. You understand?" Waymark saw that the threat was no idle one. He could scarcely have spoken had he wished. Slimy grinned at the effect he had produced, and continued in the same matter-of-fact way. "It takes you back a bit, don't it? Never mind, you'll get over it. I don't mean you no harm, Mr. Waymark, but I'll have to put you to a little ill convenience, that's all. See now, here's a bit of stout rope. This here, I'm a-going just to tie you up in the foot, you see. As I said before, if you give me any trouble, well, I'll have to knock the senses out of you first. That's all." Vain to think of grappling with this man whose strength Waymark knew to be extraordinary. For a moment the shock of alarm had deprived him of thought and power of movement, but this passed, and he was able to consider his position. He looked keenly into Slimy's face. Had the man gone mad? His manner was scarcely consistent with that supposition. As the alternative before him was of such a kind, Waymark could but choose the lesser evil. He allowed Slimy to remove from his shoulders the satchel which contained the sums of money he had just collected. It was quietly put aside. "Now," said Slimy, with the same deliberation, "I have to arst you just to lie down on the floor, just here, see? It's better to lie down quiet than to be knocked down, you see." Waymark mentally agreed that it was. His behaviour might seem cowardly, but, to say nothing of the loathsomeness of a wrestle with Slimy, he knew very well that a struggle or a shout for help would mean his death. He hesitated, felt ashamed, but looked at Slimy's red eye and lay down. And taking the position indicated, he noticed that 3 very large iron hooks had been driven firmly into the floor in a triangular shape. Just beside the lower one of these his feet had to rest. His head lay between the other 2. Slimy now proceeded to bind his captive's feet together with strong cord, and then to attach them firmly to the hook. Then, bidding him to sit up for a moment, he made his hands fast behind his back. Lastly, Waymark being again recumbent, a rope was passed once round his neck, and each end of it firmly fastened to one of the remaining hooks. This was not a pleasant moment, but, the operation completed, Waymark found that, though he could not move his head an inch, there was no danger of strangulation as long as he remained quiet. In short, he was bound as effectually as a man could be, yet without much pain. The only question was,
how long he would have to remain thus. Slimy examined his work and nodded with satisfaction. Then he took up the satchel again, opened it, and for a few moments kept diving his long black fingers into the coins, whilst his face was transformed to an expression of grim joy. Presently, having satisfied himself with the feel of the money, he transferred it all to a pocket inside his ragged coat. "Now, Mr. Waymark," he recommenced, seating himself on the chair Waymark had previously occupied, "I ain't quite done with ill-conveniencing you. I'm sorry to say I 'ave to put a bit of a gag on, to prevent you from 'ollerin' out too soon. But before I do that, I've just got a word or two to say. Let's spend our last time together in a friendly way." In spite of his alarm, Waymark observed with astonishment the change which had come over the man's mode of speech. In all their previous intercourse, Slimy had shown himself barely articulate. For the most part, it was difficult to collect meaning from his grunts and snarls. His voice was still dreadfully husky, and indeed seemed unused to the task of uttering so many words. For all that, he spoke without hesitation, and with a reserve of force which made his utterances all the more impressive. Having bespoken his hearer's attention in this deliberate way, he became silent, and for a while sat brooding, his fingers still busy among the coins in his pocket. "I don't rightly know how old I may be," he began at length, "but it's most like about 50. We'll say 50. For 50 years I've lived in this world, and all that time I can't remember not one single 'appy day, not one. I never knowed neither father nor mother. I never knowed not a soul as belonged to me. Friends, I 'ave 'ad 4 of 'em, and their names was brandy, whiskey, rum, and gin. But they've cost me a good deal, and somehow they ain't quite what they used to be. They used to make me merry for a while, now and then, but they've taken now to burning up my inside and filling my 'ead with divils, and I'm getting afeard of them, and they'll 'ave to see me through to the end. 50 year," he resumed after another interval of brooding, "and not one 'appy day. I was a thinking it over to myself, and says I, what's the reason on it? The reason is 'cause I ain't never 'ad money. Money means 'appiness, and them as never has money 'll never be 'appy, live as long as they may. Well, I went on a-sayin' to myself, ain't I to 'ave not one 'appy day in all my life? And it come to me all at once, with a flash like, that money was to be 'ad for the trouble of taking it. Money and 'appiness." The bleared eye rolled with a sort of self-congratulation, and the coins jingled more loudly. "£1 ain't no use, nor yet £2, nor yet £5, and £5 what I never 'ad in 50 year. There's a good deal more than £5 here now, Mr. Waymark. I've reckoned it up in my 'ead. What d'ye think I'm a-going for to do with it?" He asked this question after a pause, with his head bent forward, his countenance screwed into the most hideous expression of cunning and gratified desire. "I'm a-goin'," he said, with the emphasis of a hoarse whisper. "I a-goin' to drink myself dead. That's what I'm a-goin' to do, Mr. Waymark. My 4 friends ain't what they used for to be, and 'cause I ain't got enough of 'em. It's unsatisfaction, that's what it is, as brings the burnin' in the inside and the devil's in the 'ead. Now I've got money, and for once in my life I'll be satisfied and 'appy, and then I'll go where there's a real burnin' and real devils, and let 'em make the most of Slimy." Waymark felt his blood chill with horror. For years after, the face of Slimy, as it thus glared at him, haunted him in dreamful nights. Dante saw nothing more fearful in any circle of hell. "Well, I've said my say," Slimy remarked, rising from his seat, "and now I'm sorry I'll 'ave to convenience you, Mr. Waymark. You've behaved better to me than most has, and I wouldn't pay you an convenience if I could help it. But I must have time enough to get off clear. I'll 'ave just to keep you from 'ollerin' this way, say, but I won't 'urt you. The nose is good enough for breathin'. I'll see as someone comes to let you out before to-morrow mornin'. And now I'll say good-bye, Mr. Waymark. You won't see Slimy in this world again, and if I only knowed 'ow to say a prayer, well, why, I'd pray as you mightn't never see him in the next." With one more look, a look at once of wild anticipation and friendly regret, Slimy disappeared. The relief consequent upon the certainty that no worse could happen had brought Waymark into a state of mind in which he could regard his position with equanimity. The loss of the money seemed now to be the most serious result of the affair. Slimy had promised that release should come before the morning, and would doubtless keep his word. Waymark had a certain confidence in this, which a less interested person would perhaps have deemed scarcely warrantable. In the meantime the discomfort was not extreme. To lie gagged and bound on a garret floor for some few hours was, after all, a situation which a philosopher might patiently endure, and to an artist it might well be suggestive of useful hints. Breathing, to be sure, was not easy, but became more so by degrees. But with the complete recollection of his faculties came back the thought of what was involved in the question of release before the following day. Early in the morning he had to be at the door of Tothill Fields Prison. How, if his release were delayed through Slimy's neglect or that of the agent he might employ? As the first hour passed slowly by, this became the chief anxiety in Waymark's mind. It made him forgetful of the aching in his arms, caused by the binding together of his hands behind him, which left no room for anticipation of the other sufferings which would result of his being left thus for an indefinite period. What would Ida do if she came out and found no one to meet her? His absence would make no one anxious, at all events not till more than a day had gone by. Hitherto he had always taken his rents at once to Mr. Woodstock's office, but the old gentleman was not likely to be disturbed by his non-appearance. It would be accounted for in some simple way, and his coming expected on the following morning. Then it was as good as certain that no one would come to Slimy's room, and by the by, had not there been a sound of the turning of a key when Slimy took his departure? He could not be quite sure of this. Just then he had noticed all things so imperfectly. Was it impossible to free a limb, or to ungag his mouth? He tried to turn his head, but it was clear that throttling would be the only result of any such effort, and the bonds on hands and feet were immovable. No escape save by Slimy's aid. He determined not to face the possibility of Slimy's failing in his word, otherwise anxiety would make him desperate. He recognised now for the first time fully how much it meant to him, that meeting with Ida. The shock he had experienced on hearing her sentence and beholding her face as she left the court had not apparently produced lasting results. His weakness surprised him when he looked back upon it. In a day or two he had come to regard the event as finally severing him from Ida, and a certain calm ensuing hereupon led to the phase which ultimately brought him to Maud once more. But Waymark's introspection was at fault. He understood himself less in proportion as he felt that the ground was growing firmer under his feet. Even when he wrote the letter to the prison, promising to meet Ida, he had acted as if out of mere humanity. It needed a chance such as the present to open his eyes, that she should quit the prison, and, not finding him, wander away in blank misery and hopelessness, most likely embittered by the thought that he had carelessly neglected to meet her, and so driven to despair. Such a possibility was intolerable. The fear of it began to goad him in flesh and spirit. With a sudden violent stringing of all his sinews, he wrenched at the bonds, but only with the effect of exhausting himself and making the walls and ceiling reel before his eyes. The attempt to utter cries resulted in nothing but muffled moaning. Then, mastering himself once more, he resolved to be patient. Slimy would not fail him. He tried not to think of Ida in any way, but this was beyond his power. Again and again she came before his mind. When he endeavoured to supplant her by the image of Maud Enderby, the latter's face only irritated him. Till now it had been just the reverse. The thought of Maud had always brought quietness. Ida he had recognised as the disturbing element of his life, and had learned to associate her with his least noble instincts. Thinking of this now, he began to marvel how it could have been so. Was it true that Maud was his good angel, that in her he had found his ideal? He had forced himself to believe this, now that he was in honour bound to her, yet she had never made his pulse quicken, as it had often done when he had approached Ida. True, that warmth of feeling had come to represent merely a temptation to him, but was it not that the consequence of his own ambiguous attitude? Suppose he had not known Maud Enderby, how would he then have regarded Ida and his relations to her? Were these in very deed founded on nothing but selfish feeling? Then he reviewed all his acquaintanceship with her from the first, and every detail of the story grew to a new aspect. Suppose he had not known Maud Enderby, how would he then have regarded Ida and his relations to her? Were these in very deed founded on nothing but selfish feeling? Then he reviewed all his acquaintanceship with her from the first, and every detail of the story grew to a new aspect. Thinking of Ida, he found himself wondering how it was that Mr. Woodstock appeared to take so much interest in her fate. Several times during the last 6 months the old man had referred to her, generally inquiring whether Waymark written to or heard from her, and only 2 days ago he had shown that he remembered the exact date of her release, in asking whether Waymark meant to do anything. Waymark replying that he intended to meet her and give her what assistance he could, the old gentleman had signified his strong approval, and had even gone on to mention a house in the neighbourhood of the office where Ida could be lodged at first. A room had accordingly been secured beforehand, and it was arranged that Waymark should take her directly thither on the Tuesday morning. In reviewing all this, Waymark found it more significant than he had imagined. Why, he wondered, had Mr. Woodstock grown so philanthropic all at once? Why had he been so particular in making sure that Waymark would meet the girl? Indeed, from the very beginning of this affair he had behaved with regard to it in a manner quite unlike himself. Waymark had leisure now to ponder these things, but could only conjecture explanations. The hours went by. A church clock kept him aware of their progress. The aching in his arms became severe. He suffered from cold. The floor was swept by a draught which seemed strong and keen as a blast of east wind. It made his eyes smart, and he kept them closed, with some slight hope that this might also have the effect of inducing sleep. Sleep, however, held far aloof from him. When he had wearied his brain with other thoughts, his attention began to turn to sounds in the court below. There, just as it grew dusk, some children were playing, and he tried to get amusement from their games. One of them was this: a little girl would say to the rest, "I sent my daughter to the oil shop, and the first thing she saw was C." And the task was to guess for which article this initial stood. "Carrots!" cried one, but was laughed to scorn. "Candles!" cried another, and triumphed. Then there were games which consisted in the saying of strange incantations. The children would go round and round, as was evident from the sound of their feet, chanting the while, "Sally, Sally Wallflower, sprinkle in a pan, rise, Sally Wallflower, and choose your young man. Choose for the fairest one, choose for the best, choose for the rarest one that you love the best." Upon this followed words and movements only half understood. Then, at length, broke out a sort of hymeneal chorus. "Here stands a young couple, just married and settled. Their father and mother they must obey. They love one another like sister and brother. So pray, young couple, come kiss together." Lastly, laughter and screams and confusion. This went on till it was quite dark. Pitch dark in Slimy's room.
only the faintest reflection on a portion of the ceiling of lamplight from without. Waymark's sufferings became extreme. The rope about his neck seemed to work itself tighter. There were moments when he had to struggle for the scant breath which the gag allowed him. He feared lest he should become insensible, and so perhaps be suffocated. His arms were entirely numbed. He could not feel that he was lying on them. Surely Slimy's emissary would come before midnight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. How was it that he had lost count of all the hours since 8 o'clock? Whether that had been sleep or insensibility, Waymark could not decide. Intensity of cold must have brought him back to consciousness. His whole body seemed to be frozen. His eyes ached insufferably. Continuous thought had somehow become an impossibility. He knew that Ida was constantly in his mind, and her image clear at times in the dark before him. But he could not think about her as he wished and tried to do. Who was it that seemed to come between her and him? Someone he knew, yet could not identify. Then the hours sounded uncertainly. Some he appeared to have missed. There, at length, was 7. Why, this was morning, and Slimy had promised that he should be set free before this. What was it that tortured his struggling brain so? A thought he strove in vain for time to grasp. Then the meaning flashed upon him. By a great effort he regained complete consciousness. Mind alone seemed to be left him. His body was dead. Was he, then, really to be prevented from keeping his promise to Ida? All the suffering of his previous life amassed was nothing to what Waymark endured during the successive quarters of this hour. His brain burned. His eyes had no power to gather the growing daylight. That one name was his single perception. The sound of it, uttered incessantly in thought, alone seemed to keep him conscious. He could feel something slightly warm on his cheeks, but did not know that it was the streaming of tears from his darkened eyes. Then he lost consciousness once more. The clock struck 8. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 29. Freedom. Mr. Woodstock was not so indifferent with regard to Waymark's failure to bring the rents as the young man supposed. Under ordinary circumstances, he probably would have waited without any anxiety till the following day. Already on a previous occasion, Waymark had collected on Tuesday instead of Monday, though not without notice of his intention to do so. But Mr. Woodstock had quite special reasons for wishing to see his agent before the following morning. He desired to assure himself once more that Waymark would not fail to be at the prison punctually. When the afternoon passed without the usual visit, he grew uneasy. He was incapable of attending to matters of business,
and he walked up and down his office with impatient step. Such a mood was extraordinary in Mr. Woodstock. He had often waxed restive in this or that business difficulty, was indeed anything but remarkable for equanimity under trial, but his state of mind was quite different at present, and exhibited itself in entirely different ways. He neither swore nor looked black. His was the anxiety of a man who has some grave interest at stake wherein the better part of his nature is concerned. At 5 o'clock he took a cab, and went off to Waymark's lodgings in Chelsea. Here he learned that Waymark had left home at the usual time, and had not yet returned. Just as he was speaking with the landlady at the door, another gentleman came up on the same errand. Mr. Woodstock remembered Julian Casti, and held out his hand to him. Casti looked ill. His handsome features had wasted, and his fair complexion was turned to a dull, unhealthy, yellowish hue. It was a comparatively warm day for the season, but his thin frame was closely muffled up, and still he seemed to be shrinking under the air. "Have you any idea where he can be?" Mr. Woodstock asked, as they turned away together. "None whatever. I must see him to night, though, if possible." "Ha! And I too." As he spoke, Mr. Woodstock looked at the other keenly, and something seemed to suggest itself to him. "I'm going to see if he's been for the rents as usual. Would you care to come with me?" Julian looked surprised, but assented. They got into the cab together, and alighted at the end of Litany Lane, having scarcely spoken on the way. Inquiries here showed that the collector had gone his rounds, and departed, it was said, in the ordinary way. "Have you an hour to spare, Mr. Casti?" asked the old gentleman, turning suddenly after a moment's reflection. "Certainly." "Then I wish you would come on with me to St. John Street Road. It's possible you may have it in your power to do me a great service. If Waymark doesn't turn up, and yet 10 to 1 I shall find him waiting for me. Never mind. Come along if you can spare the time. You'll find him the sooner." Mr. Woodstock tried to pooh-pooh his own uneasiness, yet, totally improbable as it seemed that Waymark should disappear at such a juncture, the impatience of the afternoon had worked him into a most unwonted fit of nervousness. Doubts and suspicions, which would ordinarily never have occurred to him, filled his mind. He was again quite silent till his office was reached. Waymark had not been. They walked upstairs together, and Mr. Woodstock asked his companion to be seated. He himself stood, and began to poke the fire. "Do you live in Chelsea still?" he suddenly asked. "Yes." "I have left word at Waymark's lodgings that he is to come straight here whenever he returns. If he's not here by midnight, should I find you up if I called, say at 12:30 or so?" "I would in any case wait up for you with pleasure." "Really?" said Mr. Woodstock, who could behave with much courtesy when he chose. "I must apologize for taking such liberties. Our acquaintance is so slight, and yet I believe you would willingly serve me in the matter in hand. Perhaps you guess what it is. Never mind. I could speak of that when I came to you, if I have to come." Julian's pale cheek had flushed with a sudden warmth. He looked at the other, and faced steadily
the gaze that met his own. "I am absolutely at your disposal," he said, in a voice which he tried to make firm, though with small success. "I am obliged to you. And now you will come and have something to eat with me. It is my usual time." Julian declined, however, and almost immediately took his leave. He walked all the way to Chelsea, regarding nothing that he had passed. When he found himself in his lodgings, he put a match to the ready laid fire, and presently made himself some tea. Then he sat idly through the evening, for the most part staring into the glowing coals, occasionally taking up a book for a few minutes, and throwing it aside again with a sigh of weariness. As it got late, he shivered so with cold, in spite of the fire, that he had to sit in his overcoat. When it was past midnight, he began to pace the room, making impatient gestures, and often resting his head upon his hands as if it ached. It must have been about 1:45 when there was the sound of a vehicle pulling up in the street below, followed by a knock at the door. Julian went down himself and admitted Mr. Woodstock. "What can it mean?" he asked anxiously, when they had walked up to the room together. "What has become of him?" "Don't know. I stopped at his place on the way here." "Don't you fear some mischance with all that money?" "Pooh! It's some absurd freak of his, I'll warrant. He doesn't care how much anxiety he gives other people." Mr. Woodstock was excited and angry. "But he will certainly go there in the morning, wherever he is," said Julian. "I'm not so sure of that. I believe it's on that very account that he's keeping out of the way." He smote his fist on the palm of the other hand with the emphasis of conviction. Julian looked at him with an expression of wonder. There was a short silence, and then Mr. Woodstock began to speak more calmly. The conversation lasted only about a quarter of an hour. Mr. Woodstock then returned to his cab, which had waited, and Julian bade him good night at the door. At 6 o'clock Julian arose. It was still quite dark when he left the house, and the air was piercing. But he did not mind the weather this morning. His step had a vigour very different from the trailing weariness of the night before, and he looked straight before him as he walked. There was a heat on his forehead which the raw breath of the morning could not allay. Before he had gone half a mile, he flung open his overcoat as if it oppressed him. It was in the direction of Westminster that he walked. Out of Victoria Street he took the same turn as on one miserable night, one which he had taken on many a night since. But he was far too early at the prison gate. He strayed about the little streets of the neighbourhood, his eyes gazing absently in this or that direction, his hot breath steaming up the grey light. When it was drawing near the time, he made some inquiries from a policeman whom he passed. Then he went to spot whither he was directed, and watched 2 or 3 people of poor appearance, who were also standing about, waiting. Julian kept apart from them. First, a miserable old woman, huddling herself in a dirty shawl, looking on all sides with a greedy eye, hastening off, no one knew whither. Then 2 young girls, laughing aloud at their recovered liberty, they repaired at once to the nearest public house. Then a figure of quite different appearance, coming quickly forward, hesitating, gazing about, a beautiful face, calm, with too great self-control, sad, pale.
Towards her, Julian advanced. Mr. Waymark was unavoidably prevented from coming, he said quickly. But he has taken rooms for you, and you will let me go with you and show you the house? Thank you, was Ida's only reply. They walked together into the main street, and Julian stopped the first empty cab that passed. As he sat opposite to her, his eyes, in spite of himself, kept straying to her face. Gazing at her, Casti's eyes grew dim. He forced himself not to look at her until the cab stopped. "They are prepared for you here," he said, as they stood on the pavement. "Just give your name, and you will not go away? You'll wait till someone calls?" Ida nodded. "No, but your word," Julian urged anxiously. "Promise me." "I promise." She went up to the door and knocked. Julian walked quickly away. At the end of the street, Mr. Woodstock was waiting. "What's the matter?" he asked, examining the young man anxiously. "Nothing, nothing." "Does she seem well?" "I think so, yes," Casti replied in a stifled voice. Then he asked hurriedly, "Where can Waymark be? What does it all mean?" Mr. Woodstock shook his head, looking annoyed. "I am convinced," Julian said, "that something is wrong. Surely it's time to make inquiries." "Yes, yes, I will do so. But you look downright ill. Do you feel able to get home? If I'd thought it would upset you like this—" Mr. Woodstock was puzzled, and kept scrutinizing the other's face. "I shall go home and have a little rest," Julian said. "I didn't get much sleep last night, that's all. But I must hear about Waymark." "You shall. I'll warrant he turns up in the course of the day. Don't be anxious. I'll get to work as soon as possible to find him. But depend upon it, the fellow's all right." They shook hands, and Julian took his way homewards. Mr. Woodstock went to the house which Ida had just entered. He knocked lightly, and a woman opened to him, and led him into the sitting room on the ground floor. "I'll just have a cup of coffee, Mrs. Sims," he said. "Does she seem to care for her breakfast?" "I'm afraid not, sir. She looks tired out and poorly like." "Yes, yes, the long journey and her troubles. Make her as comfortable as you can. I'll make myself at home with the paper here for an hour or so. Just see if she cares to lie down for a little. If so, I won't disturb her." Abraham did not devote much attention to the news. He sat before the fire, a cup of coffee within reach on the mantelpiece, his legs fully stretched out before him, his favourite attitude when thinking. In spite of his fresh complexion and active limbs, you would have seen, had you watched him in his present mood, that Mr. Woodstock was beginning to age. Outwardly he was well preserved. Few men of his years anything like so well. But let the inner man become visible during a fit of brooding, and his features made evident the progress of years. His present phase of countenance was a recent development. The relaxed lines brought to light a human kindliness not easily discoverable in the set expression of the wide-awake hours. At present there was even tenderness in his eyes, and something of sad recollection. His strong mouth twitched a little at times, and his brows contracted, as if in self-reproach. When he returned to himself, it was with a sigh. He sat for about an hour. Then the woman presented herself again, and told him that Miss Starr had been persuaded to lie down. It seemed likely she might sleep.
"Very well," said Mr. Woodstock, rising. "I'll go to the office. Send some one round when she's stirring, will you?" Ida, to get rid of her troublesome though well-meaning attendant, had promised to lie down, but she had no need of sleep. Alone, she still kept to her chair by the fire, sitting like one worn out with fatigue, her hands upon her lap, her head drooping, her eyes fixed on vacancy. She was trying to think, but thoughts refused to come consecutively, and a dull annoyance at this inability to reason upon her position fretted her consciousness. Not with impunity can the mind surrender itself for half a year to unvaried brooding upon one vast misery. The neglected faculties revenge themselves by resting, and will not respond when at length summoned. For months Ida's thoughts had gone round and round about one centre of anguish, like a wailing bird circling over a ravaged nest. The image of her mental state had been presented by an outward experience with which she became familiar. Waking long before daylight, she would lie with her eyes directed to the little barred window, watch till there came the first glimmer of dawn. Even so was it her sole relief in the deep night of her misery to look forward for that narrow gleam of hope, her ultimate release. As the day approached, she made it the business of her thoughts to construct a picture of the events it would bring. Even before hearing from Waymark, she had been sure that he would meet her. Waymark and freedom grew identical images. To be free meant to see him awaiting her and putting herself absolutely in his hands. Now that everything had turned out differently from what she had grown to anticipate with certainty, she found herself powerless to face the unexpected. Why had Waymark failed her? She could do no more than to repeat the question 1,000 times, till the faculty of self-communing forsook her. It was as though the sun should fail one morning to rise upon the world, and men should stand hopeless of a day for ever. She wondered vaguely whither she had been brought. At one moment she seemed to have been waiting an eternity in this unknown room, Julian's face and voice unspeakably remote. Then again she would look round and wonder that she no longer saw the bare walls and barred window of her cell, the present seeming only a dream. All the processes of her mind were slow, sinewless. She tried to hope for something, to expect that something would happen, but could not summon the energy. Resentment, revolt, bitterness of spirit, of these things she knew just as little. They had been strong enough within her at first, but how long ago that seemed! She had no thought of time in the present. To sit waiting for an hour meant as little as to wait 5 minutes. Such was the habit that had become impressed upon her by interminable days and nights. When at length she heard a knock at the door, it filled her with fear. She started to her feet and looked with unintelligent eyes at the woman who again presented herself. "D'ye feel better, the landlady asked. "Have you rested yourself?" "Yes, thank you." The woman went away. Then came another knock, and Mr. Woodstock entered the room. He closed the door behind him and drew near. She had again started up, and did not move her eyes from his face. "Have you any recollection of me?" Abraham asked, much embarrassed in her presence, his voice failing to be as gentle as he wished, though through his difficulty in commanding it. Ida recognized him at once. He had undergone no change since that day when she saw him last in Milton Street, and at this moment it was much easier for her to concentrate her thoughts upon bygone things than to realize the present. "You are Abraham Woodstock," she said very coldly, the resentment associated with the thought of him being yet stronger than the dead habit which had but now oppressed her. "Yes, I am. And I am a friend of Osmond Waymark. I should like to talk a little with you, if you'll let me." The old man found it so hard to give expression to the feelings that possessed him. Ida concluded at once that he came with some hostile purpose, and the name of Waymark was an incentive to her numbed faculties. "How can you be a friend of Osmond Waymark?" she asked with cold suspicion. "Didn't he ever mention my name to you?" "Never." Waymark had, in truth, always kept silence with Ida about his occupations, though he had spoken so freely of them to Maud. He could not easily have explained himself why he had made this difference, though it had a significance. Mr. Woodstock was almost at a loss how to proceed. He coughed, and moved his foot uneasily. "I have known him all his life, for all that," he said, "and it was through him I found you." "Found me?" "It'll seem very strange, what I have to tell you. You were a little girl when I saw you last, and you refused to come with me. Had you any idea why I asked you?" "I hadn't then." "But have you thought of it since?" Ida looked at him sternly, and turned her eyes away again. The belief that he was her father had always increased the resentment with which she recalled his face. "I am your grandfather," Abraham said gravely. "Your mother was my daughter." A change came over her countenance. She gazed at him with wonder. "Who did you think I was?" he asked. She hesitated for a moment, then, instead of replying, said, "You behaved cruelly to my poor mother." "I won't deny it," the old man returned, mastering his voice with difficulty. "I ought to have been more patient with her, but she refused to obey me, and I can't help my nature. I repented it when it was too late." Ida could not know what it cost him to utter these abrupt sentences. He seemed harsh, even in confining his harshness. She was as far from him as ever. "I can't do anything for her," Mr. Woodstock continued, trying to look her in the face, "but you are her child, and I want to do now what I ought to have done long ago. I've come here to ask you if you'll live in my house, and be like a child of my own." "I don't feel to you as a child ought," Ida said, her voice changing to sadness. "You've left it too late." "No, it isn't too late!" exclaimed the other, with the emotion he could not control. "You mustn't think of yourself but of me. You have all of your life before you, but I'm drawing near to the end of mine. There's no one in the world belonging to me but you. I have a right to—" "No right, no right!" Ida interrupted him almost passionately. Then, "You have a duty," said Abraham with lowered voice. "My mind isn't at ease, and it's in your power to help me. Don't imitate me, and put off doing good till it's too late. I don't ask you to feel kindly to me. All I want is that you'll let me take you to my home and do all I can for you, both now and after I'm gone." There was pathos in the speech, and Ida felt it. "Do you know where I came from this morning?" she asked, when both had been silent for some moments. "I know all about it. I was at the trial, and I did my best for you then." "Do you believe I robbed that woman?" Ida asked, leaning forward with eager eyes and quickened breath. "Believe it? Not I! No one believes it who knows anything about her. Waymark said he wouldn't have believed it if all the courts in England found you guilty." "He said that?" she exclaimed. Then, as if suddenly becoming clearer about her position, "Where is Mr. Waymark? Why didn't he meet me, as he promised?" Abraham hesitated, but speedily made up his mind that it would be best to speak the truth. "I know as little as you do. He ought to have come to me yesterday, but he didn't, and I can't discover him. I got Mr. Casti to meet you instead." The keenest trouble manifested itself on Ida's countenance. She asked questions in rapid succession, and thus elicited an explanation of all the circumstances hitherto unknown to her. "Have you been through the houses?" she inquired, all her native energy restored by apprehension. "Haven't you thought that he may have been robbed, and—" She stopped, overcome by sudden weakness, and sank into the chair. "Come, come, it isn't so bad as all that," said the old man, observing her closely. "He may turn up at any moment. All sorts of unexpected things may have happened. But I'll go again to his lodgings, and if I can't hear anything there, I'll set the police to work. Will you promise me to wait here quietly?" "No, that I can't do. I want to move about. I must do something. Let me go with you to look for him." "No, no, that'll never do, Ida." The power of speaking tenderly seemed to have been given to him all at once. This, and his calling her Ida, struck so upon the girl's agitated feelings that she began to sob. "Let me, let me go with you. I, I will forget everything. I will be your child. I will try to love you." She was as weak as water, and would have sunk to the ground if Abraham had not given her his support just in time. He could not find words to soothe her, but passed his hand very tenderly over her head. "We are losing time," she exclaimed, forcing herself into an appearance of calmness. "Come at once." End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marzia Marianera. The Unclassed by George Robert GISSING. Chapter 30. Elm Court. In Beaufort Street they only learned that Waymark had not yet been home. Thence they drove to the east, and stopped at the police station, where Abraham saw the inspector. The latter suggested that Mr. Woodstock should go through all the houses which Waymark would have visited. If that search proved fruitless, the police would pursue the matter. Ida insisted on being allowed to accompany him when the cab stopped at the end of Litany Lane. She gazed about her like one who had been suddenly set down in a new country. The squalor and vileness, so familiar to her of old, affected her strangely under the present conditions. The faces of people at whom she looked remained fresh in her memory for years after. The long confinement and the excitement which now possessed her resulted in preternatural acuteness of observation. Abraham spoke first with several people whom he had already questioned about Waymark, but they had heard nothing since. "Are you strong enough for this?" he asked Ida. "Hadn't you better go back to the cab and wait for me?" "Don't ask me to do that," she entreated earnestly. "I must be active. I have strength now for anything." Just as she spoke, Mr. Woodstock became aware of a disturbance of some kind in a dirty little tobacconist's shop close at hand. There was a small crowd at the door, and the sound of wrangling voices came from within. Such an occurrence was too ordinary to suggest any special significance, but Abraham would not pass without making some inquiry. Begging Ida to stand where he left her, he pushed his way into the shop and listened to what was going on. A lad, well known in these parts as Lushy Dick, was, it appeared, charging the tobacconist with cheating him. He alleged that he had deposited half a sovereign on the counter in payment for a cigar, and the shopman had given him change as if for sixpence, maintaining stoutly that sixpence had been the coin given him, and no half sovereign at all. When Mr. Woodstock entered, the quarrel had reached a high pitch. "Half a quid!" the tobacconist was exclaiming contemptuously. "I'd like to know where such as you is likely to get half a quid from." Lushy Dick, stung to recklessness by a succession of such remarks, broke out in vehement self-justification. "Would you like to know, you old blank? Then you shall, blank soon. I'm blank if I don't tell you just the blank truth, and take the blank consequences. It was Slimy as give it me, and if you want to know where Slimy got it, you'll have to blank well find out, 'cause I don't know myself." "And how came Slimy give you half a sovereign?" Mr. Woodstock at once interposed, speaking with authority. "Is that you, Mr. Woodstock?" exclaimed the boy, turning round suddenly at the sound of the voice. "Now, look here, I'm a-going to make a blank clean breast of it. These here blank blokes bring a ringing the changes on me. I'll show him up, and blank well chance it. Slimy give me a quid afore he took his blank hook." The lad had clearly been drinking, but had not yet reached the incoherent stage. He spoke in great excitement, repeating constantly his determination to be revenged upon the tobacconist at all costs. It was with difficulty that Mr. Woodstock kept him to the point. "Why Slimy give it me? Well, I'll just tell you, Mr. Woodstock. It was to do a job for him, which I never done it after all. Slimy told me as how I was to go to your office at 10 o'clock last night, and tell you from him as he'd no more occasion for his room. So he'd sent you the key, and you'd better come as soon as possible, and see as he'd left everything square behind him, and 'cause he was afraid he'd locked in a friend of yourn by mistake and in his hurry."
"And why the devil didn't you come?" exclaimed Abraham, looking at him in angry surprise. "'Cause why, Mr. Woodstock? Well, I'll tell you just the bloomin' truth, and chance it. I lost the key out of my pocket through having a blank hole in it, so I thought as how I'd best just say nothing about neither Slimy nor his room, and there you have it." Abram was out of the shop again on the instant. "I've found him," he said to Ida. "A house round there in the court." She walked quickly by his side, a cluster of people following them. Fortunately, a policeman was just coming from the opposite end of Litany Lane, and Mr. Woodstock secured his services to keep the mob from entering the house where Slimy had lived. As soon as they got inside, the old man begged Ida to remain in a room on the ground floor whilst he went upstairs, and this she consented to do. Reaching the garret, he tried the handle of the door, without effect. Knocking and calling produced no response, and within all was perfectly quiet. Hesitating no longer, he drew back as far as the wall would allow him, and ran with his foot against the door. The rotten woodwork cracked, and a second onset forced the lock away. In the middle of the floor Waymark lay, just as Slimy had left him nearly 24 hours ago. Abraham scarcely ventured to draw near. There was no motion in the fettered body, and he dreaded to look closely at the face. Before he could overcome this momentary fear, there was a quick step behind him, and, with a smothered cry, Ida had rushed into the room. She was on her knees beside Waymark, her face close down to his. "He is alive!" she cried. "His eyes have opened. A knife! Cut these cords!" That was soon accomplished, but Waymark lay motionless. He showed that he understood what was going on, but he was quite blind. His voice had all but gone, and a dead man could as soon have risen. Ida still knelt by him, chafing one of his hands. When he tried to speak, she gently raised his head and let it rest upon her lap. In a few minutes Abraham had produced a glass of spirits, and, after drinking this, Waymark was able to make himself understood. "Who is touching me?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. "It is all dark. Whose hand is this?" "It's Ida," Abraham said, when she herself remained silent. "She and I have had a rare hunt for you." "Ida?" He endeavoured to raise himself, but in vain. All he could do was to press her hand to his heart. In the meantime the policeman had come up, and with his help Waymark was carried downstairs, out into the court, and thence to the end of Litany Lane, where the cab still waited. 4 days after this the following paragraph appeared in the morning papers. "The man wanted on a charge of robbery with violence in the East End, and who appears to be known only by the nickname of Slimy, was yesterday afternoon discovered by the police in a cellar in Limehouse. He seems to have been in hiding there since the perpetration of the crime, only going out from time to time to purchase liquor at public houses in the neighbourhood. Information given by the landlord of one of these houses led to his arrest. He was found lying on the stone floor, with empty bottles about him, also a quantity of gold and silver coins, which appeared to have rolled out of his pocket. He was carried to the police station in an insensible state, but on being taken to the cell came to himself and exhibited symptoms of delirium tremens. 2 officers remained with him, but the assistance of a third shortly became necessary, owing to the violence of his struggles. Towards midnight his fury lessened, and, after a very brief interval of unconsciousness, the wretched creature expired. End of chapter 30. Recording by Marzia Marianera.
Chapter 31 of The Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sally Ireland. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 31. Mr. Woodstock's house at Tottenham was a cheerful abode when the months of the early summer came around, and there was thick leafage within the shelter of the old brick wall which shut it off from the road. For the first time in his life, he understood the attractions of domesticity. During the early months of the year, slippers and the fireside after dinner. Now that the sunset time was growing warm and fragrant, a musing saunter about the garden walls. These were the things to which his imagination grew fond of turning. Nor to these only. Blended with such visions of bodily comfort, perchance lending to them their chief attraction, was the light of a young face, grave always, often sad, speaking with its beautiful eyes to those simpler and tenderer instincts of his nature which had hitherto slept. In the presence of Ida, who was now known by his wish as Miss Woodstock, Abraham's hard voice found for itself a more modest and musical key. He began, novel sensation, to look upon himself as a respectable old man. The grey patches on his head were grateful to him from that point of view. If only he had been able to gather round his granddaughter and himself a circle of equally respectable friends and acquaintances, he would have enjoyed complete satisfaction. 2 or 3 at most there were, whom he could venture to bring over with him from the old life to the new. For Ida, he could as yet provide no companionship at all. But Ida did not feel the want. Since the day of her coming to the new house, her life had been very full. So much was passing within that she desired to escape, rather than discover, new distractions in the world around her. For the week or so during which Waymark had lain ill, her courage had triumphed over the sufferings to which she was herself a prey. The beginning of his recovery brought about a reaction in her state, and for some days she fell into a depressed feebleness almost as extreme as on the first morning of her freedom. It distressed her to be spoken to, and her own lips were all but mute. Mr. Woodstock sometimes sat by her whilst she slept, or seemed to be sleeping. When she stirred and showed consciousness of his presence, he left her, so great was his fear of annoying her, and thus losing the ground he had gained. Once, when he was rising to quit the room, Ida held out her hand as if to stay him. She was lying on a sofa and had enjoyed a very quiet sleep. "Grandfather," she murmured, turning to face him. It was the first time she had addressed him thus, and the old man's eyes brightened at the sound. "Are you better for the sleep, Ida?" he asked, taking the hand she had extended. "Much, much better. How the sun shines!" "Yes, it's a fine day. Don't you think you could go out a little?" "I think I should like to, but I can't walk very far, I'm afraid." "You needn't walk at all, my dear. Your carriage shall be here whenever you like to order it." "My carriage?" The exclamation was like a child's pleased wonder. She coloured a little and seemed ashamed. "How is Mr. Waymark?" was her next question. "Nothing much amiss now, I think. His eyes are painful, he says, and he mustn't leave the room yet, but it won't last much longer. Shall we go together to see him?" She hesitated, but decided to wait till he could come down. "But you'll go out, Ida, if I order the carriage?" "Thank you, I should like to." That first drive had been to Ida a joy unspeakable. Today, for the first time, she was able to sweep her mind clear of the dread shadow of brooding, and give herself up to simple enjoyment of the hour. Abraham went and told Waymark of all this as soon as they got back. In the exuberance of his spirits he was half angry with the invalid for being gloomy. Waymark had by this time shaken off all effects of his disagreeable adventure, with the exception of a weakness of the eyes. But convalescence did not work upon him as in Ida's case. He was morose, often apparently sunk in hopeless wretchedness. When Abraham spoke to him of Ida, he could scarcely be got to reply. After all, he showed an extreme impatience to recover his health and go back to the ordinary life. "I shall be able to go for the rents next Monday," he said to Mr. Woodstock one day. "I should have thought you'd had enough of that. I've found another man for the job." "Then what on earth am I to do?" Waymark exclaimed impatiently. "How am I to get my living if you take that work away from me?" "Never mind, we'll find something," Abraham returned. "Why are you in such a hurry to get away? I should like to know." "Simply because I can't always live here, and I hate uncertainty." There was something in the young man's behaviour which puzzled Mr. Woodstock, but the key to the puzzle was very shortly given him. On the evening of the same day he presented himself once more in Waymark's room. The latter could not see him, but the first sound of his voice was a warning of trouble. "Do you feel able to talk?" Abraham asked rather gruffly. "Yes. Why?" "Because I want to ask you a few questions. I've just had a call from that friend of yours, Mr. Enderby, and something came out in talk that I wasn't exactly prepared for." Waymark rose from his chair. "Why didn't you tell me," pursued Mr. Woodstock, "that you were engaged to his daughter?" "I scarcely thought it necessary." "Not when I told you who Ida was?" This disclosure had been made whilst Waymark was still confined to his bed, partly because Abraham had a difficulty in keeping the matter to himself, partly because he thought it might help the other through his illness. Waymark had said very little at the time, and there had been no conversation on the matter between them since. "I don't see that it made any difference," Waymark replied gloomily. The old man was silent. He had been, it seemed, under a complete delusion, and could not immediately make up his mind whether he had indeed ground of complaint against Waymark. "Why did Enderby call?" the latter inquired. "Very naturally, it seems to me, to know what had become of you. He didn't see the report in the paper, and went searching for you." "Does Ida know of this?" he asked, after a pause, during which Waymark had remained standing with his arms crossed on the back of the chair. "I have never told her. Why should I have done? Perhaps now you will believe what I insisted upon before the trial, that there had been nothing whatever—" He spoke irritably, and was interrupted by the other with yet more irritation. "Never mention that again to me as long as you live, Waymark. If you do, we shall quarrel. Understand?" "I have no more pleasure in referring to it than you have," said Waymark more calmly. "But I must justify myself when you attack me." "How long has this been going on?" asked the other, after a silence. "Some 3 months, perhaps more." "Well, I think it would have been better if you'd been straightforward about it, that's all. I don't know that I've anything more to say. We know what we're about, and there's an end of it." So saying, the old man went out of the room. There was a difference in him henceforth, something which Ida noticed, though she could not explain it. On the following day he spoke with her on a matter she was surprised to hear him mention, her education. He had been thinking, he said, that she ought to learn to play the piano, and be taught foreign languages. Wouldn't she like him to find some lady who could live in the house and teach her all these things? Ida's thoughts at once ran to the conclusion that this had been suggested by Waymark, and, when she found that her grandfather really wished it, she gave a ready assent. A week or two later the suitable person had been discovered, a lady of some 30 years of age, by name Miss Hurst. She was agreeable and refined, endowed, moreover, with the tact which was desirable in one undertaking an office such as this. Ida found her companionship pleasant, and Mr. Woodstock congratulated himself on having taken the right step. At the same time that the governess came to the house, Waymark left it. He returned to his old lodgings and, with an independence which was partly his own impulse, partly the natural result of the slight coolness towards him which had shown itself in Mr. Woodstock, set to work to find a means of earning his living. This he was fortunate enough to discover without any great delay. He obtained a place as assistant in a circulating library. The payment was small, but he still had his evenings free. Ida did not conceal her disappointment when Abraham conveyed this news to her. She had been hoping for better things. Her intercourse with Waymark between his recovery and his leaving the house had been difficult, full of evident constraint on both sides. It was the desire of both not to meet alone, and in Mr. Woodstock's presence they talked of indifferent things, with an artificiality which it was difficult to support, yet impossible to abandon. They shunned each other's eyes. Waymark was even less at his ease than Ida, knowing that Mr. Woodstock observed him closely at all times. With her grandfather, Ida tried to speak freely of their friend, but she too was troubled by the consciousness that the old man did not seem as friendly to Waymark as formerly. "This will of course only be for a time," she said, when told of Waymark's new employment. "I don't know," Abraham replied indifferently. "I should think it will suit him as well as anything else." "But he is clever. He writes books. Don't you think he will make himself known some day?" "That kind of thing isn't much to be depended on, it seems to me. It's a doubtful business to look forward to for a living." Ida kept silent on the subject after that. She did not seem to brood any longer over sad thoughts, yet it was seldom she behaved or spoke light-heartedly. Her face often indicated an absent mind, but it was the calm musings of one whose thoughts look to the future and strengthen themselves with hope. Times there were when she drew away into solitude, and these were the intervals of doubt and self-questioning. With her grandfather she was reconciled. She had become convinced of his kindness to her, and the far-off past was now seldom in her mind. The trouble originated in the deepest workings of her nature. When she found herself comparing her position now with that of former days, it excited in her a restive mood to think that chance alone had thus raised her out of misery, that the conscious strength and purity of her soul would never have availed to help her to these things which were now within her grasp. The old sense of the world's injustice excited anger and revolt in her heart. Chance alone befriended her, and the reflection injured her pride. What of those numberless, struggling creatures to whom such happy fortune could never come, who, be their aspirations and capabilities what they might, must struggle vainly, agonise, and in the end despair? She had been lifted out of hell, not risen therefrom by her own strength. Sometimes it half seemed to her that it would have been the nobler lot to remain as she was, to share the misery of that dread realm of darkness with those poor disinherited ones, to cherish that spirit of noble rebellion, the consciousness of which had been as pure fire on the altar of her being. What was to be her future? Would she insensibly forget her past self, let her strength subside in refinement? It might be, even lose the passion which had made her what she was? But hope predominated. Forget. Could she ever forget those faces in the slums on the day when she bade farewell to poverty and all its attendant wretchedness? Litany Lane and Elm Court were names which already symbolised a purpose. If ever she still looked at her grandfather with a remnant of distrust, it was because she thought of him as drawing money from such a source, enjoying his life of ease in disregard of the responsibilities laid upon him. The day would come when she could find courage to speak to him. She waited and prepared herself. Prepared herself for that, and for so much else. Waymark's behaviour would have cost her the bitterest misery, had she not been able to explain it to her own satisfaction. There could be but one reason why he held aloof from her, and that an all-sufficient one. In her new position, it was impossible for him to be more than just friendly to her. If that had been his attitude in the old days, how could his self-respect allow him to show the slightest change? In his anxiety not to do so, he had even fallen short of the former kindness. No forgiveness was needed when she felt that she understood him so well. But all the more did it behove her to make herself worthy of him in all things. She still had so much to learn. She was so far his inferior in culture and understanding. Her studies with Miss Hurst were fruitful, nor were her domestic duties forgotten. Mr. Woodstock had supplied her with a good housekeeper to help her in experience, but Ida took an adequate burden on her own shoulders. This again was a new and keen joy. Waymark dined with them one Sunday in June, and in the course of the evening went with Abraham to the smoking room for some private conversation. "Do you remember," he began, "once offering to buy those shares of mine?" "Yes, I do," replied Mr. Woodstock, narrowing his eyes. "Does the offer still hold good?" Yes, if you're anxious to realise." "I am. I want money for two purposes." "What are they?" Abraham asked bluntly. "One is a private matter which I don't think I need to speak of, but the other I can explain. I have found a courageous publisher who has offered to bring my book out if I take a certain risk. This I have made up my mind to do. I want to get the thing out, if only for the sake of hearing Mrs. Grundy lift up her voice, and if it can't be otherwise, I must publish at my own expense." "Will it repay you?" Mr. Woodstock asked. "Ultimately, I have no doubt, but I don't care so much about that." "I should think that's the chief matter to be considered. And you won't tell me what the other speculation is?" "I'm going to lend a friend some money, but I don't wish to go into detail." The old man looked at him shrewdly. "Very well," he said presently. "I'll let you have the cash. Could you manage to look in at the office tomorrow at midday?" This was arranged, and Waymark rose, but Mr. Woodstock motioned him to resume his seat. "As we're talking," he began, "I may as well have over something that's on my mind. Why haven't you told Ida yet about that engagement of yours?" "Haven't you done so?" Waymark asked in surprise. "Did you think I had?" "Why, yes, I did." "I've done nothing of the kind," Abraham returned, pretending to be surprised at the supposition, though he knew it was a perfectly natural one. Waymark was silent. "Don't you think," the other pursued, "it's about time something was said to her? I can't see that it matters, but I can see, as long as that isn't known you're here, to speak plainly on false pretences. Then I won't come here at all." "Very good," exclaimed the old man irritably, "so long as you explain to her first." Waymark turned away and stood gazing gloomily at the floor. Abraham regarded him, and a change came over his hard face. "Now look here," he said, "there's something in all this that I can't make out. Is this engagement a serious one?" "Serious?" returned the other, with a look of misery. "How can it be otherwise?" "Very well. In that case, you're bound to let Ida know about it, and at once. Damn it all, don't you know your own mind? Waymark collected himself and spoke gravely. I, of course, understand why you press so for this explanation. You take it for granted that Ida regards me as something more than a friend. If so, my manner since she has been here must have clearly shown her that, on my side, I have not the least thought of offering more than friendship. You yourself will grant so much, I believe. For all that, I don't deny that our relations have always been unusual. It would cost me very much to tell her of my engagement. I ask you to relieve me of that painful task on the understanding that I never come here again. I can't make you understand my position. You say my behaviour has not been straightforward. In the ordinary sense of the word it has not. There, let it rest. Tell Ida what you will of me, and let me disappear from her world. The plain English of all which, cried Abraham angrily, is that, as far as you are concerned, you would be quite willing to let the girl live on false hopes, just to have the pleasure of her society as long as you care for it. Not so at all. I value Ida's friendship as I value that of no other woman, and I am persuaded that, if I were free with her, I could reconcile her entirely to our connection remaining one of friendship, and nothing more. Waymark, in his desperate straits, all but persuaded himself that he told the truth. Mr. Woodstock gazed at him in doubt. He would give him to the end of July to make up his mind. By that time Waymark must either present himself as a free man, or allow Ida to be informed of his position. In the meanwhile he must come to Tottenham not oftener than once a week. To this Waymark agreed, glad of any respite. He returned to his lodgings in a state of nervous misery. Fortunately, he was not left to his thoughts. In a few minutes a knock at his door announced a visitor in the person of Mr. O'Gree. The Irishman exhibited his wonted liveliness, and at once began to relate an incident to the disadvantage of his arch-enemy. "Faith," he cried, "I'd have given a trifle if ye could have heard the conversation between Tootle and me just after breakfast yesterday. The boys were filing out of the room when 'Mr. O'Gree,' cries Pendy. 'Sir,' I reply. 'The boys were called late this morning, I hear.' 'No such thing, sir,' I assured 'em. 6:30 to the minute by my watch.' 'Oh, your watch, Mr. O'Gree,' cries the old reprobate. 'I fear your watch doesn't keep very good time.' 'Sure you're in the right, sir,' I said. 'It's been losing a little of late. So only last night I stopped it at 6:30 to make sure it would show me the right calling time this morning.' And when I'd said that, I just nod my head, as much to say, 'There's one for ye, me boy,' and walk off as jaunty as a Limerick bantam. Then, after a burst of merriment, O'Gree suddenly fixed his face in a very grave expression. 'I'm resolved, Waymark, I'm resolved,' he exclaimed. 'At midsummer I break my chains, and stand erect in the dignity of a free man. I've said it often, but now I mean it. Sally urged me to do this, and Sally never utters a word that isn't pure wisdom. Well, I think she's right. I myself should prefer a scavenger's existence on the whole, but have you thought any further of the other scheme?' 'The commercial undertaking. We were talking it over the other night. Sally says, borrow the money and risk it, and I think she's in the right. If you enter the world of commerce, you must be prepared for speculation. We looked over at the advertisements in a newspaper just to get an idea, and we calculated the concern could be set afloat for £75. Out of that we could pay a quarter's rent and stock the shop. Sally's been behind the counter a good bit of late, and she's getting an insight into that kind of thing. Wonderful girl, Sally. Put her in Downing Street for a week, and she'd be a competent to supplant the Premier." "You have decided for a chandler's?" Yes, we neither of us know much about tobacco, and tobacco perhaps isn't quite the thing for a man of education. But to be a good chandler is something worthy of any man's ambition. You supply at once the solids and the luxuries of life. You range from boiled ham and pickles to mixed biscuits and preserves. You are the focus of a whole street. The father comes to you for his midday bread and cheese, the mother for her half-ounce of tea, the child for its farthing's worth of sweets. For years I've been leading a useless life. Once let me get into my shop and I become a column of the social system. Faith, it's as good as done. From who shall you borrow the cash? Sally's going to think about that point. I suppose we shall go to a loan office and make some kind of arrangement. I'm rather vague on these things, but Sally will find it out. I understand, said Waymark, checking his amusement, that you are perfectly serious in this plan? As serious as I was in the moment of my birth. There's no other chance. Very well then, suppose I offer to lend you the money. You, Waymark? No less a person. And he went on to explain how it was that he was able to make the offer, adding that any sum up to £100 was at his friend's disposal. "Ye mean it, Waymark," cried O'Gree, leaping around the room in ecstasy. "Bedad, you are a man and a brother, and no mistake. You're the first that's ever offered to lend me a penny. You're the first that ever had faith in me. You shall come with me to see Sally on Saturday and tell her this yourself, and I shouldn't be surprised if she gives you a kiss." O'Gree exhausted himself in capering and vociferation, then sat down and began to exercise his luxuriant imagination in picturing unheard-of prosperity. "We'll take a shop in a new neighbourhood where we shall have the monopoly. The people'll get to know Sally. She'll be like a magnet behind the counter. I shall go to wholesale houses and impress them with a sense of my financial stability. I flatter myself I shall look the prosperous shopkeeper, eh? Who knows what we may come to? Why, in a few years we may transfer our business to Oxford Street or Piccadilly and call ourselves Italian warehousemen. And bedad, we'll turn out in the end another Cross and Blackwell. See if we don't." At the utmost limit of the time allowed him by the rules of the Academy, the future man of business took his leave, in spirits extravagant even for him. "Faith," he exclaimed when he was already at the door, "who do you think I saw last Sunday? As I was free in the afternoon, I took a walk, and coming back I went into a little coffee shop for a cup of tea. A man in an apron came up to serve me, and by my soul if it wasn't poor old Egger. I've heard not a word of him since he left last Christmas. He was ashamed of himself, poor devil, but I did my best to make him easy. After all, he's better off than in the scholastic line." Waymark laughed at this incident and stood watching O'Gree's progress down the street for a minute or two. Then he went to his room again, and sitting down with a sigh, fell into deep brooding. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marzia Marianera. The Unclassed by George Robert GISSING. Chapter 32. A Vision of Sin. Maud Endersby life at home became even more solitary. Such daily intercourse as had been established between her mother and herself grew less and less fruitful of real intimacy, till at length it was felt by both to be mere form. Maud strove against this, but there was no corresponding effort on the other side. Mrs. Enderby showed no dislike for her daughter, yet unmistakably shunned her. If she chanced to enter the sitting-room whilst Maud was there, she would, if possible, retreat unobserved, or else she would feign to have come in quest of something, and at once go away with it. Maud could not fail to observe this, and its recurrence struck a chill to her heart. She had not the courage to speak to her mother. A dead weight of trouble, a restless spirit of apprehension, made her life one of passive endurance. She feared to have the unnatural conditions of their home openly recognised. Very often her thoughts turned to the time when she had found refuge from herself in the daily occupation of teaching, and, had she dared, she would gladly have gone away once more as a governess, but she could not bring herself to propose such a step. To do so would necessitate explanations, and that was what she dreaded most of all. Whole days, with the exception of meal times, she spent in her own room, and there no one ever disturbed her. Sometimes she read, but most often sat in prolonged brooding, heedless of the hours. Her father was now constantly away from home. He told her that he travelled on business. It scarcely seemed to be a relief to him to rest a while in his chair. Indeed, Paul had grown incapable of resting. Time was deepening the lines of anxiety in his sallow face. His mind seemed for ever racked with painful calculation. Mrs. Enderby, too, spent much time away from the house, and Maud knew nothing of her engagements. One thing, however, Maud could not help noticing, and that was that her mother was clearly very extravagant in her mode of living. New and costly dresses were constantly being purchased, as well as articles of luxury for the house. Mrs. Enderby had of late provided herself with a femme de chambre, a young woman who arrayed herself with magnificence in her mistress' castle of dresses, and whose appearance and demeanour had something the reverse of domestic. Maud almost feared her. Then there was a hired brougham constantly in use. Whenever Mrs. Enderby spent an evening at home, company was sure to be entertained. Noisy and showy people filled the drawing-room, and remained till late hours. Maud did not even see their faces, but the voices of one or two men and women became only too familiar to her. Even in the retirement of her room she could not avoid hearing these voices, and they made her shudder. Especially she was conscious of Mr. Roge's presence. She knew his very step on the stairs, and waited in feverish apprehension for the first notes of an accompaniment on the piano, which warned her that he was going to sing. He had a good voice, and it was often in request. Sometimes the inexplicable dread of his singing was more than she could bear. She would hurry on her walking attire, and, stealing like a shadow down the stairs, would seek refuge in pacing about the streets of the neighbourhood, heedless of weather or the hour. Mrs. Enderby never came down to breakfast. One morning, when Paul happened to be at home, he and Maud had finished that meal in silence, and Maud was rising to leave the room, when her father checked her. He leaned over the table towards her and spoke in an anxious undertone. "Have you noticed anything a little strange in your mother lately, Maud? Anything in her way of speaking? I mean, her general manner?" The girl met his look and shook her head. The approach to such a conversation affected her as with a shock. She could not speak. "She has very bad nights, you know," Paul went on, still in a tone just above a whisper, "and of late she has been taking chloral. It's against my wish, but the relief makes it an irresistible temptation. I'm afraid it is having some deleterious effect upon her. She seemed to be just a little delirious in the night, I thought." There was something horrible in his voice and face as he uttered these words. He shuddered slightly, and his tongue seemed to labour for utterance, as though it dreaded the sound of his own speech. Maud sat unmoving and silent. "I thought, also," Paul went on, "that she appeared a little strange last evening when the people were here." You weren't in the drawing-room?" Maud shook her head again. Do you think," he asked, "she's having too much excitement? I know she needs a life of constant variety. It is essential to her. I'm sure you understand that, Maud. You don't misjudge her?" No, it is necessary to her," said the girl mechanically. "But," her father pursued with still lower voice, "there is always the danger lest she should overexert herself. Last night I thought I noticed, but it was scarcely worth speaking of. I am so easily alarmed, you know." Maud tried to say something, but in vain. You won't desert her, quite, Maud?" said her father in a tone of pleading. "I am obliged to be so much away. God knows I can't help it. And then I wonder whether you have noticed. I seem to have little influence with her." He stopped, but the next moment forced himself to utter what was in his mind. "Can't you help me a little more, Maud? Couldn't you induce her to live a little more restfully at times?" She rose, pushing the chair back behind her. "Father, I can't!" she cried, then burst into a passion of tears. "God help us!" her father breathed, rising and looking at her in blank misery. But in a moment she had recovered herself. They faced each other for an instant, but neither ventured to speak again, and Maud turned and left him. Waymark came as usual, but now he seldom saw Mrs. Enderby. Maud received him alone. There was little that was lover-like in these hours spent together. They kissed each other at meeting and parting, but, with this exception, the manner of both was very slightly different from what it had been before their engagement. They sat apart, and talked of art, literature, religion, seldom of each other. It had come to this by degrees. At first there had been more warmth, but passion never. Waymark's self-consciousness often weighed upon his tongue, and made his conversation but a string of commonplaces. Maud was often silent for long intervals. Their eyes never met in a steady gaze. Waymark often asked himself whether Maud's was a passionless nature, or whether it was possible that her reserve had the same origin as his own. The latter he felt to be unlikely. Sometimes there was a pressure of her hands as their lips just touched, the indication, he believed, of feeling held in restraint for uncertain reasons. She welcomed him, too, with a look which he in vain endeavoured to respond to, a look of sudden relief from weariness, of gentle illumination. It smote him like a reproach. When the summer had set in, he was glad to change the still room for the open air. They walked frequently about Regent's Park, and lingered till after sunset. One evening, when it was dull and threatened with rain, they returned to the house sooner than usual. Waymark would have taken his leave at the door, as he ordinarily did, but Maud begged him to enter, if only for a few minutes. It was not quite 9 o'clock, and Mrs. Enderby was from home. He seated himself, but Maud remained standing irresolutely. Waymark glanced at her from under his eyebrows. He did not find it easy to speak. They had both been silent since they left the park, with the exception of the few words exchanged at the door. "Will you let me sit here?" Maud asked suddenly, pushing a footstool near to his chair and kneeling upon it. He smiled and nodded. "When will they begin the printing?" she asked, referring to his book, which was now in the hands of the publisher who had undertaken it. "Not for some months. It can't come out till the winter season." "If it should succeed, it will make a great difference in your position, won't it?" "It might," he replied, looking away. She sat with her eyes fixed on the ground. She wished to continue, but something stayed her. "I don't count much upon it," Waymark said, when he could no longer endure the silence. "We mustn't base our hopes on that." He rose. The need of changing his attitude seemed imperative. "Must you go?" Maud asked, looking up at him with eyes which spoke all that her voice failed to utter. He moved his head affirmatively, and held out his hand to raise her. She obeyed his summons and stood up before him. Her eyes had fixed themselves upon these. He could not avoid their strange gaze. "Good-bye," he said. Her free hand rose to his shoulder, upon which it scarcely rested. He could not escape her eyes, though to meet them tortured him. Her lips were moving, but he could distinguish no syllable. They moved again, and he could just gather the sense of her whisper. "Do you love me?" An immense pity thrilled through him. He put his arm about her, held her closely, and pressed his lips against her cheek. She reddened and hid her face against him. Waymark touched her hair caressingly, then freed his other hand, and went from the room. Maud sat in thought till a loud ring at the doorbell made her start and flee upstairs. The room in which she and Waymark sat when they were by themselves was in no danger of invasion, but she feared the possibility of meeting her mother to-night. Her father was away from home as usual, but the days of his return were always uncertain, and Mrs. Enderby might perchance open the door of the little sitting-room just to see whether he was there, as it was here he ordinarily employed himself when in the house. From her bedroom Maud could hear several people ascend the stairs. It was 10 o'clock, but an influx of visitors at such an hour was nothing remarkable. She could hear her mother's laugh, and then the voice of a man, a voice she knew but too well, that of Mr. Rudge. Her nerves were excited. The night was close, and there were mutterings of thunder at times. The cloud whence they came seemed to her to spread its doleful blackness over this one roof. An impulse seized her. She took paper and sat down at her desk to write. It was a letter to Waymark, a letter such as she had never addressed to him, and which, even in writing it, she was conscious she could not send. Her hand trembled as she filled the pages with burning words. She panted for more than he had given her. This calm, half-brotherly love of his was just now like a single drop of water to one dying of thirst. She cried to him for a deeper draught of the joy of life. The words came to her without need of thought. Tears fell hot from her eyes and blotted what she wrote. The tears brought her relief. She was able to throw her writing aside, and by degrees to resume that dull, vacant mood of habitual suffering which at all events could be endured. From this, too, there was at times a retreat possible with the help of a book. She had no mind to sleep, and on looking round she remembered that the book she had been reading in the early part of the day was downstairs. It was after midnight, and she seemed to have a recollection of hearing the visitors leave the house a little while ago. It would be safe to venture as far as the sitting-room below. She began to descend the stairs quietly. There was still a light in the hall, but the quietness of the house reassured her. On turning an angle of the stairs, however, she saw that the door of the drawing-room was open, and that just within stood two figures, her mother and Mr. Rudge. They seemed to be whispering together, and in the same moment their lips met. Then the man came out and went downstairs. Mrs. Enderby turned back into the drawing-room. Maud stood fixed to the spot. Darkness had closed in around her, and she clung to the banister to save herself from the gulf which seemed to yawn before her feet. The ringing of a bell, the drawing-room bell summoning Mrs. Enderby's maid, brought her back to consciousness, and with trembling limbs she regained her room. It was as though some ghastly vision of the night had shaken her soul. The habit of her mind overwhelmed her with the conviction that she knew at last the meaning of that mystery of horror which had of late been strengthening its hold upon her imagination. The black cloud which lowered above the house had indeed its significance. The voices which wailed to her of sin and woe were the true expression of things amid which she had been moving unconsciously. That instinct which made her shrink from a mother's presence was not without its justification. The dark powers which circled her existence had not vainly forced their influence upon her. Her first impulse was to flee from the house. The air breathed pestilence and death, death of the soul. Looking about her in the anguish of conflicting thoughts, her eyes fell upon the pages she had written. These now came before her as a proof of contagion which had seized upon her own nature. She tore the letter hastily into fragments, and, striking fire with a match, consumed them in the grate. As she watched the sparks go out, there came a rustling of dresses past her door. She flung herself upon her knees and sought refuge in wild, wordless prayer. A fortnight after this, Maud went late in the evening to the room where she knew her father was sitting alone. Paul Enderby looked up from his papers in surprise. It was some time since Maud had sought private conversation with him. As he met her pale, resolute face, he knew that she had a serious purpose in thus visiting him, and his look changed to one of nervous anticipation. "Do I disturb you, father?" Maud asked. "Could you spare me a few minutes?" Paul nodded, and she took a seat near him. "Father, I am going to leave home, going to be a governess again." He drew a sigh of relief. He had expected something worse than this. Yet the relief was only for a moment, and then he looked at her with eyes which made her soul fail for very compassion. "You will desert me, Maud?" he asked, trying to convey in his look that which he could not utter in words. "Father, I can be of no help, and I feel that I must not remain here." "Have you found a place?" "This afternoon I engaged myself to go to Paris with a French family. They have been in England some time, and want to take back an English governess for their children." Paul was silent. "I leave the day after tomorrow," she added. At first she had feared to say how soon she was to go. "You are right," her father said, shifting some papers about with a tremulous hand. "You are right to leave us. You at least will be safe." "Safe?" she asked under her breath. He looked at her in the same despairing way, but said nothing. "Father," she began, her lips quivering in the intensity of her inward struggle, "can you not go away from here? Can you not take mother away?" They gazed at each other, each trying to divine what it was that made the other so pale. Did her father know? Maud asked herself. Did Maud know something more than he himself? Was the doubt in Paul's mind? But they were thinking of different things. "I can't! I can't!" the wretched man exclaimed, spreading out his arms on the desk. "Perhaps in a few months, but I doubt. I can do nothing now. I am helpless. I am not my own master. Oh, God, if I could but go and leave it all behind me!" Maud could only guess at the meaning of this. He had already hinted to her of business troubles which were crushing him, but this was a matter of no moment in her sight. There was something more terrible, and she could not force her tongue to speak of it. "You fear for her?" Paul went on. "You have noticed her strangeness?" He lowered his voice. "What can I do, Maud?" "You are so much away," she said hurriedly, laying her hand on his arm. "Her visitors. She has so many temptations." "Temptations?" "Father, help her against herself." "My help is vain. There is a curse on her life, and on mine. I can only stand by and wait for the worst." She could not speak. It was her duty, clearly her imperative duty, yet she durst not fulfil it. She had come down from her room with the fixed purpose, attained after nights of sleepless struggle, of telling him what she had seen. She found herself alone again, the task unfulfilled, and she knew she could not face him again. End of chapter 32. Recording by Marzia Marianera. Chapter 33 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marzia Marianera. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 33. A Garden Party. Waymark received with astonishment Maud's letter from Paris. He had seen her only 2 days before, and their conversation had been of the ordinary kind. Maud had given him no hint of a purpose, not even when he spoke to her of the coming holiday season and the necessity of her having a change. She confessed she was not well. Sometimes, when they had both sat for some minutes in silence, she would raise her eyes and meet his gaze steadily, seeming to search for something. Waymark could not face this look. It drove him to break the suspense by any kind of remark on an indifferent subject. He remembered now that she had gazed at him in that way persistently on the last evening that they were together. When he was saying good-bye, and as he bent to kiss her, she held him back for a moment, and seemed to wish to say something. Doubtless she had been on the point of telling him that she was going away, but she let him leave in silence. It was not a long letter that she wrote. She merely said that change had become indispensable to body and soul, and that it had seemed best to make it suddenly. "I hope," she wrote in conclusion, "that you will see my father as often as you can. He is very much in need of friendly company, and I should like you to be able to send me news of him. Do not fear for me. I feel already better. I am always with you in spirit, and in the spirit I love you. God help me to keep my love pure." Waymark put away the letter carelessly. The first sensation of surprise over, he did not even care to speculate on the reasons which had led Maud to leave home. It was but seldom now that his thoughts busied themselves with Maud. The unreal importance which she had for a time assumed in his life was only a recollection. Her very face was ghost-like in his mind's eye, dim, always vanishing. If the news of her departure from England moved him at all, it was with a slight sense of satisfaction. It would be so much easier to write letters to her than to speak face to face. Yet, in the days that followed, the ghost-like countenance hovered more persistently before him than was its wont. There was a far-off pleading in its look, and sometimes that shadow of reproach which our uneasy conscience will cast upon the faces of those we have wronged. This passed, however, and another image, one which had ever grown in clearness and persistency of presentment in proportion as Maud's faded away, glided before him in the hours of summer sunlight, and shone forth with the beauty of a rising star against the clouded heaven of his dreams. Waymark's mood was bitter, but, in spite of himself, it was no longer cynical. He could not indulge himself in that pessimistic scepticism which had aided him in bearing his poverty, and the restless craving of sense and spirit which had accompanied it. His enthusiasm for art was falling away. As a faith it had failed him in his hour of need. In its stead another faith had come to him, a faith which he felt to be all-powerful, and the sole stay of a man's life amid the shifting shadows of intellectual creeds. And it had been revealed too late. Led by perverse motives, now no longer intelligible, he had reached a goal of mere frustration. Between him and the true end of his being there was a great gulf fixed. To Ida, in the meanwhile, these weeks of early summer were bringing health of body and cheerfulness of mind. She spent very much of her time in the open air. Whenever it was possible, she and Miss Hurst took their books out into the garden, and let the shadows of the rose bushes mark the hours for them. Ida's natural vigour throve on the strength-giving properties of sun and breeze. The last traces of unwholesome pallor passed from her face, and exercise sent her home flushed like the dawn. One afternoon she went to sit with her grandfather on a bench beneath an apple tree. The old man had his pipe and the newspaper. Ida was quiet, and glancing at her presently, Abraham found her eyes fixed upon him. "Grandfather," she said, in her gentlest voice, "will you let me give a garden party some day next week?" "A party?" Mr. Woodstock raised his brows in astonishment. "Who are you going to invite?" "You'll think it a strange notion. I wonder whether I can make it seem as delightful to you as it does to me. Suppose we went to those houses of yours and got together as many poor little girls as we could, and brought them all here to spend an afternoon in the garden. Think what an unheard of thing it would be to them. And then we would give them some tea, and take them back again before dark." The proposal filled Mr. Woodstock with dismay, and the habitual hardness of his face suggested a displeasure he did not in reality feel. "As you say, it is a strange notion," he remarked, smiling very slightly. "I don't know why you shouldn't have your own way, Ida, but it'll cost you a good deal of trouble, you know." "You are mistaking me, grandfather. You think this is a curious whim I have got into my head, and your kindness would tempt you to let me do a silly thing just for the sake of having my way. It is no foolish fancy. It's not for my sake, but for the children's." Her eyes were aglow with earnestness, and her voice trembled. "Do you think they'd care for it?" asked her grandfather, impressed by something in her which he had never seen before. "Care for it! Imagine a poor little thing that has been born in a wretched, poverty-stricken, disorderly home, a home that is no home, and growing up with no knowledge of anything but those four hateful walls and the street outside. No toys, no treats, no change of air, playing in the gutter, never seeing a beautiful thing, never hearing of the pleasure which rich people's children would pine and die without. And a child for all that." Mr. Woodstock cleared his throat and smoothed the newspaper upon his knee. "How will you get them here, Ida?" "Oh, leave that to me. Let us choose a day. Wouldn't Saturday be best? I will go there myself and pick out the children, and get their mothers to promise to have them ready. Then I'll arrange to have one of those carts you see at Sunday school treats. Why, they ride here that alone. And you'll let me have tea for them. Just bread and butter, and a bun. It will cost not half as much as my new dress this week. Not half as much." "Come, come, I can't stand this," growled out Abraham, getting up from the seat. "I'd give them the garden, for good and all, rather than see you like that. Say Saturday, if it's fine. If not, Monday, or when you like." On the following morning the details were arranged, and the next day Ida went to Litany Lane. She preferred to go alone, and on this errand Mr. Woodstock would have found a difficulty in accompanying her. Ida knew exactly the nature of the task she had taken in hand, and found it easier than it would have been to the ordinary young lady. She jotted down the names of some 20 little girls, selecting such as were between the ages of 8 and 12, and obtained promises that all should be ready at a fixed hour next Saturday. She met with doubts and objections, and difficulties enough, but only failed in 1 or 2 instances. Then followed fresh talks with her grandfather, and all the details were arranged. There was rain on the Thursday and Friday, but when Ida drew up her blind at 6 o'clock on Saturday morning, the sky gave promise of good things. She was walking in the garden long before breakfast time, and gladdened to rapture as she watched the sun gain power, till it streamed gloriously athwart cloudless blue. By 1 o'clock she was at the end of Litany Lane, where the cart with long seats was already waiting. Its arrival had become known to the little ones, and very few needed summoning. Of course there were disappointments now and again. In spite of mother's promises, half the children had their usual dirty faces, and showed no sign of any preparation. 5 or 6 of them had nothing to put on their heads. 2 had bare feet. It was too late to see to these things now. As they were, the children clambered, or were lifted, onto the cart, and Ida took her seat among them. Then a crack of the driver's whip, and amid the shouts of envious brothers and sisters, and before the wondering stare of the rest of the population, off they drove away. "Who'd like an apple?" Ida asked, as soon as they were well clear of the narrow streets. There was a general scream of delight, and from a hamper by her side she brought out apples and distributed them. Only for a minute or two had there been anything like shyness in Ida's presence. She knew how to talk and behave to these poor little waifs. Her eyes filled with tears as she listened to their chatter amongst themselves, and recognized so many a fragment of her own past life. One child, who sat close by her, had been spending the morning in washing vegetables for the Saturday night market. Did not that call to mind something? So far off, so far, yet nearer to her than many things which had intervened. How they all laughed as the big black houses gave way to brighter streets, and these again began to open upon glimpses of field or garden. Not one of them had the slightest conception of whither they were being taken, or what was to happen to them at length, but they had confidence in the lady. She was a sorceress in their eyes. What limit could there be to her powers? Something good and joyous awaited them. That was all they knew or cared. Leagues of happiness stretching away to the remote limits of the day's glory, a present rapture beyond knowledge, and a memory forever. Mr. Woodstock stood within the gate of the garden, his hands in his pockets, and as the vehicle came in sight he drew just a little back. They streamed along the carriage drive, and in a minute or two were all clustered upon the lawn behind the house. What was expected of them? Had an angel taken them by the hand and led them straight from Litany Lane through the portals of paradise, they could not have been more awed and bewildered. Trees and rose bushes, turf and beds of flowers, seats in the shade, skipping ropes thrown about on the open, and there, hark, a hand organ, a better one than ever they danced to on the pavement, striking up to make them merry. That was the happiest thought. It was something not too unfamiliar, the one joyful thing of which they had experience, meeting them here to smooth over the first introduction to a new world. Ida knew it well, the effect of that organ. Had it not lightened her heart many and many a time in the bygone darkness? 2 of the girls had caught each other by the waist at the first sounds. Might they? Would the lady like it? Miss Hurst had come out as soon as the music began, and Ida ran to talk with her. There was whispering between them, and pointing to one and another of the children, and then the governess, with a pleased face, disappeared again. She was away some time, but on her return 2 of the children were called into the house. Barefooted they went in, but came forth again with shoes and stockings on, hardly able to comprehend what had happened to them. Then were summoned those who had nothing on their heads, and to each of these a straw hat was given, a less wonderful possession than the shoes and stockings, but a source of gladness and pride. In the meantime, however, marvels had accumulated on the lawn. Whilst yet the organ was playing, there appeared 2 men, one of them carrying a big drum, the other hidden under a Punch and Judy show. Of a sudden there sounded a shrill note, high above the organ, a fluting from the bottom of the top of the gamut, the immemorial summons to children, the overture to the primitive drama. It was drowned in a scream of welcome, which, in its turn, was outdone by thunderous peals upon the drum. Mr. Woodstock said little during the whole afternoon. Perhaps he thought the more. Tables had been fixed in one part of the garden, and as the drum of punch drew to an end, its interest found a serious rival in the spectacle of piled plates of cake. But there was to intervene nearly half an hour before the tea-urns were ready to make an appearance. The skipping ropes came into requisition outside, but in the house was proceeding simultaneously a rather more serious pastime, which fell to Ida's share to carry out. Choosing the little girl, whose face was the dirtiest and hair the untidiest of any she could see, she led her gently away to a place where a good bowl of warm water and plenty of soap were at hand, and, with the air of bestowing the greatest kindness of all, fell to work to such purpose that in a few minutes the child went back to the garden a resplendent being, positively clean and kempt for the first time in her life. "I know you'll feel uncomfortable for a little, dear," Ida said, dismissing the astonished maiden with a kiss, "but the strangeness will wear off, and you'll see how much nicer it is." One after another all were dealt with in this way, presently with a good-natured servant girl's assistance, as time pressed. The result was that a transformed company sat down to tea. The feeling wore off, as Ida said, but at first cleanliness meant positive discomfort, taking the form of loss of identity and difficulty of mutual recognition. They looked at their hands and were amazed at the whiteness that had come upon them. They kept feeling their faces and their ordered hair, but the appetite of one and all was improved by the process. "How I wish Mr. Waymark was here," Ida said to her grandfather as they stood together watching the feast. "He would enjoy it. We must give him a full account to-morrow, mustn't we?" "I forgot," replied the other. "I had a note from him this morning, saying he thought he shouldn't be able to come." The first shadow of disappointment which this day had brought fell upon the girl's countenance. She made no reply, and presently went to help one of the youngest children, who had spilt her tea and was in evident distress. After tea the organ struck up again, and again there was dancing on the lawn. Then a gathering of flowers by Ida and Miss Hurst, and one given to each of the children, with injunctions to put it in water on reaching home, and keep it as long as possible in memory of the day. Already the sun was westering, and Litany Lane must be reached before dusk. "Poor children!" Ida sighed to herself. "If they had but homes to go to," and added in her thought, "We shall see, we shall see." Every bit as joyous as the ride out was the return to town. With foresight, Ida made the two youngest sit on each side of her. Soon the little heads were drooping in her lap, subdued by the very weariness of bliss. Miss Hurst had offered to accompany Ida, that she might not have to come back alone, but Ida wanted her friends all to herself, and was rewarded by the familiarity with which they gossiped to her all the way. "Hands up, all those who haven't enjoyed themselves!" she exclaimed, just as they were entering the noisy street. There was a moment's doubt, then a burst of merry laughter. "Hands up, all those who would like to come again!" All held up both arms, except the two children who were asleep. "Well, you've all been good, and I'm very pleased with you, and you shall come again." It was the culmination of the day's delight. For the first time in their lives the children of Litany Lane and Elm Court had something to look forward to. End of chapter 33. Recorded by Marzia Marianera.
Chapter 34 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marzia Marianera. The Unclassed by George Robert GISSING. Chapter 34. A Late Revenge. Ida clung to the possibility of Waymark's paying his usual visit on the Sunday, but she was disappointed. This absence had no reason beyond Waymark's choice. It was the last Sunday but one of the month. A week more,
and he must keep his word with Mr. Woodstock. The evil day had been put off, and to what purpose? There had been some scarcely confessed hope. Maud's sudden departure from England, and her strange letter, might perhaps mean a change in her which would bring about his freedom. He himself might possibly be driven by his wretchedness to the point of writing to her in a way which would hasten her decision, if indeed she were doubting. All was over between Ida and himself, so why undergo the torment of still seeing her? In sending his note to Mr. Woodstock, he was on the point of surrendering the week that remained, and begging that Ida might be told at once, but his hand refused to write the words. Through the week that ensued he had no moment's rest. At night he went to places of amusement, to seek distraction. He wished and dreaded the coming of the Sunday. How would Ida receive the revelation? Should he write to her and try to make her understand him? Yet in that he could scarcely succeed, and failure would bring upon him her contempt. The only safety lay in never seeing or communicating with her again. Even on Saturday night he had not made up his mind how to act. He went to the theatre, but left before the play was half over, and walked slowly homewards. As he drew near to his lodgings, someone hastened towards him with both hands held out. It was Maud Enderby. "Oh, I waited for so long! I wanted to see you to-night." She was exhausted with fatigue and distress, and still held his hands, as if needing their support. To Waymark, in his then state of mind, she came like an apparition. He could only look at her in astonishment. "Last night," she said, "I had a telegram from father. He told me to come back at once. He had had to leave, and mother was alone. I was to call for a letter at a place in the city. I was in time to catch the night boat, and when I got his letter it told me the dreadful things. Something has happened which compelled him to leave England at once. He could do nothing, make no arrangements. Mother, he said, had a little money. We must sell everything and manage to live somewhere for a little. He would try to send us what he could. Then I went home. There was a police officer in the house, and mother had gone away. I can't tell where. Father has done something, and oh, what shall I do? You can help me, can't you?" Waymark, whom this news overwhelmed with blank despair, could at first say nothing, but the very greatness of the blow gradually produced in him the strength to bear it. He saw that fate had taken future out of his hands. There was no longer even the appearance of choice. To Maud he must now devote himself, aiding her with all his strength in the present and through the days to come. "Shall I go back home with you?" he asked, pressing her hands to comfort her, and speaking with the calmness of one who had made up his mind. "Yes, perhaps mother will have returned. But what shall we do? What will happen to father? Do you know anything of all this?" "Nothing whatever. Walk with me to the top of the street, and we will take a cab." She hung upon his arm, trembling violently, and during the drive to Paddington she lay back with her eyes closed, holding Waymark's hands in her own, which burned with fever. On alighting, they found that Mrs. Enderby had indeed returned. The servant told them so, and at the same time whispered something to Maud. They went up into the drawing-room, and there found Mrs. Enderby lying upon the couch. She could not understand when she was spoken to, but nodded her head and looked at them with large, woe-begone, wondering eyes. Every effort to rouse her was vain. It was a dreadful night. The early dawn was in the sky when Waymark reached Beaufort Street. With no thought of sleep, he sat down at once and wrote to Mr. Woodstock, relating what had happened. "So, you see," he concluded, "with the end of July has come the decision of my fate, as we agreed it should. If I had seen you to-morrow, as I proposed, I know not what folly I might have been guilty of. Tell Ida everything at once. I shall never see her again. But do you, if you can, be my friend still. I need your help in this horrible situation. Meet me, will you, at the office tomorrow night, say at 8 o'clock. This letter would reach Tottenham on Monday morning. Waymark went to the office at the hour he had mentioned, and waited till 10 o'clock. But Mr. Woodstock had not been in St. John Street Road that day, and the waiting was in vain. The garden party had not been without its effect upon Mr. Woodstock. On the following day, when he was sitting again with Ida in the garden, he recurred to the conversation of a week ago, and seemed desirous of leading the girl to speak freely on the subjects which had such power to stir her. Ida had been waiting for this. She rejoiced at the promise it held out, and unburdened her heart. Would he not do yet more for the people in his houses? Could not their homes, in some way, be made more fit for human beings? With careful observation of his mood, she led him on to entertain thoughts he had never dreamt of, and before they parted, she had all but obtained a promise that he would go over the whole of his property and really see what could be done. Ida's influence over him had by this time become very great. The old man was ready to do much for the sake of pleasing her. On the following Tuesday he went down into Litany Lane in company with a builder, and proceeded to investigate each of the houses. In many instances the repairs, to be of any use, would have to be considerable. There would be a difficulty in executing them whilst the tenants remained in possession. One possibility occurred to him in the course of examination, and he determined to make use of it. He would create room by getting rid of the worst tenants, all those, in fact, whose presence was pollution to the neighbourhood, and whom it was hopeless to think of reforming. In this way he would be able to shift about the remaining lodgers without too great a loss to himself, and avoid the necessity of turning helpless people into the street. Mr. Woodstock had considerably more knowledge of the state of his property, and of the tenants inhabiting it, than is usual with landlords of his kind. For all that, the present examination brought to light not a few things which were startling even to him. Since Waymark had ceased to act as his collector, the office had been filled by an agent of the ordinary kind, and Mr. Woodstock had, till just now, taken less interest in the property than formerly. Things had got worse on the whole. Whereas Waymark had here and there been successful in suppressing the grosser forms of uncleanliness by threats of expulsion, and at times by the actual enforcement of his threat, no such supervision had of late been exercised. There were very few houses in which the air was at all tolerable. In many instances the vilest odours hung about the open doorways. To pass out of Elm Court into the wider streets around was like a change to the freshness of woods and fields, and the sources of this miasma were only too obvious. The larger houses which made up Litany Lane had underground cellars. In the court there were fortunately no such retreats. On entering one of these former houses, the two were aware of an especially offensive odour rising from below the stairs. Pursuing, however, their plan of beginning at the garrets, they went up together. In the room at the top they came upon a miserable spectacle. On something which, for want of another name, was probably called a bed, there lay a woman either already dead or in a state of coma, and on the floor sat two very young children amusing themselves with a dead kitten, their only toy. Mr. Woodstock bent over the woman and examined her. He found that she was breathing, though in a slow and scarcely perceptible way. Her eyes were open, but expressed no consciousness. The slightly parted lips were almost black, and here and there on her face there seemed to be a kind of rash. Mr. Woodstock's companion, after taking one glance, drew hastily back. "Looks like smallpox," he said, in an alarmed voice. "I wouldn't stand so near, sir, if I was you." "Isn't there any one to look to her?" said Abraham. Then, turning to one of the children, "Where's your father?" he asked. "Dunno," was the little fellow's indifferent reply. "Are you alone?" "Dunno." They went down to the floor below, and there found a woman standing at her door. "What's the matter with her up there?" asked Mr. Woodstock. "She's very bad, sir. Her Susan's gone to get her order for the parish doctor, I believe. I was just a-going to look after the children when you came up. I've only just come on myself, you see. What's that horrible stench down below?" "I didn't notice nothing, sir," said the woman, looking over the banister as if the odour might be seen. "Any one living in the kitchen?" "There was someone, I believe, sir, but I don't exactly know if they's there yet." Presently they reached the region below. In absolute darkness they descended steps which were covered with a sort of slime, and then, by striking a light, found themselves in front of a closed door. Opening this, they entered a vile hall where it could scarcely be said to be daylight, so thickly was the little window patched with filth. Groping about in the stifling atmosphere, they discovered in one corner a mass of indescribable matter, from which arose, seemingly, the worst of the effluvia. "What is it?" asked Mr. Woodstock, holding a lighted match. "Rotten fish, it seems to me," said the other, holding his nose. Abraham turned away. Then, as if his eye had suddenly caught something, strode to another corner. There lay the body of a dead child, all but naked, upon a piece of sacking. "We'd better get out of this, sir," said the builder. "We shall be poisoned. Wonder they haven't the plague here." "Seems to me they have," returned Mr. Woodstock. They went out into the street, and hailed the first policeman in sight. Then, giving up his investigation for that morning, Mr. Woodstock repaired to the police station, and after a good deal of trouble succeeded in getting the attendance of a medical man, with the result that the woman they had seen up in the garret was found to be in truth dying of smallpox. If the contagion spread, as probably it had by this time begun to, there would be a pleasant state of things in Litany Lane. In the evening, before going home, Abraham had a bath. He was not a nervous man, but the possibilities of the risk he had run were not agreeable to contemplate. 2 or 3 days went by without any alarming symptoms, but as he learnt that another case of smallpox had declared itself in the lane, he postponed his personal activity there for the present, and remained a good deal at home. On the Sunday morning, when Waymark's letter had already been posted, he awoke with a headache, continued from the night before. It grew worse during the day, and he went to bed early with a dull pain across the forehead, which prevented him from sleeping. On the following morning the headache still remained. He felt a disinclination to rise, and now, for the first time, began to be troubled with vague fears, which blended themselves with his various preoccupations in a confusing way. The letter which arrived from Waymark was taken up to him. It caused him extreme irritation, which was followed by uneasy dozing, the pain across his forehead growing worse the while. A doctor was summoned. The same day Ida and Miss Hurst left the house to occupy lodgings hard by. It was done at Mr. Woodstock's peremptory bidding. Ida at once wrote to Waymark, begging him to come. He arrived early next morning, and learnt the state of things. "The doctor tells me," said Ida, "there is a case in Litany Lane. It is very cruel. Grandfather went to make arrangements for having the houses repaired." "There I recognise your hand," Waymark observed, as he made a pause. "Why have you so deserted us?" Ida asked. "Why do we see you so seldom? It is so late every evening before I leave the library, and I am busy with all sorts of things." They had little to say to each other. Waymark promised to communicate at once with a friend of Mr. Woodstock's, a man of business, and to come again as soon as possible to give any help he could. Whether Ida had been told of his position remained uncertain. For Ida they were sad, long days. Troubles which she had previously managed to keep in the background now again beset her. She had attached herself to her grandfather. Gratitude for all that he was doing at her wish strengthened her affection, and she awaited each new day with fear. Waymark seemed colder to her in these days than he had ever been formerly. The occasion ought, she felt, to have brought them nearer together, but on his side there appeared to be no such feeling. The time hung very heavily on her hands. She tried to go on with her studies, but it was a mere pretence. Soon she learnt that there was no hope. The sick man had sunk into a state of unconsciousness from which he would probably not awake. She haunted the neighbourhood of the house, or, in her lodging, sat like one who waits, and the waiting was for she knew not what. There was once more to be a great change in her life, but of what kind she could not foresee. She wished her suffering had been more acute. Her only relative was dying, yet no tear would come to her eyes. It was heartless, and to weep would have brought relief to her. She could only sit and wait. When Waymark came, on the evening of the next day, he heard that all was over. Ida saw him, but only for a few minutes. In going away, he paused by the gates of the silent house. "The slums have avenged themselves," he said to himself sadly, though late. End of chapter 34. Recording by Marzia Marianera. Chapter 35 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marzia Marianera. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 35. Housewarming. On a Sunday afternoon in October, when Abraham Woodstock had lain in his grave for 3 months, Waymark met Julian Casti by appointment in Sloane Square, and they set forth together on a journey to Peckham. They were going thither by invitation, and, to judge from the laughter which accompanied their talk, their visit was likely to afford them entertainment. The merriment on Julian's side was not very natural. He looked indeed too ill to enjoy mirth of any kind. As they stood in the square, waiting for an omnibus, he kept glancing uneasily about him, especially in the direction whence they had come. It had the appearance of a habit, but before they had stood much more than a minute, he started and exclaimed in a low voice to his companion, "I told you so. She's just behind there. She has come round by the back streets, just to see if I told her the truth." Waymark glanced back and shrugged his shoulders. "Pooh! Never mind," he said. "You're used to it." "Used to it? Yes," Julian returned, his face flushing suddenly a deep red, the effect of extraordinary excitement, "and it is driving me mad." Then, after a fit of coughing, "She found my poem last night and burnt it." "Burnt it?" "Yes. Simply because she could not understand it. She said she thought it was waste paper, but I saw. The bus they waited for came up, and they went on their way. On reaching the neighbourhood of Peckham, they struck off through a complex of small new streets, apparently familiar to Waymark, and came at length to a little shop, also very new, the windows of which displayed a fresh-looking assortment of miscellaneous goods. There was half a large cheese, marked by the incisions of the tasting knife, a boiled ham, garlanded, a cone of brawn, a truncated pyramid of spiced beef, released from its American tin, also German sausage and other dainties of the kind. Then there were canisters of tea and coffee, tins of mustard, a basket of eggs, some onions, boxes of baking powder and of blacking, all arranged so as to make an impression on the passers-by, everything clean and bright. Above the window stood in imposing gilt letters the name of the proprietor, O'Gree. They entered. The shop was very small, and did not contain much stock. The new shelves showed a row of biscuit tins, but little else, and from the ceiling hung balls of string. On the counter lay an inviting round of boiled beef. Odours of provisions and of fresh paint were strong in the air. Everything gleamed from recent scrubbing and polishing. The floor only emphasized its purity by a little track where a child's shoes had brought in mud from the street. Doubtless it had been washed over since the Sunday morning's custom had subsided. Wherever the walls would have confessed their bareness, the enterprising tradesman had hung gorgeous advertising cards. At the sound of the visitor footsteps, the door leading out of the shop into the parlour behind opened briskly, a head having previously appeared over the red curtain, and Mr. O'Gree, in the glory of Sunday attire, rushed forward with eager hands. His welcome was obstreperous. "Waymark, you're a brick! Mr. Casti, I'm rejoiced to receive you in my establishment. You're neither a minute too soon nor a minute too late." Mrs. O'Gree only this moment called out from the kitchen that the kettle was boiling and the crumpets at the point of perfection. "I knew your punctuality of old, Waymark. Mr. Casti, how does it strike you? Roaring trade, Waymark. Done 2 shillings and 3 pence 3 farthings this Sunday morning. Look here, me boy. Ho, ho!" He drew out the till behind the counter, and jingled his hand in coppers. Then he rushed about in the wildest fervour from object to object, opening tins which he had forgotten were empty, making passes at the beef and the ham with a formidable carving knife, demonstrating the use of a sugar chopper and a coffee grinder, and, lastly, calling attention with infinite glee to a bad halfpenny which he had detected on the previous afternoon, and had forthwith nailed down to the counter in terrorem. Then he lifted with much solemnity a hinged portion of the counter, and requested his visitors to pass into the back parlour. Here there was the same perfect cleanliness, though the furniture was scant and very simple. The round table was laid for tea, with a spotless cloth, plates of a very demonstrative pattern, and knives and forks which seemed only just to have left the ironmonger's shop. "We pass, you observe, Mr. Casti," cried the ex-teacher, "from the region of commerce to that of domestic intimacy. Here Mrs. O'Gree reigns supreme, as indeed she does in the other department, as far as presiding genius goes. She's in all places at once like a bird. Mr. Casti," in a whisper, "I shall have the pleasure of introducing you to one of the most remarkable women it was ever your lot to meet, a phenomenon of—" The inner door opened, and the lady herself interrupted these eulogies. Sally was charming, her trim little body attired in the trimmest of homely dresses, her sharp little face shining and just a little red with excitement. Her quick movements, her laughing eyes, her restless hands, graced with the new wedding ring, all made up a picture of which her husband might well be proud. He stood and gazed at her in frank admiration. Only when she sprang forward to shake hands with Waymark did he recover himself sufficiently to go through the ceremony of introducing Julian. It was done with all stateliness. "An improvement this on the master's room, hey, Waymark?" cried Mr. O'Gree. Then, suddenly interrupting himself, "And that reminds me, we've got a lodger." "Already? And who d'ye think? Who d'ye think? You wouldn't guess if you went on till Christmas. Ha, ha, ha! I'm hanged if I tell you. Wait and see." "Shall I call him down?" asked Sally, who in the meantime had brought in the teapot and the crumpets, and a dish of slices from the round of beef on the counter, and boiled eggs, and sundry other dainties. O'Gree, unable to speak for mirth, nodded his head, and presently Sally returned, followed by Mr. Egger. Waymark scarcely recognised his old friend, so much had the latter changed. Instead of the old woebegone look, Egger's face wore a joyous smile, and his outer man was so vastly improved that he had evidently fallen on a more lucrative profession. Waymark remembered O'Gree's chance meeting with the Swiss, but had heard nothing of him since, nor indeed had O'Gree till a day or two ago. "How do things go?" Waymark inquired heartily. "Found a better school?" "No, no, my friend," returned Egger, in his very bad English. "At the school I made my possible. I did till I could no more. I have made like Mr. O'Gree, it is to say, quite a change in my life. I am waiter at a restaurant, and see me. Am I not the better quite? No fear." This cockneyism came in with comical effect. "I have enough to eat and to drink, and money in my pocket. The school may go to—" O'Gree coughed violently to cover his last word, and looked reproachfully at his old colleague. Poor Egger, who had been carried away by his joyous fervour, was abashed, and glanced timidly at Sally, who replied by giving him half a dozen thick rounds of German sausage. On his requesting mustard, she fetched some from the shop and mixed it, but, in doing so, had the misfortune to pour too much water. "There!" she exclaimed, "I've doubted the miller's eye." O'Gree laughed when she saw Waymark looking for an explanation. "That's a piece of Weymouth," he remarked. "Mrs. O'Gree comes from the south-west of England," he added, leaning towards Casti. "She's constantly teaching me new and interesting things. Now, if I was to spill the salt here—" He put his hand on the salt cellar, as if to do so, but Sally rapped his knuckles with a fork. "None of your nonsense, sir. Give Mr. Casti some more meat instead." It was a merry party. The noise of talk grew so loud that it was only the keenness of habitual attention on Sally's part which enabled her to observe that a customer was knocking on the counter. She darted out, but returned with a disappointed look on her face. "Pickles?" asked her husband, frowning. Sally nodded. "Now, look here, Waymark," cried O'Gree, rising in indignation from his seat. "Look here, Mr. Casti. The one drop of bitterness in our cup is pickles. The one thing that threatens to poison our happiness is pickles. We're always asked for pickles, just as if the people knew about it and came on purpose." "Knew about what?" asked Waymark in astonishment. "Why, that we mayn't sell 'em. A few doors off there's a scoundrel of a grocer. Now, his landlord's the same as ours, and when we took this shop there was one condition attached. Because the grocer sells pickles, and makes a good thing of them, we had to undertake that, in that branch of commerce, we wouldn't compete with him. Pickles are forbidden." Waymark burst into a most unsympathetic roar of laughter, but with O'Gree the grievance was evidently a serious one, and it was some few moments before he recovered his equanimity. Indeed, it was not quite restored till the entrance of another customer, who purchased 2 ounces of butter. When, in the dead silence which ensued, Sally was heard weighing out the order, O'Gree's face beamed, and when there followed the chink of coins in the till, he brought his fist down with a triumphant crash upon the table. When tea was over, O'Gree managed to get Waymark apart from the rest, and showed him a small photograph of Sally which had recently been taken. "Sally's great ambition," he whispered, "is to be taken cabinet size, and in a snowstorm. You've seen the kind of thing in the shop windows? We'll manage that before long, but this will do for the present. You don't see a face like that every day, eh, Waymark?" Sally, her housewifery duly accomplished in the invisible regions, came back and sat by the fireside. She had exchanged her workaday costume for one rather more ornate. Noticeable was a delicate gold chain which hung about her neck, and Waymark smiled when he presently saw her take out her watch and seem to compare its time with that of the clock on the mantelpiece. It was a wedding present from Ida. Sally caught the smile, and almost immediately came over to a seat by Waymark, and, whilst the other were engaged in loud talk, spoke with him privately. "Have you seen her lately?" she asked. "Not for some weeks," the other replied, shaking his head. "Well, it's the queerest thing I ever knew, Snuff. But there," she added, with an arch glance, "some men are that stupid." Waymark laughed slightly, and again shook his head. "All a mistake," he said. "Yes, that's just what it is, you may depend upon it. I more than half believe you're telling fibs." Tumblers of whisky were soon smoking on the table, and all except Casti laughed and talked to their hearts' content. Casti was no killjoy. He smiled at all that went on, now and then putting in a friendly word, but the vitality of the others was lacking in him, and the weight which crushed him night and day could not so easily be thrown aside. O'Gree was abundant in reminiscences of academic days, and it would not have been easy to resist altogether the comical vigour of his stories, all without one touch of real bitterness of malice. "Bedad," he cried, "I sent old Pendy a business prospectus, with my compliments written on the bottom of it. I thought he might perhaps be disposed to give me a contract for victualling the academy. I wish he had, for the boy's sake." Then, to bring back completely the old times, Mr. Egger was prevailed upon to sing one of his Volkslieder, that which had been Waymark's especial favourite, and which he had sung, on an occasion memorable to Sally and her husband, in the little dining-room at Richmond. "Die Schwalbe fliegen fort, doch sie siegen wieder her, der Mensch, wenn fortgeht, kommt nimmer mehr." Waymark was silent for a little after that. When it was nearly 11 o'clock, Casti looked once or twice meaningly at Waymark, and the friends at length rose to take their leave, in spite of much protest. O'Gree accompanied them as far as the spot where they would meet the omnibus, then, with assurances that to-night had been but the beginning of glorious times, sent them on their way. Julian was silent during the journey home. He looked very wearied. For lack of a timely conveyance, the last mile or so had to be walked. Julian's cough had been bad during the evening, and now the cold night air seemed to give him much trouble. Presently, just as they turned a corner, a severe blast of wind met them full in the face. Julian began coughing violently, and all at once became so weak that he had to lean against a palisading. Waymark, looking closer in alarm, saw that the handkerchief which the poor fellow was holding to his mouth was covered in blood. "We must have a cab," he exclaimed. "It is impossible for you to walk in this state." Julian resisted, with assurances that the worst was over for the time. If Waymark would give the support of his arm, he would get on quite well. There was no overcoming his resolution to proceed. "There's no misunderstanding this, old fellow," he said with a laugh, when they had walked a few paces. Waymark made no reply. "You laugh at me," Julian went on, "but isn't there a certain resemblance between my case and that of Keats? He too was a drug pounder. He liked it as little as I do, and he died young of consumption. I suppose a dying man may speak the truth about himself. I too might have been a poet, if life had dealt more kindly with me. I think you would have liked the thing I was writing. I'd finished some 300 lines, but now you'll never see it. Well, I don't know that it matters." Waymark tried to speak in a tone of hopefulness, but it was hard to give his words the semblance of sincerity. "Do you remember," Casti continued, "when all my talk used to be about Rome, and how I planned to see it one day, see it again? I should say, strange to think that I really was born in Rome. I used to call myself a Roman, you know, and grow hot with pride when I thought of it. Those were dreams. Oh, I was to do wonderful things. Poetry was to make me rich, and then I would go on and live in Italy, and fill my lungs with the breath of the Forum, and write my great epic. How good that we can't foresee our lives! I wish to heaven," Waymark exclaimed when they were parting, "that you would be a man and shake this monstrous yoke from off your neck. It is that is killing you. Give yourself a chance. Defy everything and make yourself free." Julian shook his head sadly. "Too late. I haven't the courage. My mind weakens with my body." He went to his lodgings and, as he anticipated, found that Harriet had not yet come home. She was almost always out very late, and he had learnt too well what to expect on her return. In spite of her illness, of which she made the most when it suited her purpose, she was able to wander about at all hours with the acquaintances her husband did not even know by name, and Julian had no longer the strength even to implore her to have pity on him. Her absence racked him with nervous fears. Her presence tortured him with agony. Weakness in him had reached a criminal degree. Once or twice he had all but made up his mind to flee secretly, and only let her know his determination when he had gone. But his poverty interposed such obstacles that he ended by accepting them as excuses for his hesitation. The mere thought of fulfilling the duty which he owed to himself, of speaking out with manly firmness, and telling her that here at length all ended between them, that was a terror to his soul. So he stayed on, and allowed her to kill him by slow torment. He was at least carrying out to the letter the promise he had made to her father, and this thought supplied him with a flattering unction which, such was his disposition, at times even brought him a moment's solace. There was no fire in the room. He sank upon a chair and waited. Every sound in the street below sent the blood back upon his heart. At length there came the fumbling of a latch-key. He could hear it plainly, and then the heavy foot ascending the stairs. Her glazed eyes and red cheeks told the familiar tale. She sat down opposite him and was silent for a minute, half dozing. Then she seemed suddenly to become conscious of his presence, and the words began to flow from her tongue, every one cutting him to the quick, poisoning his soul with their venom of jealousy and vulgar spite. Contention was the breath of her nostrils. The prime impulse of her heart was suspicion. Little by little she came round to the wonted topic. Had he been to see his friend the thief? Was she in prison again yet? Whom had she been stealing from of late? Oh, she was innocence itself, of course, too good for this evil-speaking world. To-night he could not bear it. He rose from his chair like a drunken man, and staggered to the door. She sprang after him, but he was just in time to escape her grasp and spring down the stairs, then out into the night. Once before, not quite a month ago, he had been driven thus in terror from the sound of her voice, and had slept at a coffee-house. Now, as soon as he had got out of the street and saw that he was not being pursued, he discovered that he had given away his last copper for the omnibus fare. No matter. The air was pleasant upon his throbbing temples. It was too late to think of knocking at the house where Waymark lodged. Nothing remained but to walk about the streets all night, resting on a stone when he became too weary to go further, sheltering a little here or there when the wind caught him too keenly. Rather this, oh, 1,000 times rather, than the hell behind him. End of chapter 35. Recording by Marzia Marianera.
Chapter 36 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 36. No Way But This. In the early days of October, Waymark's book appeared. It excited no special attention. Here and there a reviewer was found who ventured to hint that there was powerful writing in this new novel, but no one dared to heartily recommend it to public attention. By some it was classed with the unsavory productions of the so-called naturalist school. Others passed it by with a few lines of unfavorable comment. Clearly it was destined to bring the author neither fame nor fortune. Waymark was surprised at his own indifference. Having given a copy to Casti and one to Maud, he thought very little more of the production. It had ceased to interest him. He felt that if he were to write again, it would be in a very different way, and of different people. Even when he prided himself most upon his self-knowledge, he had been most ignorant of the direction in which his character was developing. Unconsciously, he had struggled to the extremity of weariness, and now he cared only to let things take their course, standing aside from every shadow of new onset. Above all, he kept away as much as possible from the house at Tottenham, where Ida was still living. To go there meant only a renewal of torment. This was, in fact, the commonplace period of his life. He had no energy above that of the ordinary young man who is making his living in a commonplace way, and his higher faculties lay dormant. In one respect, and that, after all, perhaps the most important, his position would soon be changed. Mr. Woodstock's will, when affairs were settled, would make him richer by £1,000. He might, if he chose, presently give up his employment, and either to trust to literature or look out for something less precarious. A year ago this state of things would have filled him with exultation. As it was, he only saw in it an accident compelling him to a certain fateful duty. There was now no reason why his marriage should be long delayed. For Maud's sake, the step was clearly desirable. At present, she and her mother were living with Miss Bygrave in the weird old house. Of Paul there had come no tidings. Their home was of course broken up, and they had no income of their own to depend upon. Maud herself, though of course aware of Waymark's prospects, seemed to shrink from speaking of the future. She grew more and more uncertain as to her real thoughts and desires. And what of Ida? It was hard for her to realize her position. For a time she was conscious only of an overwhelming sense of loneliness. The interval of life with her grandfather was dreamlike as she looked back upon it, yet harder to grasp was the situation in which she now found herself, surrounded by luxuries which had come to her as if from the clouds, her own mistress, free to form wishes merely for the sake of satisfying them. She cared little to realize the minor possibilities of wealth. The great purpose, the noble end to which her active life had shaped itself, was sternly present before her. She would not shirk its demands. But there was lacking the inspiration of joy. Could she harden herself to every personal desire, and forget, in devotion to others, the sickness of one great hope deferred? Did her ideal require this of her? Would he come, now that she was free to give herself where she would, now that she was so alone? This distance between them had increased ever since the beginning of her new life. She knew well the sort of pride he was capable of. But there was not something else, something she dreaded to observe too closely, in the manner of his speech? Did he think so meanly of her
as to deem such precautions necessary against her misconstruction. Nay, could he have guarded himself in that way if he really loved her? Would it not have been to degrade her too much in his own eyes? He loved her once. Had she in any way grown less noble in his eyes by those very things which she regarded as help and strengthening? Did he perchance think that she had too readily accepted ease when it was offered her, sacrificing the independence which he most regarded? If so, all the more would he shrink from losing for her his own independence. She imagined herself wedded to him, at liberty to stand before him and confess all the thoughts which now consumed her in the silence of vain longing. Why did I break free from my fetters of a shameful life? Because I loved, and I loved you. What gave me the strength to pass from idle luxury, poisoning the energies of the soul, to that life of lonely toil and misery? My love, and my love for you, I kept apart from you then. I would not even let you know what I was enduring, only because you had spoken a hasty, thoughtless word to me, which showed me with terrible distinctness the meaning of all I had escaped, and filled me with a determination to prove myself that I had not lost all my better nature, that there was still enough of purity in my being to save me finally. What was it that afflicted me with agony beyond all words when I was made the victim of a cruel and base accusation? Not the fear of its consequences, only the dread lest you should believe me guilty, and no longer deem me worthy of a thought. It is no arrogance to say that I am become a pure woman, not by my own merits, but love of you has made me so. I love you as a woman loves only once. If you asked me to give up my life to prove it, I am capable of doing no less a thing than that. Flesh and spirit I lay before you, all yours. Do you still think the offering unworthy? And yet she knew that she could never thus speak to him. Her humility was too great. At moments she might feel this glow of conscious virtue, but for the most part the weight of all the past was so heavy upon her. Fortunately, her time did not long remain unoccupied. As her grandfather's heiress, she found herself owner of the East End property, and as soon as it was assured that she would incur no danger, she went over the houses in the company of the builder whom Abraham had chosen to carry out his proposed restorations. The improvements were proceeded with at once, greatly to the astonishment of the tenants, to whom such changes inevitably suggested increase of rent. These fears Ida did her best to dispel. Dressed in the simplest possible way, and with that kind, quiet manner which was natural to her, she went from room to room, and did her best to become intimately acquainted with the womankind of the lane and the court. It was not an easy end to compass. She was received at first with extreme suspicion. Her appearance aroused that distrust which, with the uneducated, attaches to everything novel. In many instances she found it difficult
to get it believed that she was really the landlord. But when this idea had been gradually mastered, and when, moreover, it was discovered that she brought no tracts, spoke not at all of religious matters, and was not impertinently curious, and showed indeed that she knew a good deal of what she talked about, something like respect for her began to spring up here and there, and she was spoken of as the right sort. Ida was excellently fitted for the work she had undertaken. She knew so well, from her own early experience, the nature of the people with whom she was brought in contact, and had that instinctive sympathy with their lives without which it is so vain to attempt practical social reform. She started with no theory, and as yet had no very definite end in view. It simply appeared to her that, as the owner of these slums, honesty and regard for her own credit required that she should make them decent human habitations, and give what other help she could to people obviously so much in need of it. The best was that she understood how and when such help could be afforded. To native practicality and prudence she added a keen recollection of the wants and difficulties she had struggled through in childhood. There was no danger of her being foolishly lavish in charity when she could foresee with sympathy all the evil results which would ensue. Her only temptation to imprudence was when, as so often happened, she saw some little girl in a position which reminded her strongly of her own dark days, all such she would have liked to take home with her and somehow provide for, saving them from the wretched alternatives which were all that life had to offer them. So, little by little, she was brought to think in a broader way of problems puzzling enough to wiser heads than hers, social miseries which she had previously regarded as mere matters of fact, having never enjoyed the opportunities of comparison which alone can present them in any other light, began to move her to indignation. Often it was with a keen sense of shame that she took the weekly rent, a sum scraped together, heaven knew how, representing so much deduction from the food of the family. She knew that it would be impossible to remit the rent altogether, but at all events there was the power of reducing it, and this she did in many cases. The children she came to regard as her peculiar care. Her strong common sense taught her that it was with these that most could be done. The parents could not be reformed. At best they might be kept from that darkest depth of poverty which corrupts soul and body alike. But might not the girls be somehow put into the way of earning a decent livelihood? Ida knew so well the effect upon them of the occupations to which they mostly turned, occupations degrading to womanhood, blighting every hope. Even to give them the means of remaining at home would not greatly help them. There they still breathed a vile atmosphere. To remove them altogether was the only efficient way, and how could that be done? The months of late summer and autumn saw several more garden parties. These Ida knew were very useful, but more enduring things must be devised. Miss Hurst was the only person with whom she could consult, and that lady's notions were not very practical. If only she could have spoken freely with Waymark, but that she could no longer on any subject, least of all on this. As winter set in, He had almost forsaken her. He showed no interest in her life, beyond asking occasionally what she was reading, and taking the opportunity to talk of books. Throughout November she neither saw him nor heard from him. Then, one evening he came. She was alone when the servant announced him. With her sat her old companion, Grim. As Waymark entered, she looked at him with a friendly smile, and said quietly, "I thought you would never come again."
"I have not kept away through thoughtlessness," he replied. "Believe that; it is the truth. And to-night I have only come to say good-bye. I am going to leave London."
"You used to say nothing would induce you to leave London, that you couldn't live anywhere else."
"Yes, that was one of my old fancies. I am going right away into the country, at all events for a year or two. I suppose I shall write novels."
He moved uneasily under her gaze, and affected a cheerfulness which could not deceive her. "Has your book been a success?"
Ida asked. "No, it fell dead."
"Why didn't you give me a copy?"
"I thought too little of it. It's poor stuff. Better you shouldn't read it."
"But I have read it."
"Got it from a library, did you?"
"No, I bought it."
"What a pity to waste so much money."
"Why do you speak like that? You know how anything of yours would interest me."
"Oh, yes, in a certain way, of course."
"For its own sake, too. I can't criticize, but I know it held me as nothing else ever did. It was horrible in many parts, but I was the better for reading it." He could not help showing pleasure, and grew more natural. Ida had purposely refrained from speaking of the book when she read it, more than a month ago, always hoping that he would be the first to say something about it. But the news he had brought her to-night put an end to reticence on her side. She must speak out her heart, cost her what it might. "Who should read it if not I?" she said, as he remained silent. "Who can possibly understand it half so well as I do?"
"Yes,"
he remarked with wilful misunderstanding.
"you have seen the places and the people. And I hear you are going on with the work your grandfather began."
"I am trying to do something. If you had been able to give me a little time now and then, I should have asked you to advise and help me. It is hard to work there single-handed."
"You are too good for that. I should have liked to think of you as far apart from those vile scenes."
"Too good for it?" Her voice trembled. "How can anyone be too good to help the miserable? If you had said that I was not worthy of such a privilege, can you, knowing me as no one else does or ever will, think that I could ever live here in peace, whilst those poor creatures stint and starve themselves every week to provide me with comforts? Do I seem to you such a woman?"
He only smiled, his lips tortured to hold their peace.
"I had hoped you understood me better than that. Is that why you have left me to myself? Do you doubt my sincerity? Why do you speak so cruelly, saying I am too good, when your real thoughts must be so different? You mean that I am incapable of really doing anything. You have no faith in me. I seem to you too weak to pursue any high end. You would not even speak to me of your book, because you felt I would not appreciate it. And yet you do know me." "Yes, I know you well," Waymark said. Ida looked steadily at him. "If you are speaking to me for the last time, won't you be sincere, and tell me of my faults? Do you think I could not bear it? You can say nothing to me, nothing from your heart, that I won't accept in all humility. Are we no longer even friends?" "You mistake me altogether." "And you are still my friend," she uttered warmly. "But why do you think me unfit for good work?" "I had no such thought. You know how my ideals oppose each other. I spoke on the impulse of the moment. I often find it so hard to reconcile myself to anything in life that is not still and calm and beautiful. I am just now bent on forgetting all the things about which you are so earnest." "Earnest, yes, but I cannot give my whole self to the work. I am so lonely." "You will not be so for long," he answered with more cheerfulness. "You have every opportunity of making for yourself a good social position. You will soon have friends, if only you seek them. Your goodness will make you respected. Indeed, I wonder at your remaining so isolated. It need not be. I am sure it need not. Your wealth I have no thought of speaking cynically your wealth must—" "My wealth! What is it to me? What do I care for all the friends it might bring? They are nothing to me in my misery. But you, I would give all I possess for one kind word from you." Flushing over forehead and cheeks, she compelled herself to meet his look. It was her wealth that stood between her and him. Her position was not like that of other women. Conventionalities were meaningless, set against a life. "I have tried hard to make myself ever so little worthy of you," she murmured, when her voice would again obey her will. "Am I still too far beneath you?" He stood like one detected in a crime, and stammered the words, "Ida, I am not free." He had risen. Ida sprang up and moved towards him. "This was your secret? Tell me, then. Look, I am strong. Tell me about it. I might have thought of this. I thought only of myself. I might have known there was a good reason for the distance you put between us. Forgive me. Oh, forgive the pain I have caused you." "You asking for forgiveness! How you must despise me!" "Why should I despise you? You have never said a word to me that any friend, any near friend, might not have said. Never since I myself, in my folly, forbade you to. You were not bound to tell me." "I had told your grandfather," Waymark said in a broken voice, "in a letter I wrote the very day he was taken ill. I begged him to let you know that I had bound myself." As he spoke, he knew he was excusing himself with a truth
which implied a falsehood, and before it was too late his soul revolted against the unworthiness. But it was my own fault that it was left so long. I would not let him tell you when he wished to. I put off the day as long as I could." "Since you first knew me?" she asked in a low voice. "No, since you came to live here. I was free before."
It was the part of his confession which cost him most to utter, and the hearing of it chilled Ida's heart. Whilst she had been living through her bitterest shame and misery, he had given his love to another woman. Forgetful of her, for the first time, weakness overcame her. "I thought you loved me," she sobbed, bowing her head.
"I did and do. I can't understand myself, and it would be worse than vain to try to show you how it came about. I have brought a curse upon my life, and worse than my own despair is your misery."
"Is she a good woman you are going to marry?"
Ida asked simply and kindly. "Only less noble than yourself."
"And she loves you?" "No, she cannot love as I do, but she loves you worthily and with all her soul."
"Worthily and with all her soul, the greater my despair."
"Then I dare not think of her one unkind thought. We must remember her and be strong for her sake. You will leave for London and forget me soon. Yes, yes, you will try to forget me. You owe it to her. It is your duty."
"Duty!" he broke out passionately. "What have I to do with duty? Was it not my duty to be true to you? Was it not my duty to confess my hateful weakness when I had taken the fatal step? Duty has no meaning for me. I have set it aside at every turn. Even now there would be no obligation on me to keep my word, but that I am too great a coward to revoke it."
She stood near to him. "Dear, I will call you so. It is for the last time. You think these things in the worst moment of our suffering. Afterwards you will thank me for having been strong enough or cold enough to be your conscience. There is such a thing as duty. It speaks in your heart and in mine, and it tells us we must part."
"You speak so lightly of parting. If you felt all that I—"
"My love is no shadow less than yours," she said with an earnestness which is well nigh severity. "I have never wavered from you since I knew you first."
"Ida!"
"I meant no reproach, but it will perhaps help you to think of that. You did love her, if it was only for a day, and that love will return." She moved from him, and he too rose.
"You shame me," he said under his breath. "I am not worthy to touch your hand."
"Yes," she returned, smiling amid her tears, "very worthy of all the love I have given you, of all the love with which she will make you happy. I shall suffer, but the thought of your happiness will help me bear up, to try to live a life you would not call ignoble. You will do great things, and I shall hear of them and be glad. Yes, I know that is before you. You are one of those who cannot rest till they have won a high place. I, too, have my work, and—" her voice failed.
"Shall we never see each other again, Ida?"
"Perhaps in a few years we might meet and be friends, but I dare not think of that now." They clasped hands. For one dread moment resisted the lure of eyes and lips, and so parted. End of chapter 36. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Chapter 37 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sally Island. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing, Chapter 37. December was half through, and it was the eve of Maud Enderby's marriage day. Everything was ready for the morrow. Waymark had been away in the south, and the house to which he would take his wife now awaited their coming. It was a foggy night. Maud had been for an hour to Our Lady of the Rosary, and found it difficult to make her way back. The street lamps were mere luminous blurs upon the clinging darkness, and the suspension of the wonted traffic made the air strangely still. It was cold, that kind of cold which wraps the limbs like a cloth soaked in icy water. When she knocked at the door of her aunt's house, and it was opened to her, wreaths of mist swept in and hung about the lighted hall. It seemed colder within than without. Footsteps echoed here in the old way, and voices lost themselves in the muffled resonance along the bare white walls. The house was more tomb-like than ever on such a night as this. To Maud's eyes, the intruding fog shaped itself into ghostly visages, which looked upon her with weird and woeful compassion. She shuddered and hastened upstairs to her mother's room. After her husband's disappearance, Mrs. Enderby had passed her days in a morbid apathy, contrasting strangely with the restless excitement which had so long possessed her. But a change came over her from the day when she was told of Maud's approaching marriage. It was her delight to have Maud sit by her bed or her couch and talk over the details of the wedding and the new life that would follow upon it. Her interest in Waymark, which had fallen off during the past half-year, all at once revived. She conversed with him as she had been used to do when she first made his acquaintance, and the publication of his book afforded her endless matter for gossip. She began to speak of herself as an old woman, and of spending her last years happily in the country. To all appearances, she had dismissed from her mind the calamity which had befallen her. Her husband might have been long dead for any thought she seemed to give him. She was wholly taken up with the childish joy in trivial matters. The dress in which Maud should be married gave her thoughts constant occupation, and she fretted at any opposition to her ideas. Still, like a child, she allowed herself to be brought round to others' views, and was ultimately led to consent that any costume should be a very simple one, merely a new dress, in fact, which Maud would be able to wear subsequently with very little change. Even thus, every detail of it was as important to her as if it had been the most elaborate piece of bridal attire. In talking with Maud, too, she had lost that kind of awe which had formerly restrained her. It was as though she had been an affectionate mother ever since her daughter's birth. She called her by pet names, often caressed her, and wished for loving words and acts in return. Of Miss Bygrave's presence in the house she appeared scarcely conscious, never referring to her, and suffering a vague trouble if her sister entered the room where she was, which Teresa did very seldom. The new dress had come home finished this evening whilst Maud was away. On the latter's return, her mother insisted on seeing her at once in it, and Maud obeyed. A strange bride, rather as one who was about to wed herself to heaven beneath the veil, than preparing to be led to the altar. Having resumed her ordinary dregs, Maud went downstairs to the parlour where her aunt was sitting. Miss Bygrave laid down a book as she entered. "We shall not see each other after tonight," Teresa said, breaking the stillness with her grave but not unkind voice. "Is there anything more you would like to say to me, Maud?" "Only that I should always think of you, and grieve that we are parted." "You are going into the world," said the other sadly. "My thoughts cannot follow you there. But your purer spirit will often be with me." "And your spirit with me. If I had been permitted to share your life, that would have been my greatest joy. I am consciously choosing what my soul would set aside. For a time I thought I had reconciled myself to the world. I found delight in it, and came to look on the promptings of the spirit as morbid fancies. That has passed. I know the highest, but between me and it there is a gulf which it may be I shall never pass." "It is only to a few," said Teresa, looking at Maud with her smile of assured peace, "that it is given to persevere and attain." As they sat once more in silence, there suddenly came a light knock at the house door. At this moment Maud's thoughts had wandered back to a Christmas of her childhood, when she had sat just as tonight with her aunt, and had for the first time listened to those teachings which had moulded her life. The intervening years were swept away, and she was once more the thoughtful, wondering child, conscious of the great difference between herself and her companions. In spite of herself learning to regard the world in which they moved as something in which she had no part. Of those school companions, a few came back to her mind, and before all, the poor girl named Ida Starr, whom she had loved and admired. What had become of Ida after she had been sent away from Miss Rutherford's school? She remembered that last meeting with her in the street on the evening of Christmas Day, and could see her face. The house door was opened, and Maud heard a voice outside which held her to the spot where she stood. Then Teresa re-entered the room, and after her came Paul Enderby. He seemed to be wearing a disguise. At all events, his clothing was that of a working man, poor and worn, and his face was changed by the growth of a beard. He shivered with cold, and, as Miss Bygrave closed the door behind him, stood with eyes sunk to the ground, in an attitude of misery and shame. Maud, recovering quickly from the shock his entrance had caused her, approached him and took his hand. "Father," she said gently. Her voice overcame him. He burst into tears, and stood hiding his face with the rough cap he held. Maud turned to her aunt, who remained at a little distance, unmoving, her eyes cast down. Before any other word was said, the door opened quickly, and Mrs. Enderby ran in with a smothered cry. Throwing her arms about her husband, she clung to him in a passion of grief and tenderness. In a moment she had been changed from the listless, childish woman of the last few months to a creature instinct with violent emotion. Her mingled excess of joy and anguish could not have displayed itself more vehemently had she been sorrowing night and day for her husband's loss. Maud was terrified at the scene, and shrunk to Teresa's side. Without heeding either, the distracted woman led Paul from the room and upstairs to her own chamber. Drawing him to a chair, She fell on her knees beside him and wept agonizingly. "You will stay with me now," she cried, when her voice could form words. "You won't leave me again, Paul. We will hide you here. No, I am forgetting. You will go away with us, away from London to a safe place. Maud is going to be married tomorrow, and we will live with her in her new home. You have suffered dreadfully. You look so changed, so ill. You shall rest, and I will nurse you. Oh, I will be a good wife to you, Paul. Speak to me, do speak to me. Speak kindly, dear. How long is it since I lost you?" "I daren't stay, Emily," he replied in a hoarse and broken voice. "I should be discovered. I must get away from England. That is my only chance. I have scarcely left the house where I was hiding all this time. It wouldn't have been safe to try and escape, even if I had had any money. I have hungered for days and am weaker than a child." He sobbed again in the extremity of his wretchedness. "It was all for my sake," she cried, clinging around his neck. "I am your curse. I have brought you to ruin a second time. I am a bad, wretched woman. If you drove me from you with blows, it would be less than I deserve. You can never forgive me. But let me be your slave. Let me suffer something dreadful for your sake. Why did I ever recover from my madness, only to bring that upon you?" He could speak little, but leaned back, holding her to him with one arm. "No, it is not your fault, Emily," he said, "only my own weakness and folly. Your love repays me for all I have undergone. That was all I ever wanted." When she had exhausted herself in passionate consolation, she left him for a few moments to get him food, and he ate of it like a famished man. "If I can only get money enough to leave the country, I am saved," he said. "If I stay here, I shall be found, and they will imprison me for years. I had rather kill myself." "Mr. Waymark will give us the money," was the reply, "and we will go away together." "That would betray me. It would be folly to face such a risk. If I can escape, then you shall come to me." "Oh, you will leave me?" she cried. "I shall lose you, as I did before, but this time forever. You don't love me, Paul, and how can I expect you should? But let me go as your servant. Let me dress like a man and follow you. Who will notice then?" He shook his head. "I love you, Emily, and shall love you as long as I breathe. To hear you speak to me like this has almost the power to make me happy. If I had known it, I shouldn't have stayed so long away from you. I hadn't the courage to come, and I thought the sight of me would only be misery to you. I have lived a terrible life amongst the poorest people, getting my bread as they did, oftener starving. Not one of my acquaintances was to be trusted. I have not seen one face I knew since I first heard of my danger and escaped. But I had rather live on like that than fall into the hands of the police. I should never know freedom again. The thought maddens me with fear." "You are safe here, love, quite safe," she urged soothingly. "Who could know that you are here? Who could know that Maud and I were living here?" There was a tap at the door. Mrs. Enderby started to it, turned the key, and then asked who was there. "Emily," said Miss Bygrave's voice, "let me come in, or let Paul come out here and speak to me." There was something unusual in the speaker's tone. It was quick and nervous. Paul himself went to the door and, putting his wife's hand aside, opened it. "What is it?" he asked. She beckoned him to leave the room and then whispered, "Someone I don't know is at the front door. I opened it with the chain on, and the man said he must see Mr. Enderby." "Can't I go out by the back?" Paul asked, all but voiceless with terror. I daren't hide in the rooms. They will search them all. How did they know that I was here? Oh God, I am lost." They could hear the knocking below repeated. Paul hurried down the stairs, followed by his wife, whom Teresa in vain tried to hold back. He knew the way to the door which led into the garden, and opening this, sprang into the darkness. Scarcely had he taken a step when strong arms seized him. "Hold on," said a voice. "You must come back with me into the house." At the same moment there was a shriek close at hand, and as they turned to the open door, Paul and his captor saw Emily prostrate on the threshold, and Miss Bygrave stooping over her. "Better open the front door, ma'am," said the police officer, "and ask my friend there to come through. We've got all we want." This was done, and when Emily had been carried into the house, Paul was led thither also by his captor. As they stood in the hall, the second officer drew from his pocket a warrant and read it out with official gravity. "You'll go quietly with us, I suppose," he then said. Paul nodded, and all three departed by the front door. It was midnight before Mrs. Enderby showed any signs of returning consciousness. Miss Bygrave and Maud sat by her bed together, and at length one of them noticed that she had opened her eyes and was looking about her, though without moving her head. "Mother," Maud said, bending over her, "are you better? Do you know me?" Emily nodded. There was no touch of natural colour in her face, and its muscles seemed paralysed. And she lay thus for hours, conscious apparently, but paying no attention to those in the room. Early in the morning a medical man was summoned, but his assistance made no change. The fog was still heavy, and only towards noon was it possible to dispense with lamplight. Then there gleamed for an hour or two a weird mockery of day, and again it was nightfall. With the darkness came rain. Waymark had come to the house about 10 o'clock, but this was to be no wedding day. Maud begged him through her aunt not to see her, and he returned as he came. Miss Bygrave had told him all that had happened. Mrs. Enderby seemed to sleep for some hours, but just after nightfall the previous condition returned. She lay with her eyes open and just nodded when spoken to. From 8 o'clock to midnight Maud tried to rest in her own room, but sleep was far from her, and when she returned to the sick chamber to relieve her aunt, she was almost as worn and ghastly in countenance as the one they tended. She took her place by the fire and sat listening to the sad rain, which fell heavily upon the soaked garden ground below. It had a lulling effect. Weariness overcame her, and before she could suspect the inclination, she had fallen asleep. Suddenly she was awake again, wide awake it seemed to her, without any interval of half-consciousness, and staring horror-struck at the scene before her. The shaded lamp stood on the chest of drawers at one side of the room, and by its light she saw her mother in front of the looking-glass, her raised hand holding something that glistened. She could not move a limb. Her tongue was powerless to utter a sound. There was a wild laugh, a quick motion of the raised hand. Then it seemed to Maud as if the room were filled with a crimson light, followed by the eternal darkness. A fortnight later, Miss Bygrave was sitting in the early morning by the bed where Maud lay ill. For some days it had been feared that the girl's reason would fail, and though this worst possibility seemed at length averted, her condition was still full of danger. She had recognised her aunt the previous evening, but a relapse had followed. Now she unexpectedly turned to the watcher, and spoke feebly, but with perfect self-control. "Aunt, is madness hereditary?" Miss Bygrave, who had thought her asleep, bent over her and tried to turn her mind to other thoughts. But the sick girl would speak only of this subject. "I am quite myself," she said, "and I feel better. Yes, I remember reading somewhere that it was hereditary." She was quiet for a little while. "Aunt," she then said, "I shall never be married. It would be wrong to him. I am afraid of myself." She did not recur to the subject till she had risen 2 or 3 weeks after, and was strong enough to move about the room. Waymark had called every day during her illness. As soon as he heard that she was up, he desired to see her, but Maud begged him, through her aunt, to wait yet a day or two. In the night which followed, she wrote to him, and the letter was this: "If I had seen you when you called yesterday, I should have had to face a task beyond my strength. Yet it would be wrong to keep from you any longer what I have to say. I must write it, and hope your knowledge of me will help you to understand what I can only imperfectly express. I ask you to let me break my promise to you. I have not ceased to love you. To me you are still all that is best and dearest in the world. You would have made my life very happy. But happiness is now what I dare not wish for. I am too weak to make that use of it which, I do not doubt, is permitted us. It would enslave my soul. With a nature such as mine, there is only one path of safety. I must renounce all. You know me to be no hypocrite, and to you in this moment I need not fear to speak my whole thought. The sacrifice has cost me much. To break my faith to you, and to put aside for ever all the world's joys. The strength for this has only come after hours of bitterest striving. Try to be glad that I have won. It is all behind me, and I stand upon the threshold of peace. You know how from a child I have suffered. What to others was pure and lawful joy became to me a temptation. But God was not unjust. If he so framed me, he gave me at the same time the power to understand and to choose. All those warnings which I have, in my blindness, spoken of so lightly to you, I now recall with humbler and truer mind. If the shadow of sin darkened my path, it was that I might look well to my steps, and alas, I have failed so, have gone so grievously astray. God, in his righteous anger, has terribly visited me. The most fearful form of death has risen before me. I have been cast into abysses of horror, and only saved from frenzy by the mercy which brought all this upon me for my good. A few months ago I also had a warning. I did not disregard it, but could not overcome the love which bound me to you. But for that love, how much easier it would have been to me to overcome the world and myself. You will forgive me, for you will understand me. Do not write in reply. Spare me, I entreat you, a renewal of that dark hour I have passed through. With my aunt I am going to leave London. We shall remain together, and she will strengthen me in the new life. May God bless you here and hereafter. Maud Enderby. After an interval of a day, Waymark wrote as follows to Miss Bygrave. Doubtless you know that Maud has written desiring me to release her. I cannot but remember that she is scarcely yet recovered from a severe illness, and her letter must not be final. She entreats me not to write to her or to see her. Accordingly, I address myself to you, and beg that you will not allow Maud to take any irrevocable step till she is perfectly well, and has had time to reflect. I shall still deem her promise to me binding. If, after the lapse of 6 months from now, she still desires to be released, I must know it, either from herself or from you. Write to me at the old address. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Unclassed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sally Ireland. The Unclassed by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 38. Waymark and Casti spent their Christmas Eve together. They spoke freely of each other's affairs, saving that there was no mention of Ida. Waymark had, of course, said nothing of that parting between Ida and himself. Of the hope which supported him he could not speak to his friend. A month had told upon Julian as months do when the end draws so near. In spite of his suffering, he still discharged his duties at the hospital, but it was plain that he would not be able to do so much longer. And what would happen then? Casti, Waymark exclaimed suddenly, when a hint of this thought had brought both of them to a pause. Come away with me. Julian looked up in bewilderment. Where to? Anywhere, to some place where the sun shines. What an impossible idea! How am I to get my living? And how is she to live? Look here, Waymark said, smiling. My will is a little stronger than yours, and in the present case I mean to exercise it. I have said, and there's an end of it. You say she'll be away from home tomorrow. Good. We go together, pack up your books and things in half an hour or so, bring them here, and then off. Sic volo, sic jubeo, sit pro ratione voluntas. And it was done, though not till Waymark had overcome the other's opposition by the most determined effort. Julian understood perfectly well the full significance of the scheme, for all Waymark's kind endeavour to put a hopeful and commonplace aspect on his proposal. He resisted as long as his strength would allow, then put himself in his friend's hands. It was some time before Julian could set his mind at rest with regard to the desertion of his wife. Though no one capable of judging the situation could have cast upon him a shadow of blame, the first experience of peace mingled itself in his mind with self-reproach. Waymark showed him how utterly baseless any such feeling was. Harriet had proved herself unworthy of a moment's consideration, and it was certain that, as long as she received her weekly remittance, paid through an agent in London, she would trouble herself very little about the rest, or, at all events, any feeling that might possess her would be wholly undeserving of respect. Gradually Julian accustomed himself to this thought. They were in the Isle of Wight, comfortably housed, with the sea before their eyes and the boon of sunshine which Casti had so longed for. Waymark gave himself wholly to the invalid. He had no impulse to resume literary work. Anything was welcome which enabled him to fill up the day and reach the morrow. Whilst Julian lay on the couch, which was drawn up to the fireside, Waymark read aloud anything that could lead them to forget themselves. At other times, Julian either read to himself or wrote verse, which, however, he did not show to his friend. Before springtime came, he found it difficult even to maintain a sitting attitude for long. His cough still racked him terribly. Waymark often lay awake in the night, listening to that fearful sound in the next room. At such times he tried to fancy himself in the dying man's position, and then the sweat of horror came upon his brow. Deeply he sympathised with the misery he could do so little to allay. Yet he was doing what he might to make the end a quiet one, and the consciousness of this brought him many a calm moment. However it might be in those fearful vigils, Julian's days did not seem unhappy. He was resigning himself to the inevitable, in the strength of that quiet which sometimes ensues upon despair. Now and then he could even be, to all appearances, light-hearted. With the early May he had a revival of inspiration. Strangely losing sight of his desperate condition, he spoke once more of beginning the great poem planned long ago. It was living within his mind and heart, he said. Waymark listened to him whilst he unfolded book after book of glorious vision, listened and wondered. There was a splendid sunset one evening at this time, and the two watched it together from the room in which they always sat. Seas of molten gold, strands and promontories of jasper and amethyst, illimitable mountain ranges, cities of unimagined splendour, all were there in that extent of evening sky. They watched it till the vision wasted before the breath of night. "What shall I read?" Waymark asked when the lamp was lit. "Read that passage in the Georgics which glorifies Italy," Julian replied. "It will suit my mood tonight." Waymark took down his Virgil. Sed neque modorum silvae ditissima terra, nec pulcher Ganges atque oro turbibus hermes laudibus Italia sertent, non Bactra, neque Indi, totaque turriferus Panchaei pinguis arenis. Julian's eyes glistened as the melody rolled on, and when it ceased, both were quiet for a time. "Waymark," Julian said presently, a gentle tremor in his voice, "why do we never speak of her?" "Can we speak of her?" Waymark returned, knowing well who was meant. "A short time ago I could not, but now I feel the need. It will give me no pain, but great happiness." "That is all gone by," he continued with a solemn smile. "To me she is no longer anything but a remembrance, an ideal I once knew, the noblest and sweetest woman I have known or shall know on earth." They talked of her with subdued voices, reverently and tenderly. Waymark described what he knew or divined of the life she was now leading, her beneficent activity, her perfect adaptation to the new place she filled. "In a little while," Julian said, when they had fallen into thought again, "you will have your second letter." "And then?" There was no answer. Julian waited a moment, then rose, and clasping his friend's hand, bade him good night. Waymark awoke once or twice before morning, but there was no coughing in the next room. He felt glad, and wondered whether there was indeed any improvement in the invalid's health. But at the usual breakfast time Julian did not appear. Waymark knocked at his door, with no result. He turned the handle and entered. On this same day Ida was visiting her houses. Litany Lane and Elm Court now wore a changed appearance. At present it was possible to breathe even in the innermost recesses of the court. There the fronts of the houses were fresh whitewashed. In the lane they were new painted. Even the pavement and the roadway exhibited an improvement. If you penetrated into garrets and cellars, you no longer found squalor and dilapidation, poverty and plenty, but all events, an attempt at cleanliness everywhere, as far, that is to say, as a landlord's care could ensure it. The staircases had ceased to be rotten pitfalls. The ceilings showed traces of recent care. The walls no longer dripped with moisture or were foul with patches of filth. Not much change, it is true, in the appearance of the inhabitants, yet close inquiry would have elicited comforting assurances of progressing reform, results of a supervision which was never offensive, never thoughtlessly exaggerated. Especially in the condition of the children, Improvement was discernible. Lodgers in the lane and the court had come to understand that not even punctual payment of weekly rent was sufficient to guarantee them stability of tenure. Under this singular lady landlord, something more than that was expected and required, and whilst those who were capable of adjusting themselves to the new regime found, on the whole, that things went vastly better with them, such as could by no means overcome their love of filth, moral or material, troubled themselves little when the notice to quit came, together with the little sum of ready money to cover the expenses of removal. Among those whom Ida called upon this afternoon was an old woman who, in addition to her own voluminous troubles, was always in a position to give a compte rendu of the general distress of the neighbourhood. People had discovered that her eloquence could be profitably made use of in their own service, and not infrequently, when speaking with Ida, she was in reality holding a brief from this or that neighbour, marked not indeed in guineas, but in twos of strong beverage, obtainable at her favourite house of call. Today she held such a brief, and was more than usually urgent in the representation of a deserving case. "Oh, Miss Woodstock, mem, there's a poor young woman a-lying at the clock-house, as is really makes one's heart bleed to tell of her. For all she's so young, she's a widder, and p'raps is as well as she should be, seeing how shocking her husband treated her afore he was took, where no doubt he's been done as he did by. It's fair cruel, Miss Woodstock, mem, to see her sufferings. She has fits, and falls down everywheres. It's a mercy as she hasn't been run over in the public street long ago. They're hepileptic fits, I'm told, as lord o' me. The way she foams at the mouth. No doubt as they were brought on by her husband's atrocious treatment. I understand as he was a man as called himself a gentleman. He was always that jealous of the poor innocent thing, ma'am, casting in her teeth things as I couldn't bring myself not even to hint at in your presence. Miss Woodstock, ma'am, many's the time he's beat her black and blue, when she just went out to get a bit of something for his tea at night, 'cause he wouldn't have had it if she'd have been doing what she hadn't ought." "Where is she?" Ida asked, thinking she had now gathered enough of the features of the case. "I said at the clock-house, mem. Mrs. Sprowls took her in, mem, and is behaving to her like a mother. She knew her, did Mrs. Sprowl, in the poor thing's happy days, before ever she married. But of course it ain't likely as Mrs. Sprowl can keep her as long as her poor life lasts, not to speak of the expense. It's a terrible responsibility, owing to the epileptic ailment, ma'am, as of course you understand. Can't she get into any hospital?" "She only just came out, ma'am, not 2 weeks ago. They couldn't do no more for the poor creature, and so she had to go. And she hasn't got not a friend in the world, 'ceptin' Mrs. Sprowl, as is no less than a mother to her." "Do you know her name?" "Mrs. Casty, ma'am. It's an Irish name, I believe, and I can't say as I'm partial to the Irish, but—" "Very well," Ida broke in hastily. "I'll see if I can do anything." Paying no attention to the blessings showered upon her by the counsel in this case, blessings to which she was accustomed, and of course she well understood the value, Ida went out into the lane and walked away quickly. She did not pause at the clock-house, but walked as far as a quiet street some little distance off, and then paced the pavement for a while in thought. Who this Mrs. Casty was, she could have little doubt. The calumnies against her husband were just such as Harriet Casty would be likely to circulate. For a moment it had seemed possible to go to the public-house and make personal inquiries, but reflection showed her that this would be a needless imprudence, even had she been able to overcome herself sufficiently for such an interview. She went home instead, and at once dispatched Miss Hurst to the clock-house, to discover whether it was indeed Harriet Casty who lay there, and if so, what her real condition was. The lady returned with evidence establishing the sick woman's identity. Harriet, she reported, was indeed in a sad state, clearly incapable of supporting herself by any kind of work. Her husband, Miss Hurst was told, had deserted her, leaving her entirely without means, and now, but for Mrs. Sproul's charity, she would have been in the workhouse. This story sounded very strangely to Ida. It might mean that Julian was dead. She wrote a few lines to Waymark at the old address and had a speedy reply. Yes, Julian Casti was dead, but the grave had not yet closed over him. Harriet had been in receipt of money and need have wanted for nothing, but now she must expect no more. The result of it all was that, in the course of a week, Harriet was informed by Miss Hurst that a place was open to her in the hospital near London, where she could remain as long as her ailments rendered it necessary. The expense would be provided for by a lady who had been told of the case, and wished to give what aid she could. The offer was rejected, and with insult. When next she visited Litany Lane, Ida learned that poor Mrs. Casti, after a quarrel with her friend Mrs. Sproul, had fallen downstairs in a fit and broken her neck. Waymark lived on in the Isle of Wight until a day where there came to him a letter from Miss Bygrave. It told him that Maud's resolve was immutable, and added that aunt and niece, having become members of the True Church, were about to join a sisterhood in a Midland town, where their lives would be devoted to work of charity. Not many days after this, Ida, in London, received a letter addressed in a hand she knew well. There was a flush on her face as she began to read, but presently came the pallor of a sudden joy almost too great to be borne. The letter was a long one, containing the story of several years of the writer's life, related with unflinching sincerity, bad and good impartially set down, and all leading up to words which danced in golden sunlight before her tear-dimmed eyes. For an hour she sat alone, scarce moving, yet it seemed to her that only a few minutes were allowed to pass before she took her pen and wrote. End of chapter 38. End of the Unclassed by George Robert Gissing.